what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your eyes that change your destiny. Going to say and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that change your destiny. Going to
There we go. Sorry, it took me like multiple presses to turn the microphone on. So yeah, we're talking about Vaush again. Right? I feel like not so long ago I said we weren't going to be talking about Vaush as much. I don't know what I can say other than I'm really kind of worried about the way that he's taken TYT on, right? I'm really kind of worried in what I see as like a knee-jerk reaction to TYT's overall arc to the right. And like, look, if you look at this video here, right, that we're going to watch today, right, TYT can't start moving right. They're out of control. That's true. That's true, right? They are moving to the right. They are out of control. It seems like a calculated business move. And that's not even the worst part, right? The worst part is that they're not just moving to the right. They still have some left takes, right? So it would be one thing if they were just like, hey, you know what? We thought about things during the pandemic, and it really became apparent to us that the left has lost its way, and that the intellectual dark web, people like Ben Shapiro, you know what, if they just wholesale just dropped it one day and decided, like, hey, you know what, we're not left-wing anymore, we're intellectual dark web, we're heterodox thinkers or something like that, if they just made it all at once, right, and they stopped pretending to be progressive, it wouldn't really be a problem. Because, you know, like the people that are just parasocial for TYT are going to go with TYT, but the people who went to the people who come to TYT because it's the home of progressives and they have fond memories of that, and you know they had their political awakening, during the Iraq War, during Occupy Wall Street, during the Obama administrations. Or even like as late as 2016, right? Those people would realize that TYT is not a place for them anymore. That's not what they're doing though, and it really worries me that Vaush is stuck on this like kind of reflexive reaction of just like seeing everything that they do in terms of being emblematic of their rightward turn, right? In a lot of ways, actually, TYT and Vaush have a lot in common. I could say the same thing about Vaush, right? If Vaush was just like, you know what? Let's be real. I hate feminism. Discrimination against like white people is a bigger problem than the discrimination against. If Vaush actually said what's kind of like underlying a lot of his takes, he wouldn't really be that dangerous. If he wasn't trying to represent himself as a leftist, he wouldn't be that problematic. He'd just be like another, another centrist, political channel, right? But he's not. He's not. That's what's dangerous about Vaush, is that sometimes he does actually have good takes. Sometimes he does have the right take. Right. And so people that are, people that see him as an advocate for trans rights, for instance, are willing to forgive him when he's going on some, just misogynistic tangent, right? That's what makes Vaush dangerous. It's kind of the same thing that makes TYT dangerous. And Vaush's analysis in this video of TYT is actually wrong, right? This isn't a moment. He hasn't caught them slipping. He hasn't caught the mask slipping. He's actually caught them. I mean, I guess you could say that they're being a little hard on the Justice Democrats, but they're not entirely wrong on that, right? And that's what makes them dangerous, is that they're gonna still, they're gonna still LARP as the home of the progressives, all the while leading the progressives in like a anti-trans direction, and a anti-unhoused people direction, in a tough on crime kind of direction. That's the danger there, right? And just to see him, I don't know, call them, call these takes, which are these aren't the bad TYT takes. There's so much bad TYT stuff. Like, you could find, like, it's really, anytime I look at a video of TYT and I'm like, oh, what is this about, right? Half of the time, yeah, it's pretty reactionary, right? Half of the time it's a chance for Anna to beat up on libs or on progressives or on usually leftists, right? Which is kind of what Vaush is into now. So yeah, essentially they're not that different. They are different in terms of their takes, right? You're not going to hear the kind of transphobia from Vaush that you would hear from TYT. And that's me showing you the difference between somebody that is stuck on kind of a reflexive response of like, I'm not Vaush bad here, right? I'm Vaush bad where Vaush is bad. And I recognize, I recognize that he's not always like one way, and I try to, like, I'm not BSing you, right? I'm not like, I'm not farming, hate for this guy, because there is a lot of hate out there, and a lot of that hate is directly, the karma for, the way he's treated people during his career. A lot of it's justified, a lot of it's real, right? But what I'm more interested in is his ideology, his takes. I just don't have the luxury of being able to think about this in a interpersonal sense, and that's kind of parasocial to do, right? We're not talking about Ian Kochensky. We're not talking about the man. We're talking about the legend, the myth and the legend. We're talking about Vaush, right? And as far as who he is, he's a public figure, and a kind of engorged barnacle on the ass of the left. So that's what we're here to talk about today. Ian only accidentally has decent takes. Even then, they're for the wrong reasons. Yeah. And I'm just like, I'm kind of floored by this, right? I mean, the only thing I can think of is he was like, hey, TYT's going to the right. Those videos are killing lately. Can we get another one of those? And somebody gives him a video of TYT, and they're not actually going to the right here, right? They're actually, if anything, we're seeing how some progressive figures in the House of Representatives are kind of becoming a little too comfortable with Biden, right? And they've got some points here. Are they doing it in some ways like cynically to score points? Yeah, probably. But they're not doing the whole, leftist bad thing that they usually do. In this case, right, they're pointing out some a way in which the Justice Democrats, which TYT helped to create, have really lost their way. And they're not entirely wrong here, right? TYT is a lost cause of their own. These are both lost causes, and I want to show you some nuance, right? That's why I'm covering this, because I feel like we're presented day after day with false dichotomies that pull us in the wrong direction, right? False dichotomy meaning I take something that is more than just black and white, and I make it look black and white. You're either on this side or you're on this side, right? You're either signing off on all of US policy, on all of NATO policy, right? Or you love Putin. and you're a Duganite, right? No, no, there's other options. Thank goodness there's other options, because both of those options are bad, right? State Department bad and Putin bad, right? And it shouldn't be that hard to say. It's not even really like walking and chewing gum at the same time. And it's unfortunate that we've got this impoverished discourse, you know, from the leaders, right? Like this guy is missing so much in his analysis. Not only like a real like materialist like leftist analysis, right? But he's missing even the bare bones of like a progressive analysis, right? I don't think he's read Naomi Klein. There's a bunch of stuff that he's, trending on Twitter for right now, but I wanted to talk about this in specific because when I watched this, I wasn't gonna I was like, well, yeah, TYT, they're right wing. Vaush is probably right about this one. But when I looked at it, I'm just like, wait a minute, like this is not the video to show TYT's rightward slide. V is more concerned about grouping them in with tankies. That's right. That's right. So I don't. Let me see. I kind of want to do something Vaushian in chat. Are you going to be upset if I do something Vaushian? It probably depends on what it is, right? And it also depends on whether I can actually make this work. I want to do a little MS Paint for you. Let me see if I even know how to add an MS Paint. Looks like maybe. What is going on there? Oh my god, this should not be this hard. You're scared at Irene doing something Vaushian, right? It's all for the nuance. I'm just like window and then is that it? Oh my god, this is so weird. It's like not working. I could probably show it to you in let's see, like I literally have to use like a web-based thing, right? Because I apparently don't know how to make there we go. I mean, I guess this will have to do, right? If you don't recognize this, that's okay. What we've got here is Canva. This is like the program that I make my thumbnails in. Not that you would necessarily recognize that, but yeah, draw. There we go. We've got a bunch of draw tools here. See, this is what I have to do. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a political graph. Now, usually, right, the political graph would have like two axes, one there and one there. This one would be like, authoritarian to, anarchist. This one would be like, wait, this would be like left to right, right? But I'm just gonna simplify it and make it one axis to show you something, right? Okay, so here we go. We got a theoretical midpoint, which, doesn't exist, right? How do you do like a line? Yeah. So we just got a simple line here. This is left. This is right. And we got like we got Vaush. Wait, here, let me use a different color for this. So we got Vaush right here. We'll put him on the left. He says he's a leftist. Let's take his word for it for now, right? For now. And then we got TYT. They don't claim to be leftists. They're the home of the progressives, right? So they're to the left of the center, but they're not, they're not post-capitalist in any meaningful way. Jenkins said famously, "Every day I live my life as a capitalist," right? And then over here, we're gonna let's see, let's make a D right here for the Democratic Party. Pretty centrist, right? And then we got this over here. This is the intellectual dark web, okay? Now, what TYT is doing is they're taking, like, we're the home of the progressives. And, I don't know, maybe they were, right? At one time. But these days, they're kind of veering over in this direction, right? More and more, you're hearing TYT's takes being represented, sounding more like Jordan Peterson, sounding more like, Brett Weinstein, sounding more like Jesse Singal, right? So, you got TYT and these people, in here, they feel like they're progressive, right? We're the home of the progressives, we're progressive, right? But really, they're getting more and more of this IDW politics represented to them as progressive, right? So we're taking, progressives, and we're making them think. Maybe Jesse Singal's got a point about trans people, right? Maybe being tough on crime is something that we need right now. Maybe crime is out of control, and the only way to deal with it is to get tough on crime. And then you got Vaush over here, and he's on the left. He's a leftist, right? He's a libertarian socialist or whatever he calls himself, right? And more, you're seeing his takes be like, yeah, you know what? I'm left, but also we really got to support Biden. All right, we're in a dangerous situation. We can't mess around here, right? Anything that we do that undermines Biden or disagrees with Biden, it's a liability, and that liability is bringing us closer to Trump, right? And at the same time, you've got essentially State Department policies in terms of his geopolitical outlook, right? He's very NATO pilled, right? And he sees like these issues as an either or. Like I said before, either you support all the U.S. policies going back to the end of the Soviet Union, right? And those U.S. policies are the ones that are responsible for oligarchs like Vladimir Putin taking power, right? That was the State Department that got us that. That was the State Department. That was U.S. foreign policy that empowered these people, that allowed these oligarchs to just take over wholesale sectors of the Soviet economy and just kind of take control of Russia, right? And that's how you end up with Putin, right? But we're going to forget about that because we're Vaush-pilled. Vaush doesn't know history. Vaush doesn't know shit, right? So instead, he's just like, yeah, the State Department policies, I mean, it seems pretty good. It seems pretty right on, right? Because if we don't agree with that, then we must be in favor of Putin, and definitely not in favor of Putin, right? So you got Vaush, taking his like leftists, his libertarian socialists over here, and making them in some ways indistinguishable from Biden voters. He's not just like, hey, you know what, Trump's really dangerous. So in terms of the general election, when it comes down to two candidates who could possibly win it, maybe like hold your nose and vote for Biden. He's not holding his nose at all. He's getting in the car. He's getting in being like, nice Corvette, man, getting in the car with Biden and just go ride with him to wherever he's going. There's just like was what was said recently by a Justice Democrat, trust Biden. That's our strategy, right? Doesn't sound like a very good strategy to me. So now what happens, right? If this is, let's say, some of you may have taken physics, right? Let's say that this is like a fulcrum right here, right? And we're taking the weight on the left side and we're scooching it over to the center here. And we're scooching it over to the right here. What's going to happen? What is going to happen here is that this end is going to start to go up and this end over here is going to start to go down, and everything is going to be more like slanted to the right. That's what Vaush and TYT are getting us, right? And, like, it's one thing to be like, I disagree with this guy, right? Because I disagree with a lot of people. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people out there that I disagree with, but I'm not necessarily as concerned about them because they're not representing themselves as being on my side. But when somebody represents themselves as being on the left, for the left, like, wanting to push in a left direction, and instead they're pulling in a right direction, that worries me. Anyway, a slight diversion here, but I just wanted to, since we're talking about Vaush, we had to do an MS Paint stream. He's sniffing Biden's seat. Yeah. I get what you're trying to say. So the bar for those considered leftist is low. Even the Overton window is skewed to the right. Yeah, and a lot of these people, because we're talking about social media here. We're not talking about like people's natural ideology or, the preponderance of like theory that they read. These, people generally don't read theory. They don't pay attention too much. They're relying on Cenk Uygur. They're relying on Ian Kochensky to show them the way. And, they don't know any better than to be Pied Pipered towards the right. And that's what we got. So the same problem with TYT, which is a real problem. TYT is moving to the right, and they are out of control, and they are craven grifters. Absolutely. Agreed, Vaush. But when you show them not doing that and you say that's what they're doing, you're actually helping them. You're making it look like, because what they'll say is these leftists are freaking out. We're just trying to, they'll call anything that we do right wing. Vaush is like fulfilling that prophecy in the same way that if I said that, like, a completely unobjectable, take by Vaush on like trans rights or something like that was somehow reactionary or objectable, I'd be fulfilling that whole, oh yeah, they all say Vaush bad. I would make the narrative that he's trying to sell more believable by doing that, right? So I take care not to do that, because I don't want you to ever feel like I'm BSing you. I don't want you to ever feel like this is personal, that this is like, I don't like his personality or I don't like him as a person. I don't care, right? What my feelings about Ian Kochensky do not matter here. My feelings about the Vaush media empire and the White Leaf Network, as it were, do. So I mean, that's what we're dealing with, and that's what I wanted to start with. Vaush speaks super confidently, and ignorant people think he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, it's like the Ben Shapiro effect, right? The way that Ben Shapiro speaks sounds like what we think of as an intelligent person, and even when what he's saying is ill-informed and doesn't actually make sense. Like a lot of people feel like listening to Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson, who, these guys will use words that are like slightly over their vocabulary level, right? So if, you get a few like ideas like kind of whizzing by the top of their head, and they don't want to say it, right? Because it's like the emperor has, it's like the emperor has no clothes, right? If they say, hey, wait a minute, I don't know what that word means, I don't actually know what you're talking about now, then they sound like, people are going to think that they're not intelligent, right? So they kind of go along with it, they nod their head, and it's just barely above their level of understanding, and it's said quickly, so there's not really any time for them to process it. There's not really any time for them to object it. There's not really any time for them to analyze this, and they just accept what they're hearing, and based on maybe the personality, right? A lot of the, I was talking to a Vaush last night who like absolutely gave away the game and saying that not that like I disagree with tankies, whatever that means to them, like ideologically, like, right, I think that it wasn't it was, I don't like tankies, right? And I do like Vaush, right? So in a lot of ways, the whole dynamic of electoral politics and the whole problem with electoral politics, they'll always ask you, would you have a beer with this candidate, right? Would you go drink with this candidate? Would you hang out? Could you be cool with this candidate? Right? That's kind of what they want, and this is a big metric as far as who people actually vote for and who people don't. Right? I mean, that's not how you should be thinking of a political candidate, and I think it's problematic in terms of a social media figure too, rather than just be like, oh yeah, he seems like a cool guy, he has cats, and it's very cute to see him play with the cats, right? You should be thinking a little bit more about what he's actually saying. Does it make sense, and is there like a chip on his shoulder? Because spoiler, there's a major like anti-SJW, anti-feminist chip on his shoulder. Like there's a major I've been aggrieved. Like he's like Trump, right? He never did anything wrong. The Thought Slime stream, that was the perfect stream. That was the best stream, a completely perfect stream, and I can't believe they came after me for that. Right? He's still got that chip on his shoulder, and he still wants to destroy the woke scolds.
What is this?
HuffPost delves into the many struggles.
Where I live, they have a poll about who you want to cook Christmas dinner for you, and it closely correlates to election results. Wow.
Facing Justice Democrats.
Definitely don't want Joe Biden cooking Christmas dinner for me.
The progressive group that endorses progressive candidates and gets quite a few people elected, at least in the past.
Okay, so Justice Democrats, a lot of these are like the Squad. We're talking about AOC. We're talking about Pramila Jayapala. We're talking about, that's, God, his name starts with a G. Raphael. It would help if it would help if, they had his name. Is it Raphael I know I'm going to mispronounce his name. But yeah, we're talking about more progressive Democratic candidates. We're talking about like an effort that TYT and Jink made to like help raise money for people like this. And AOC is probably their best success story. AOC was a bartender with some, with way better politics than anybody that was being voted for in the Democratic Party, and through some help from the Justice Democrats, she got elected. I would be afraid to get a beer with Trump alone. Oh no, God, or Biden, right? Also, Anna's presentation on the show has gotten more and more formal / fancy for their more right wing. They're openly gotten. Oh my God, I didn't even think about that, V. Surprised she's not wearing like furs and diamonds. Although he might show me some classified yeah, you might see some cool classified documents from Trump.
Ladies of the Squad are Justice Democrats. Jamal Bowman is another example of a Justice Democrat. But right now it seems that the left-wing coalition is disintegrating, unfortunately, and progressives have different ideas on how to rebuild it. So I'm gonna give you a few excerpts, and Cenk is also quoted in the
Raphael Warnock
piece. But before we get to Cenk's quote, first the details on the Justice Democrats. Just over 6 years since its founding, Justice Democrats' opposition is more organized while its mission is more muddled and its coffers depleted. Faced with a shortage of funds, the group laid off 9 of its 20 staff members in mid-July, a move that took many prominent progressives by surprise.
I'm not that surprised by this, because contrary to what a lot of people think, the environment where progressives do best is not when we're being faced with like far right opposition. The environment in which progressives do best is when the problems that we face are.
Vaush, when were we not faced with far right opposition? When? Because I'll give you a clue. It's not in my lifetime, and it's not in your lifetime, right? What are you talking about? When we're not faced with far right,
are unambiguously the fault.
Look. If you want to talk about when have the Democrats done best in terms with the material conditions of working people as a gauge, right? And this has got a big asterisk about it because it was a long time ago. You're talking like FDR, right? And that you had a coup against FDR. You might not have heard of this, right? But it's something called the business plot. And it was because FDR took on among other reasons, FDR took on a socialist, a socialist vice president, right? And, had been talking about, New Deal type policies. And the business interests really did not like this. They recruited a guy named Smedley Butler, who was an old veteran from World War I. The veterans from World War I kind of got screwed. They were promised a bonus. They never got a bonus. They were promised like all these things for their service. They never got those things for their service. So they ended up camping out on the White House, not White House lawn. I think it was I don't know exactly where it was, but it was in Washington. They camped out in Washington, right, and became kind of a big problem. They sort of occupied the spot, and they actually had the National Guard come in to violently, escort them off of that, right? And so Smedley Butler had had an axe to grind, with all of establishment politics, right? But the people that approached Smedley Butler were capitalists, were business interests, right? And they thought that they could manipulate him into getting the United States back on the gold standard, and into ultimately into a plot to overthrow FDR, right? And the only reason that this coup was not successful was that Smedley Butler blew the whistle. So I don't know what he's talking about, right? It doesn't make sense. The Wall Street putsch, that's was it the East Lawn of the Capitol? Thank you, Shakespeare. We really did used to. It's true. America had a very strong left. Then 1918 happened, but yeah, like I said, it's not in our lifetime, right? So and what's really not in our lifetime is not having a far right opposition. Like that's just not realistic. What is going to happen? Where are they going to go? Right? What do you think's going to happen? Like, how would they like disappear? Are aliens going to come down and abduct? Be like we really think you're right wingers. You're QAnon people. They're hilarious. We want to take them back to our home planet, and we want to keep them as pets because they're great, right? Like I don't know how he thinks the right wing would disappear. Realistically, the best we can hope for is this, right? The boomers, reach a certain age where a good number of them, reach the natural end of their lifetime, and the heavily slanted right demographic of the population becomes lower, right? There's less of them to vote, and in those conditions, and also with the changing demographics in the country, in states like Texas and North Carolina, you get a situation where the Republicans just cannot compete, right? And in that environment, they're supplanted by some kind of a social democratic, leftward party, right? There's a party that's to the left of the Democrats that comes to take the place of the Republicans as the second party. That doesn't mean that the far right disappears. That doesn't mean that they're not going to try, garbage like January 6th or the business plot, or, you know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that they go, that doesn't mean that there's not a whole bunch of capitalists that really have a vested interest in not seeing politics become a discussion between like the Democratic Party and, a party that maybe actually cares about workers, right? That's not in their interest, right? So I don't know where he envisions this glorious time of not having far right opposition. It just doesn't seem realistic. It doesn't seem like it should be. Smedley Butler is running for president in 2036, right? I'm fucked because young people are more conservative than the norm in Europe. Yeah, I've heard about that. I should probably talk about that at some point. I might be talking about the recent poll on Reddit that seemed to suggest the right-wing radicalization of 12th grade boys. It turns out it's not actually true, and Vaush and his community have kind of misrepresented that. But yeah, if I get a chance to make a video on that, I will. Just saw the latest data from Germany. I don't know how AFD got even more areas that are okay with them. They're grooming their kids to be unalivers of rainbow people, literally raising children, soldiers to be. Well, so yeah, we're in the U.S. We're really dealing with like Christo-fascism, right? There is a Christo-fascist movement, and oh god, I want to watch that. Shakespeare, you sent me a Telltale. What's his name? Owen. Is his name Owen Morgan or something? Telltale, right? Telltale talks about transgenocide, and for like a cis creator. I honestly haven't seen a cis creator handle that subject as well as Owen, and his diagnosis is pretty dire. Like he says we're in stage 8 with not Owen Morgan. Okay, yeah, good. Obviously not a leftist or anything like that, but somebody that grew up, I think, as a Jehovah's Witness, and because of that is really does a lot of reporting on cults, does a lot of reporting on Christian theocratic, dominionist, Christo-fascist, right? Is really holding down that lane pretty well.
Of like neoliberal governance and incompetence, because that way it's really easy to point the finger at them. The problem is that like right now, the most important thing to do in American politics is to fight the fascists, and that is equally the case if you're a liberal, progressive, socialist, or communist. So exactly, the political climate currently favors liberalism because it's
okay. Let me just go with that premise for a second, Vaush. The most important thing that we can do is fight the fascist, right? Your model of fighting the fascist means letting ourselves be subsumed into the Democratic Party and into liberalism, right? It's too dangerous. It's too scary. We can't have our priorities in mind. We've got to do everything that we can to support the Democratic Party because it's like the larger cohort on the left, right? Of the people who oppose Trump, of the people who oppose DeSantis, of the people who oppose this kind of creeping Christo-fascism, right? The Democrats, there's more of them than there are of us, right? So that's his idea. My idea is this. The Democrats have failed at doing this. Not only have they failed to fight the far right, they have enabled the far right. Evidence? Hillary Rodham Clinton, all right? After being passed over in 2008, she was seen as inevitable. And the party apparatus, moved to essentially make any sort of leftward movement an alternative candidate to her impossible, right? This was perhaps the worst political move. Now, I'm not even talking about ideological move, right? Politically speaking, this was a bad move. 2016 was not the year for establishment candidates, and Hillary Clinton is the epitome of the establishment. So, right, you're telling us essentially what one of the Justice Democrats is going to say later. Trust Biden. That's our strategy. BS, okay? I got to call BS on that. You need to get in there. And I'm not saying that, you shouldn't throw in your lot in some way with the Democrats. If they're opposed to Trump, if they're opposed to DeSantis, if they're opposed to the creeping Christo-fascism that I'm talking about, yeah, make common cause with them. But just like, look, I got to quote Chapo here. They're the ones that need to bend the knee because they have failed. Their strategies do not work, right? They think that our best bet is to go veer as far to the center as possible, right? That's what America wants. That this is not the time and this is not the place for what it essentially sounds like an establishment answer. If you want to beat Trump, you're not going to beat Trump from the inside. You've got to beat Trump from the outside, all right? That's Trump's whole selling point, is he puts himself forward as an outsider, right? These answers are a failure. And so what the Democratic Party needs from leftists is not like for us to let ourselves be subsumed into their, you know, strategies, their failed strategies. We need to lead. We need to push. We need to agitate, right? If we're going to make the side of the left strong enough to withstand and defeat and push back on this, you know, extreme right wave, we need to be the ones leading, right? It's our ideas that need to be front and center, right? So he's missing out on that as well.
Seen as a safe and proven alternative to fascism, as
Oh my
opposed to
God.
like
I
fascism is
almost
facing us
missed
down. Let's put our faith in this like new, like radical progressive work.
new radical progress. Oh my God. It's not that new, and it's not that radical historically speaking. We're at a time and place in which the status quo of the Democratic Party has absolutely, you know, sold us out in an effort to chase the donors that put Ronald Reagan into the presidency. The Democrats that we have now are afraid of their own shadow. And yes, by that shadow, I mean FDR, right? Dragon Princess, thank you for the resub. We just had our sub baby. That's 9 months. Yes. What should we name it? Oh my God. I never thought of that. I never thought of that.
Well, so that's public perception. I'm not saying I agree with that.
Wait.
Obviously, I fully support the progressive line, but to a lot of voters, they're gonna think of it as another unnecessary risk.
And they seem to be returning their main focus back to
Do you see how optics brained he is? He's not worried about what works in politics, right? Which at the moment is kind of radical. At the moment, being an outsider works, right? He's not worried about what actually works, right? What actually wins elections. He's so optics brained that he's appealing to the concept of, well, what does the average, you know, Democrat on the street think works, right? That's what, you know. No, God damn, you've absolutely bent the knee to these people, Vaush.
electoral politics.
And you call yourself strong, right? Your whole selling point is that the left is too weak, right? And it needs a strong masculine presence, and it needs to be like, you know, less of this soy and you know, like more of this Giga Chad energy, right? You're not strong. You bend the knee to the right by using their language, words like woke scold. You bend the knee to the Democrats by riding with Biden. There's nothing strong about this guy, right?
Politics and away from advocacy on policy, except it should be noted that the Justice Democrats have not yet announced any endorsements.
Oh, you were thinking of, yeah, Innuendo Studios' name is also Ian.
Of primary
Ian Danskin.
Challengers of candidates in, you know, open seats, and that is a stark change from what they did previously. Previously, like the whole point is to primary corporate Democrats in Congress, and they again have yet to endorse any new candidates. And
there's not really a wedge to get them on right now, right? Like, think about it. Before there was Black Lives Matter, because during Black Lives Matter, progressives had the front seat, you know? Like, it was the progressive Democrats and the progressive activists who were the loudest and most prominent during BLM, because it was like an advocacy movement. And then there's like Medicare for all, but no.
Okay, so they're letting me know once again, we've got an incoming ad break in 4 minutes and 45 seconds, right? If you don't want to be a part of that, and by what I mean by that is that like you'll get sucked into an ad for like 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? That's how long the ads are. They happen twice an hour, right? You don't necessarily have to sit through them, but the ways to get out of sitting through those ads are, if you have Amazon Prime, you can hook that up to Twitch. You can get a free Prime sub out of that and get out of the ad break that way. You also get all the emotes that you may see if somebody wants to post some emotes in chat. We've got Void Coffee. We've got weasels. We've got a lot of stuff, right? So you could do that, right? If you have, you know, the money, you can pay $5 to get out of the ad break. If you're on desktop, you can pay, I think it's $6 if you're on mobile, right? For a sub that gets you out of the ad break too. And the last possibility, right? If none of those work for you, is that you might get gifted a sub. It can happen. It's been known to happen. your best chance at making that happen, though, is to be active in chat. So the more your name kind of pops up in chat, the more likely somebody's going to be like, oh, they don't have a little thing by their name. Let me help them out. So yeah.
Nobody talks about Medicare for all.
And also, it would help me out a lot. As you can see, a whole bunch of those subs just expired in the past few days, and I'm now under 100 again, and that's dangerous territory. So, you know, if you want to see more of me, that's definitely going to make that more likely if we can get those subs up, you know, really substantially higher.
Medicare
Anyway.
for all is so cooked, you know? It got talked about in 2016, and then, like, it faded away, and now, like, the fascists are here, and it's such a big deal, and, you know, we're not even going to get a public option. We're all going to go bankrupt from a medical problem. Like, that's it, you know? That's all we get.
I'm curious.
Hey,
what you-
CJ, I saw that link the first 4 times.
Whoa.
Everyone, please remember, I see your links when you first post them. You don't need to repost them. If I ignore them, it's for a reason. Like, I'm not going... Like, if you describe a link... Here's Kyle doing a soy boy for Orb Mommy over AOC. I don't care.
you think about that, Jake?
Yeah, look, when we
He's a little bit irritated with chat.
started Just Democrats,
Contrary to what some of you people think, Kyle Kulinski is not and probably never will be an enemy of this channel, okay? I like Kyle.
Okay. I mean, like, Vaush, it shouldn't be about, like... You can still disagree with somebody you like.
And I like Marion Williamson, too.
yes, we started Just Democrats, and by we I mean both me and the co-founders like Sharkat Chakrabarti and yes, Kyle Kulinski and Zach Exley. But also we, as in you guys, the audience, you gave literally millions of dollars to start this group, and we launched it here on the Young Turks, and we were all very clear. You have to challenge the establishment. That's the whole point of this organization. And in the first cycle, we ran 78 races. Zach's original idea, he's one of the co-founders, was to run 435 or 535
That's not Zach from the Vanguard, right?
races if we could, right? Now that was too ambitious, but I loved him for it, and it was the right way of thinking about it. And then we only won 4 out of the 78. But you get a lot of ha-ha out of that. Oh, your winning record's not that good, your winning percentage, etc. But that was a hell of a 4. AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, and Ayanna Pressley, and they made a giant difference in the beginning, right? So we were going in the right direction, but then the organization, for some reason, started worrying about their winning percentage, and then they started running less and less people, and they started running them in only super blue districts because they thought that was more winnable. That's fair; it is more winnable in super blue districts.
Coming down to 1 minute before the ad break. You only have 1 minute to figure out a way to get out of that, or else you will be served 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads. And there's literally nothing I can do about it.
Kind of torn on this because I think there's a good argument to be made for what Cenk is saying, and I think there's an argument to be made against it. On one hand, I do think a gigantic scattershot approach is important because the DNC does basically no work or outreach in red states or in like a lot of contested districts that could potentially go blue, but they don't put in the effort because they don't have like the on-the-ground infrastructure or the energy, and like all the consultants are from New York City. So, you know, like imagine a DNC consultant from New York City trying to plan out strategy for getting a candidate to like win an election in some like potentially swing district in Alabama, and they're like grimacing as they go down there and talking to people. Yeah, there's this contemptuous like coastal elite bullshit really fucks them over when it comes to dealing.
Are you better because you live on the West Coast? I don't get this. Vaush, you're a coastal elite. You're a wealthy coastal elite. I would love to see. Anyway,
areas like that, Middle America, that
he's like, I love Alabama. Let me go.
kind of stuff. So I get that argument.
Let me go down there and canvas.
At the same time, I did see people giving the Justice Dems a lot of shit for their low winning percentage early on.
Yeah, just as long as you make sure not to canvas a house that has horses, right? They might come at you with pitchforks.
It is possible that
they've
like,
heard of you, Vaush. They've heard of you down there.
By doing too much of a scattershot approach, you do kind of dilute the organization, both in terms of focus and funds, and you end up leading people to disrespect the org. I think the problem is that nobody really cares about the Justice Dems anymore. The Justice Dems were exciting for a while, and I still think the Justice Dems are better than your average Democrat. But the name Justice Dem...
Okay, here's the one place I'm going to agree with Vaush on. Yeah, Justice Dem, like, what does that sound like, right? Oh yeah, ad break is here. Ad break is here. So like, right, when you like yeah, like, I mean, I don't know, like at the time were they trying to say like do the right thing justice, social justice, economic justice. Like, what do they mean by justice? Regardless, the average person on the street groks Justice Democrats as like, oh, you're really concerned about crime, right? And that actually fits. That actually fits these days for Jink and Anna. So yeah, not the best branding.
Does not elicit this like countercultural, like I guess like attitude. It makes me wonder if the future of progressive advocacy in the Democrats is like decentralized, where you would have leaders to rally around, but not like a title to go by. Does that make any sense? Bernie Sanders did really, really well because he was a great candidate and he commanded a lot of respect, but it wasn't like the Bernie-crats were a actual group that had like funding and staff, you know? It felt like a flash in the pan, and you can make more flashes in the pan.
Yeah, Ian being contemptuous about coastal elites is like Garfield looking at the no Garfield sign.
And it's not like you can only, you know, it's not like that might only happen once. Vaush, how did the Tea Party succeed? So the thing is, with the Tea Party, the problem is that politics work differently on the right. The right is more willing to concede to reactionary politics.
The Tea Party was astroturfed, right? It was essentially, you know, famously they brought in buses to bring angry Republicans into town halls. The Democrats were trying to form a consensus around reforming the way that medical care worked, right? What eventually became Obamacare. And the Republicans, especially the business interests, really didn't want to see this go through. And they thought that if they could bring in, like, because, like, the town hall, like, let's be real, like, nobody is excited about, oh, a town hall. Hey, let's go to the town hall, right? But if you bus people in there and get them to be like, yeah, screw Democrats, this is socialism, then the Democrats that are presenting the town hall, they're going to be rattled. They literally said, you know, get them rattled, you know, get them rattled, get them worried, right? Make them look bad, make it look like their constituency does not want, because that's what it looks like when you have a town hall in your district, right? And a bunch of people come in and disagree with you. It looks like your constituency doesn't want healthcare reform when they absolutely do. That was one of the issues that Obama won on. You know, there's a huge call for reform of the medical system, even more than what Obamacare actually ended up doing. And you know, essentially, you know, it was a way to try to crush the Affordable Care Act in the cradle.
Because it doesn't necessarily interrupt their pro-business goals. Fascists love collaborationism, but the Democrats...
I get the impression a lot of the Republican grassroots revolutions are really just funded by the super rich or hatched in a think tank. Yeah, you're exactly right, Spark.
Progressive Democrats are almost always more anti-corporate than neoliberal Democrats. So the Tea Party made a fuss and then got folded in to the Republican Party, effectively supplanting their goals and moving them rightward.
I mean, the only change that the Tea Party might have caused is that there were maybe less Republicans willing to work with, willing to reach across the aisle. Like, it's minimal, right? They were the Republican Party. This is the great thing about the Republicans, right? They will rebrand themselves constantly, right? So the same people, because like I said before, who's the Republicans' constituency? Mainly boomers, right? That's the main voting bloc that they've got. That's the demographic that they do well in, right? So those boomers were around for George W. Bush. Those boomers were there to tell you that John Kerry, I don't know, like, you know, sat on a tank with Jane Fonda in North Vietnam. In reality, John Kerry was a Vietnam veteran, right? But they did this whole swift voting thing with John Kerry, right? So so these same people that wanted George Bush for another 4 years to keep on prosecuting that precious war on terror, right, are the same assholes who later came around and said, oh, we're not those Republicans. Those were neoconservative, big spending liberal Republicans, right? We're the Tea Party. We're different. No bullshit. You're the same people. You're the same people. You were on those Swift boats. I saw you. No, you're the same people, right? And then they come around 8 years later and say we're the MAGA movement. We're completely different. Like, we never supported a war in Iraq. We never support, like, right? We didn't support the I don't know. Just like this is what they do time after time, is they rebrand themselves as something else, and they're the same people. They're the same people. Same boomers.
Whereas with the Justice Dems, they kind of have to fight and scrape.
Yeah, universal health care is an absolute human right, not just for the people who can afford it.
They get. The DNC just isn't willing to do this leftward lurch as much as I would
Welcome
like
to the chat, Grant.
So our strategy has to be a little bit different, Yes, the Tea Party also has a lot of, or had a lot of money. There's always going to be more money circling around in right-wing environments because,
But we got to scare some people in purple districts, otherwise we can't get their votes in Congress. Because the point isn't to get AOC elected or any one of these people elected. The point is to pass bills, to pass policy priorities for progressives. But along the way, both the legislators and the group, unfortunately, lost their way and they took their eyes off the prize. I have more on that in a second.
In fact, okay, so this is a perfect.
Jink is like all slogans, isn't he? You gotta have the eyes on the prime. Of course, eyes on the prize.
Time to mention one of the biggest obstacles for the organization at the moment, which is fundraising. So I'm going to give you.
And I got my eyes on the prize right now, and that prize is getting back to 100 total sub points by the end of the stream. That means 12 subs. Do you think we can do it, Chad? Is there a possibility we can do it? Because that would make me feel so much more confident about my financial future and being able to continue to stream going forward.
The quote, Alexandra Rojas, who is the Justice Democrats executive director.
Yeah, Annie, I think I agree. If like your primary goal here is to win Congress, right? And you want to win Congress
oh my God.
with enough seats that you can potentially sway policies.
So he's talking to any I guess is like a couples mod, probably, somebody, I'm sure somebody, maybe a Vaush mod too. ENNY, that's who he's talking to. At first when he said that, I thought he was like calling Anna Annie, and I was like, she's not called Annie. Oh my God, Vamps, thank you for the gift sub to Brad Bro. Like I said, those gift subs do happen from time to time, and if you want to be somebody who gets one, your best bet is to do just what Brad Bro did and be active, be visible in chat.
So maybe in the future you actually can do a kind of force the vote situation, or get cabinet appointments where you have power as progressive Democrats. And in order to do that, you don't just want to have AOC win in super ultra mega blue environments, right? You want to have like progressives win all over the country, but that's easier said than done, right? I mean, I would love to see like 5 new junior Democrat progressives come in from Louisiana, but that's not like saying that is one thing.
I was about to ask that, Live, Laugh, Louis. Yeah, like my, for some reason, my bandwidth is not what it should be right now.
I mean, it's really like, doable.
Director told HuffPost, quote, "We are vulnerable to sudden change."
And I don't know why either. I'm Ethernet right now.
In grassroots giving. The ebbs and flows for us are bigger. Now remember, Justice Democrats, they take up small dollar donors, grassroots money.
I gotta do something about that. That's not okay.
And this is my speculation, but you're going to get less funding from grassroots donors if they feel that you are not delivering for them. So I'm gonna give you a few examples. When there are headlines about Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez voting present when she should have voted no on an extra $1 billion for Israel, right? That's on top of the funding that we already provide for Israel every single year, billions and billions of dollars. That showed a level of weakness and the willingness to honestly turn her back on the people who have supported her and promoted her and defended her as she's being attacked by corporate Democrats, right?
Yeah. I don't like this attitude. AOC has done votes that I disagree with, and I've stated that disagreement. But like, holy shit, man, we have to accept
looks like
that
it's
even
coming
if we
back.
got a squad of ultra-communists in Congress, there's so much wheeling and dealing that goes on behind the scenes that they will inevitably one day vote for stuff that just seems like...
There's wheeling and dealing, but you still got to give them that feedback, right? If you're going to do that strategic voting, which, like I said, I've never had a problem with strategic voting. When you're in a situation where, it's a few weeks before the election and you look and you see that there are 2 candidates, one that's a super right-wing evangelical MTG kind of candidate and the other one that's just like a middle of the road Democrat, yeah, like go ahead and hold your nose and vote for that person, right? But the second half of that is that you have got to push them. And I'm like, AOC is not, you know, not a middle of the road stinky dem. AOC is you know, one of the more progressive people. But if you see AOC making votes that don't make sense, regardless, you gotta push her. And yeah, that means saying something. That means saying, I am disappointed. Like, why is AOC doing this, right? If you want to put pressure on somebody like that to do better, whether or not there's like wheeling and dealing, because I know what Vaush is talking about, right? Sometimes they there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes. Oh, by the way, thank you, Sparkly Dystopia. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Paul Squall, for the 100 bits. I'm here for the wheeling and dealing. Yeah, like, oh, hype train. Are we gonna have a hype train? Looks like one more sub or whatever will get us to a hype train. But yeah, regardless, the wheeling and dealing, you know, is gonna happen, and you are gonna see some strange votes. That's why it's important not to like overinterpret those votes and like write somebody off forever because they made a strange vote. But it's still like makes sense, like with the president, with, you know, members of the squad, with all of them, to let your feedback be heard, because otherwise, like, you can't vote strategically for middle of the roads Democrats, middle of the roads. Oh my God, Adadak, thank you for the resub. Oh my God, that's been 8 months for you. We've almost got a stream baby. Just chat. Do we want to do, like, we haven't done the weasel thing in like forever. Do we want to do the weasel thing? Do we need to do the weasel thing? Do you want to see the weasel thing, or do you want me to keep on going with Vaush? With Vaush? I work evening today, so you can see a bit of me. That's awesome. It's always good to have you here, Adadak. Stream is no longer freezing for me. Yeah, it did seem to right itself. I still don't know what's going on. Like I said, I'm in a new place now, so we're thinking about getting a different internet. What do you think, chat? One in chat if you want to see me bounce on a trampoline. 2 in chat if you want to keep going with this Vaush video. Hype Train, Inosaurus, thank you for the Prime. That is 6 months for you. I would use the weasel emotes, but I can't? Oh. Chekhov's weasel. I would appreciate current hype. Wait, so we want one. You want the weasel. The weasel! I've got, you know what I've got in my head instead of the weasel? I've got the skibbity bop bop. Yep. Skibbity bop bop. I don't know why either. I don't even know why. We should probably do the weasel song though. Okay, we got 1 vote for 2. We got 1 vote that's undecided. We got 2 votes for 1. Weasel, wait, why am I typing in weasels and like assuming that it's gonna... Oh, that's cute. Look at this. Look at this weasel. Look at this weasel. Hi.
I thought she was gonna go in your shirt for a second.
Sometimes she does.
Okay, here we go. We'll listen to the weasel song. Wait, does that mean I need to get the No! Weasel! 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 What a weasel! Weasel! Okay, trampoline time. Weasel! Weasel, weasel, weasel! Trampoline. Weasel. We make this trampoline. It's a trampoline. There we go. You haven't seen this in a long time because I haven't had a place to put the trampoline. But here it is. Can we make that train go harder? We're at level 2 of the hype train. It's a little off center, right? But you haven't heard this in so long. This kind of feels old school now. We need couples to come by and challenge me to do a debate again. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. She'd probably want to debate me. Oh my god. I can imagine. We are 1/6 of the way there to that 100 sub goal that I arbitrarily set for us. And we're actually getting me a little bit of a workout here. That's pretty good. Meow. Somebody was talking about Kevils earlier today. I don't know who it was though. You mean like a streamer you were watching, or? We have 30 seconds left on that hype train if you want to make it go harder. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? A streamer? I mean, there is something going on with couples. I don't really like to talk about her. You can imagine why too, right? Like, if Keffels was a mushroom, her substrate would be drama, right? And so if you don't want mushrooms growing on something, you kind of need to, like, make sure that they don't have that substrate. So, I don't know. Keffels and her audience scare you. Yeah, I mean, me too, God. They just went after somebody, and I'm not going to mention who, right? But they just went after somebody for something she did when she was like 7 years old, right? They're trying to cancel people. This group that hates cancel culture so much, they are literally trying to cancel a 7-year-old at this point, right? Some of the most parasocial shit you've seen. I mean, it's not even worth talking about it. Every time, like, she loves it when people talk about her, so. Anyway, the Weasel, thank you, everybody who donated. Yeah, we are 1/6 of the way there to 100 subs. If we can hit that 100 subs today, I will be very, very happy.
Like a betrayal of their values or whatever. Like,
but you did get me some exercise, so.
So many bills go through Congress, and there's so much stuff that happens that we don't get any insight onto. If they're good, like 90.
And like I said, like, okay, I just want to make this real clear, okay? I'm never gonna judge you by like streamers that you watch. So I mean, like, I know there's somebody out there that is like, well, I kind of like Keffels. I've seen Keffels do good things. Sure, I mean, like, I've seen Keffels do good things too, right? And maybe you were in all the streams where Keffels was doing good things, and you got no reason to be sus of her. I'm not gonna judge you. I'm not asking you to, you know, go away or anything like that. But 100 subs means 100-hour NCC stream. That would be like a sleep stream, wouldn't it? Like, you'd be watching me sleep at that point. That'd be awesome, though.
85% of the time, that's set for me. You know, I don't want to, like, because if you set that standard, it's like, well, you're never, like, if Bernie had won and become president, he also would have done stuff that we wouldn't have agreed with because he is the president. He's subject to interests and information that we will never know or understand. He is literally the most powerful man on earth. But if he does most things right, most
You were in a stream where Kerfuffles did good things, yeah.
of the time, that's still a huge win.
Like, I mean, I say this, but Kerfuffles and me used to be friends way back, a long time ago.
I don't like this attitude.
And I feel like I don't know who she is anymore. So
that being said, it is true that AOC and other Justice Dems have to play a game where they have to appear as though they're challenging the status quo, but at the same time they can't risk coming off too combative, or else liberal Democrat media will fold them in with the MAGA crowd as the enemy of liberty. You know, like I can see the MSNBC lines now. You know, in a time where our country faces great threat and peril from the MAGA crowd and anti-democracy types, AOC and the Justice Dems have opposed a Democrat bill, thus aligning with them. You know, that kind of crap. It's really, really, really difficult to manage. I do not envy AOC.
That's one example I have in mind. When they fail to, like, I mean, the latest example, in my opinion, when it comes to AOC, and I don't mean to harp on her. I've seen some failures when it comes to Justice Democrats in Congress across the board, but she just goes on pods.
okay, so imagine this, right? Imagine I was afraid of talking about someone or something because I thought that they were gonna fold me in with Twitch poll, right? They're gonna say, NCC, she's part of Twitch poll. She's part of the Vaush clout network. She's a white leafer. I wouldn't really be afraid of that because that's patently ridiculous on its face, right? These people have tried to take down my channel, right? You think that Vaush, come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Do you really think that AOC has to be concerned about people thinking that she's with Donald Trump? Do you really think that's true? Do you know that AOC is the object of MAGA hatred and thirst hatred? And like, that's really apparent. They can't stop talking about AOC, right? They cannot stop talking about AOC. There is no way in hell she's getting folded in with MAGA. Just think about what he's saying, right? Just think about, like, oh, AOC really has to walk that line or else she'll get folded in with MAGA. Look, anybody that folds her in with MAGA, like, they're a lost cause. I don't know what to tell you, right? That's somebody who doesn't pay attention to politics.
Save America, and without trying to get any concessions from Joe Biden,
He called Soul Bunny a parasite? Damn.
prematurely endorses him, saying, given the field, yes, I endorse Joe Biden for re-election.
And why would you do that? Look, I think Israel is an ironic example because they've actually been the toughest on the issue of Israel overall. 9 just Democrats voted against, saying that Israel is not a racist state, and they held the line even though.
I just wonder how much, like, would her have withholding her endorsement mattered when we know that's where her endorsement was going to go? There's literally no other Democrat contender, you know? Like there's no, like, that's the only real option. It seems like at that point, any withheld endorsement would have been a transparent virtue signal. Like, oh, you know, there's only one real person I can endorse, but like, let me think about it. I actually think that Biden should pass Medicare for all first. You know, I don't know how well that would play in an environment where.
Okay, our other option is to have people forget that Medicare for all is something that we can get, right? Our other option is to have people forget that we don't have a $15 minimum wage yet, right? By the graph of, like, productivity versus average wage, the minimum wage should be $30 now, right? If it tracked historically with what it was, it would be at $30 now, right? Like, you're telling me we can't get half of that?
It's so obvious how things are going to pan out in terms of Democrat support. Maybe not.
They got a lot of blowback from Washington, and all of this is nuance. And by the way, Alex Rojas was definitely part of the initial leadership team and was a huge part of the successes that happened, and that's why.
Incoming ad break. Okay, then once again, I have to tell you that we've got another ad break coming in. Yeah, I know they're annoying. They're twice as short as Hasan's ad breaks, but they're twice as frequent too, right? So all in all, it's 3 minutes during an hour, same as Hasan. We've got another one coming in 4 minutes and 38 seconds, right? If you don't want to be part of that, if you don't want to be forced to watch that, You can use if you have an Amazon Prime, you can use it to get a free sub from Twitch. It's called a Twitch Prime. Use it on me, and you will not be subject to the ad break. You can spend $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile to buy a sub outright from Twitch, or if you're really, really lucky, and this does happen occasionally, you might possibly be gifted a gift sub. But again, you're more likely to get that gift sub if you are more present, so the more participatory in chat, right? So that's your best bet if you can't manage a Amazon Prime or paying for one. What's up, Grey Knight?
Oh, she got the executive director position. Corbin Trent was an incredible part of the organization.
Oh my God, thank you, Canadian Brunch.
Originally, et cetera, and they've done great work. Just Democrats have done great work overall. There's 11 Just Democrats in Congress when nobody thought
that is 26 months for you.
That was possible. Now, having said that, look, on economic issues.
That reminds me, I gotta add Maya for people that have been subscribed that long.
Why not endorse Marianne? Because Marianne isn't even trying to get ballot access. Like, Marianne is doing some advocacy work, but like, this isn't a real contender for the presidency. I think endorsing Marianne would have been irresponsible. Not only because you don't want to endorse somebody who has no chance of winning at all, because that makes you
15 an hour would have been okay 6 years ago, not anymore.
Like a
True.
bad decision maker. But it also would have been kind of an insult to Joe Biden to go like, oh, Joe Biden will obviously win the primary because there is no primary. But like, yeah, I'll toss my endorsement over to somebody with no chance because I'm that disgusted with Joe. And while that may seem like it's playing hardball politics, it also alienates AOC from people who are really invested in Joe Biden winning. No, it is. It's like an unwinnable game, funny rhetorician. Like, but I see both sides of this because I'm a big brain enlightened centrist, like I always have been. Tim Cool. I'm like Tim Cool. I'm a centrist. There we go.
They just didn't fight, and so I don't think it's speculation at all. I think it's stone cold fact to say that you're getting less grassroots funding because you didn't deliver. And that breaks my heart because we started Just Democrats together. And I want to come out here and tell you we did deliver and we did awesome. And we did exactly what we were supposed to do. It's not we anymore, I'm not part of the group anymore. But you remember when I left the group, I backed him 100% anyway.
Sorry. Well, I have
That's
a
right,
pledge
both
that I would
sides,
like to
Sparkly.
make to all of you. So long as I am in control of this channel, I will never, ever wear a hat. What's with the hat? I'm Tim Cool.
Anyway, right? Eyes on the prize. How many times did you guys hear me say eyes on the prize? But
I don't think I've ever seen him wear a turtleneck.
when we had the
Was he wearing it was like a maroon jacket with a turtleneck. It was very Jordan Peterson.
prize, it's something like $15 minimum wage. I know for a fact that they chose not to
Also,
fight.
that's not Tim Pool's beanie, like, right? I don't know.
And they said, oh, Bernie Sanders doesn't want to fight.
I
The
don't want to be hard to please on everything, but that's not a Tim Pool beanie.
legislators in the House don't want to fight. Well, who cares? Push them to fight. That's the whole point of Justice Democrats.
The Justice Dems have terrible foreign policy. Yeah, I remember this. AOC
Here we go, though. Here we go. They have terrible foreign policy.
and Marjorie Taylor Greene join forces to back doomed Gates Syria troop bill. Yeah. Man, guys, never listen to a leftist when it comes to foreign policy. As I've said before, you would legitimately have a higher likelihood of getting a good take listening to a liberal, even like an MSNBC liberal. I'm not joking. That's how bad leftists are when it comes to foreign policy. Jesus.
I'm sorry, but that's the biggest self-report I've heard in a while, right? That's the biggest self-report.
If you had told me you're going to get 11 Justice Democrats in Congress, I would be like, yes. If you told me they're not even going to fight
Yeah,
for
you're sounding kind of like Anna Kasparian there, Vaush.
$15 minimum wage, I would be like, that can't be right. That can't be right.
That beanie owns Tim Pool.
That their paid family leave is going to die on the table, and no one's even going to push back. I couldn't believe it. They're not even going to fight for voting rights, and that they were going to go with.
Well, the fact that Vaush is calling AOC a leftist, doesn't that kind of tell you a little bit about his politics?
A strategy, and this one is on Pramila Jayapal, and I asked her to be a Justice Democrat personally,
Anna Vaush-Parian.
and now I completely regret that. Her strategy was trust Biden. How'd that work out for us? It worked out terribly. We didn't get any of our policies. The only thing we got was some action against climate change in the Inflation Reduction Act. But then Biden's like, hold on.
Look, I'll be the first to tell you that Biden's performance has ever so slightly exceeded my expectations, right? It's better than I thought it would be, right? But it's still not great. And it's still not acceptable. And like, trust Biden is a horrible thing to believe, a horrible thing to think, and an even worse thing to say.
It seems like I'm helping you a little bit.
Yeah, they did try to fight.
So, and understand here, right? Oh my God. I say the important part right as the ad break starts, but understand that, like, this title for the stream is true, right? Jink and Anna are moving right. In the big picture, this is true. But that's your evidence? Like, think about this. This is what Vaush called this stream. As he criticizes TYT from the right, he's complaining about them moving right? I mean, I gotta say, look, my best faith interpretation of this, right? Because never let it be said that I'm bad faith. If anything, I'm too good of faith, right? Is that Vaush's thumbnail person or editor or whatever knew that this title would bang, right? This is the story that people want to see. TYT can't stop moving right. They're out of control. Okay, great. Banger title, banger thumbnail. It's not what you're showing in the video, though. You're clickbaiting here, right?
For the $15 an hour minimum wage. They didn't like give it I guess like.
And to anybody paying attention, if you're saying that TYT is moving to the right and they're out of control, what does that say about you? Criticizing them from the right. What does that say about you?
Do you guys really want progressives in Congress to be like nonstop 24/7 advocates for
I love that USA hole wiggler.
something, no matter the context?
What is that, Grimlow?
Or whether or not they have enough votes? Doesn't that make them come across as really like politically ineffective and annoying? Like if they tried to get the $15 an hour minimum wage passed and then it didn't work, do they like the next day they just show up and keep screaming about it? I understand that's what the Republicans do, but I don't know if that would work with Democrats. Is that what we want?
Vaush, unironically, yes. Keep harping on the $15 minimum wage until it passes, right? The fact that we don't have that yet is ridiculous. Pressure the Dems, pressure the Republicans. Like, that's how you lead.
Is just like,
and that's unfortunately what the Democratic Party needs right now. The Democratic Party has lost its way, and they think that somehow like trying to be Republican Party light is going to be beneficial. Sorry, chat. Waluigi's making entirely too much noise. Waluigi's making entirely too much noise. Vaush is more concerned with winning than doing the right thing. Yeah, like, no, it's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. Yeah, be annoying. Make a stink. Make a scene. Absolutely. That's the only way you're gonna get it.
Ruthless, unyielding.
And look, that's something that appeals to voters across the political spectrum, right? You don't understand. Vaush's main goal is anti-fascism, and the way we smash the fash forever to support the Democrats in every year, just fold ourselves into the Democratic Party because we're scared of Donald Trump. Look, I'm scared of Donald Trump too, okay? I'm scared of Ron DeSantis. I'm scared of the Republicans in general. There's nobody that the Republicans are going to run that I'm not going to be scared of, right? And I am telling you that our best chance against them is to be strong. And you're showing me weakness. You're encouraging your audience to subsume themselves into the Democratic Party. You are completing the right and with Biden arc, right? It's bad enough that you said that shit in the first place, right? But I understand the concept of strategic voting. I feel like you can do that without becoming a cheerleader, because when you become a cheerleader and when you ask your community to become cheerleaders too, they start to get emotionally invested, right? That is emotional energy that should be going towards the furtherance of leftism, not towards the Democratic Party.
Noise machines that don't have any kind of like bone for political strategy and will just do the thing, like wind up automatons. Maybe, you know what? I don't know. Maybe that would be better. Really, maybe it would be. I genuinely don't know. That doesn't feel right to me, but maybe like politics is that stupid.
Psych. Instead, what I'm going to do is totally neutralize that by allowing drilling everywhere, including.
I do need to cover what's going on with student loans. That's one of the only good things it seems like Biden is doing, is he is moving forward on some kind of student debt cancellation against the will of the Republican Party and apparently the Supreme Court. Assuming the Dems are anti-fascist hasn't gotten us much of anything.
The Willow Project in Alaska. I'm going to give Joe Manchin a pipeline, even though he destroyed 85% of my agenda.
Well, look, they can be against Trump and they can be against DeSantis and they can be against the Christo-fascists all they want, right? But the question is, do they have a winning strategy against these people? And when their strategy is, we're going to be as much like the Republican Party as we can without actually being the Republican Party, then the answer is no. They just sued the Biden administration to stop the new debt relief. Oh, no.
I'm going to gratuitously have more and more drilling. So that turns into a zero, and you didn't get anything else. And then you wonder why your funding dried up. Like they have these total excuses, and I gotta say.
So yeah, again, just to sum this up, like are TYT moving to the right? Absolutely. Is this a good example of that? No, it's not. If anything, this is an example of the Justice Democrats moving to the right. Vaush, how the hell did you make this Like I want to think that this is just a miscommunication between Vaush and his editor or something, right?
I talked to Danny Morales, who did that piece, and I just thought at the end that the piece seemed to emphasize, oh, well, golly gee, the great grassroots funding is drying up for everyone. It's not their fault. Well, why do you think grassroots is drying up? Because there's no hope left. Because we can't even get the bare minimum passed. We can't even get them to fight for the bare minimum. Don't pretend that $15 minimum wage was not the bare minimum. That voting rights was not the bare minimum. No progressive in their right mind can pretend that. And don't pretend you fought for it. You're on the record. You did nothing to fight back.
This part right here is just stupid. This is empty posturing. Different people in the Justice Dems and the Democrats have at varying points fought for these things to varying extents. But this is just like preachy, screamy, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you bullshit.
I just feel that.
Let me translate, okay? Vaush has bent the knee to the Democratic Party and to Joe Biden, right? And he's annoyed by the fact that somebody that he's saying in this thing, right, is to the right of him, is not doing the same. Yeah. Look, I mean, like, I will grant you that there are issues that TYT is terrible on. The issues that I've talked about, Vaush generally agrees more with me than with TYT. Oh my God, there's a cat in the background. I don't know if you can see this, but that little shadow you saw crawl across the lighting behind me is actually a cat. Hello. Sorry, I got distracted by a cat. It happens.
Just based on what we can see publicly, there's a lack of strategy and a lack of. It seems like they don't really talk to one another or plan on what their plan of attack is, right? And in fact, there was an aide who spoke to HuffPost about this, and this is what they said. So this is a progressive senior House aide. We have huge champions like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar.
Chat wants to see the cat. I think the cat's gone under my bed for them. Oh, there you are. Hey. I'll see if she wants to come out and
who are able
see if she wants to be picked up. That's the bigger question.
To be successful political fundraisers, but movement-wise, we're not in a great place right now. And one House aide conceded that Justice Democrats aligned incumbents lacked cohesiveness and did not have regular group meetings with Justice Democrats. Other than some Israel bills, we never talked about legislation. There's a perspective that people with Justice Democrats win their race and come to Congress and do their own thing.
That's not a.
Oh, if that's the case, if that's an accurate reflection of their like internal strategy, that's really dumb.
Perception. That's a stone cold fact.
Yeah.
That is absolute reality. And you guys have heard me allude to it before. I don't reveal private conversations, but I tell you generally.
So what do you think the best time to fight against corporate Dems is? I don't like that question because a lot of people don't seem to understand the like materialist side of political shifts. You know what I mean? The time to fight against corporate Dems is all the time when you can and not when you can't. You know, it is a fact right now that.
Is Anna wearing that dress every day? I'm not sure. It seems like it.
Like the current liberal or the current political climate favors liberalism because it's seen as a safe alternative to fascism. If you want to press back against like corporate Democrat behavior, there are times to do. I've talked about it plenty, but I don't. Your first goal in politics is not, well, when do we get to fight the corporate Dems? Your first goal in politics is wake.
No. Here's the deal, okay? It's not about when to fight the corporate Dems. It's about when not to fight them. And like the answer is, when you're in a situation where you're in a battleground state, a state that could legitimately go either way, and you know, there's like a that's the time when that's the only time you should, you know, they like, I guess voting for a corporate Dem is not fighting a corporate Dem. That's the only time you should entertain that thought. All the rest of the time, there's got to be pressure. Even somebody like FDR, right, who, you know, was called a class traitor by the wealthy, even though what he was doing, what he was going for was more along the lines of saving capitalism from itself rather than trying to move towards, you know, some leftist government, right? Even FDR said, you know, you have to push me. And what he means is that, like, there's politicians a lot of times are kind of inert, right? They are paying attention to the forces around them, and they are moving according to which direction they're getting pushed, right? If we know that there is our corporate interest pushing them to the right, then there's got to be popular interest pushing them to the left, just to keep them on an even kilter, let alone to, you know, get them to do something you want.
Wake up, smell the roses, and think, what is the most important thing to do right now? And the answer to that is fight fascism. Why do I see so many leftists online who ask, when's the time to challenge the corporate Dems? And not, when's the time to invalidate
She's just basking in the light.
fascism at a political level? I never see that question get asked, which is weird to me because that is by far the most important priority. It's leagues more important than any individual policy issue because the consequence of failing.
But like, here's the thing that you're missing, right? The Democrats are and you know, essentially the center of politics is the biggest enabler of the fascists out there. And if they don't have somebody fighting against them on the other side, they are absolutely going to be pulled in that direction. You've seen it time and time again, where instead of fighting the far right forces, the Democrats are looking to cut a deal. Look at what they do with Snap. Look at what they did with Snap, right?
On that particular front are magnitudes greater than the harm done by continuing the status quo. But people don't wake up and say, well, okay, well, how can I most fight against the agenda of the Republican Party? Because leftists don't care about that because that makes them feel like they're liberals. Instead, it's, well, how do we oppose the corporate Dems, you know? Well, here's step one. Make the average Democrat voter not so insanely terrified of fascism that they're willing to accept risky alternatives, or what they perceive to be risky alternatives, to liberalism. If you want...
And the unspoken part of that is that you're going to make fascism recede by giving in to it, right? In this case, by giving in to the corporate Dems who are, you know, in effect, you know, showing no spine against it, right? You're signing off on their strategy to fight Trump and DeSantis. Vaush, how has that been working for you? Have you made any progress? Are we any safer with all that you've given into them, right? Has riding with Biden really benefited you? Or could you have just hung on your skateboard behind his convertible surreptitiously
progressive movement, then what you need is stability. And in order to get
Well, yeah, like, neoliberalism is a fucking psyop, is what it is. It's a very disingenuous political philosophy.
that, you have to push back against the fact.
Like, the only way I can even make sense of neoliberalism as it's constructed is that it's like welfare state for corporations, right? That's the only way that it makes sense. And that's only a part of it.
That, I think, is the most important thing to focus on.
I was shocked to find out there's no strategy, no planning, no leadership on anything. And it's not just Justice Democrats, that's also other so-called progressives in Congress. Yes, that includes Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren. Nobody ever talks to anybody. They don't coordinate. How the hell are you gonna pass something?
Has socialism benefited anyone? Look, I don't know where you live, but if you live in the United States, ask your like grandparents, okay? Yeah, you might not be here if it hadn't been for stuff like the WPA, which was called socialism, right? I mean, it depends on what you mean by socialism. If you're actually talking about socialism proper, it hasn't really been enacted because it's very much against the interest of the people that are squeezing you, Gaia, on both ends. Like, you're like this little worm and they're like squeezing you and they're like, look, here's what we're gonna do with Gaia. It's really cool. And Gaia likes this too, right? We're gonna squeeze you on this end, right? We're gonna make you work this much, but you're only gonna get this much of the value of what you're working for. We're gonna take the rest, right? And then on this end, we're gonna overcharge you for the products that you have to buy from us. So we're fucking you on both sides and you fucking love it. You love it. You enjoy it so much.
If you don't go and talk to people and you don't have come up with a plan, a strategy. Look, and then if somebody proposes a strategy from the outside,
comparing
everybody's too
chatters
good
to
now.
worms is probably not a good thing. But
I am a senator.
I mean, I've got weasels on the brain.
Who cares? What have you done? What have you done? So do something.
I don't know what he's referring to here. I have never seen AOC go, I'm a congresswoman. I don't know it. I might be right about this. A lot of new progressives like Maxwell Frost are supporting Israel. I did see the Maxwell Frost vote on Israel, man. Gen Z progressive says he's pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian. What the? This was old. This is from 2022. It really just feels like if you want to succeed in American politics, you can't be anti-Israel, because if you are, people say it's like, oh, it's the Jews, oh, it's AIPAC. No, it's not.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Are we on the verge of missing something? Are we on the verge of missing something here? God, Waluigi is making so much noise that I just cannot, I cannot keep the mic on. Waluigi is way too loud in the background. What the F did he just say? Let's go back, because I don't want to miss this. This is kind of important.
People say it's like, oh, it's the Jews, oh, it's AIPAC. No, it's not. It's the cynical Democrats and Republicans. Not. It's the Gen Z progressive says he's pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian. What the? This was old. This is from 2022. It really just feels like if you want to succeed in American politics, you can't be anti-Israel, because if you are, people say it's like, oh, it's the Jews, oh, it's AIPAC. No, it's not. It's
Vaush, what people are you listening to? And like, also, did you see what he did? Like, do you think that somebody having a problem with like AIPAC's lobbying is anti-Semitic? No, like, listen, are there some anti-Semitic people that are going to talk about AIPAC? Sure, yeah. But holy shit, like, the policies that Israel enacts are not popular with the majority of Jewish people outside of Israel, right? It's not good for Israel in the long run, and it's not damn. Did you see Elon Musk's tweet about the South African farmers being Robloxed? No, I didn't. I saw something that Vaush. No, I think that was on stream. He talked about a party in South Africa.
It's the cynical Democrats and Republicans in power who will disingenuously accuse you of anti-Semitism in order to politically handicap you. It's the same thing that happened to Corbyn, right? Corbyn got accused of being anti-Semitic, and that ended up like frying him electorally. But it wasn't Jews doing it. It was people it was Gentiles in his own party who were deliberately inflaming those accusations to fuck over Corbyn because they didn't like him. So it's not like as always, the Jews aren't behind it. They're just a scapegoat. Except in this case, they're
Yeah, and then he said, go vote for Mandela's party. What are they called again? And then Chad had to tell him, ANC, Vaush, you're thinking of the ANC. Yeah, like this guy hasn't read shock doctrine. That's what I mean when I say that, like, not only is he failing as a leftist, right, but he doesn't even have the basic background as like like most progressives have read Naomi Klein, right? And they kind of know what went on in South Africa after apartheid, right? I don't think, like, am I speaking like above, I don't think I'm speaking above your level here, right? This is kind of common knowledge here, right? That the economic policies that were implemented post-apartheid in South Africa in a lot of ways preserved the hierarchy and the separation that apartheid was achieving, right? This is like, it's pathetic that he has a following who would defend him talking about parties in South Africa, but he literally doesn't have enough knowledge to weigh in on. I mean, like, you gotta know about the ANC at least, right?
being used disingenuously as a scapegoat.
Why is he talking about Jewish people like that? Is that him being edgy? Yo, well, wait, what is he even doing here? He's like, he conflated being anti-APAC with being anti-Semitic. Or Waluigi, you're so loud. You're way too loud. Which party that we're talking about? I think he mentioned the EFF. And yeah, like, there are some criticisms to make of, like, the embrace of Russia as a form of anti-imperialism with that party, but the things that he's criticizing about them are essentially their attitude towards towards colonization.
Scapegoat from the
I mean, it was like a Professor Flowers rerun. It was basically that those same takes from Professor Flowers kind of came back
from the other side, like, oh, how dare you be anti-Semitic by being anti-Israel? And this is being said by, like, a GOP congressperson whose staff is filled with Nazis, and the Nazis will repeat it too.
Something, and guys, we're dying for leadership. So if AOC, for example, who's the most prominent of the Justice Democrats, said, that's it, I'm leading, I would love it.
Yeah, because
Thank you.
there's no other room to talk, funny rhetorician. Like, you have to be pro-Israel to be American. You have to, because the politicians and media don't, like, front anything else, because Israel is like the perfect Mont Bailey for the establishment, okay? Because support for Israel is like the crux of support for American foreign military intervention and support for, like, apartheid regimes. Like, if you support,
I'm really doing my best not to. I don't want to mischaracterize what he's saying here. If he's talking, like, whether he's talking about, like, political realities versus things that he actually believes in, but
support Israel, then you can justify support for any bad thing abroad. They're like the focus point on that. But whenever a person, like, challenges what's happening in Israel, you get to accuse them of being an anti-Semite, which is still, at least nominally, not a good thing to be in American politics, in spite of the fact that GOP.
Yeah, I mean, like, my problem, smartest man, was basically with what Vaush said about the ANC rather than what he was saying about the other party. It's like that was his solution, is like, just go with the ANC. Come on, it was good enough for Nelson Mandela. It's good enough, like, that's,
He is filled with Nazis.
and then it kind of shows that he doesn't understand, like, I mean, yeah, obviously, God, he doesn't understand the political reality in South Africa. That seems like the most obvious fact of all.
So, like, it's like, oh man, you want to, like, roll back our support of an apartheid regime? Looks like you're an anti-Semite. It's like really.
Oh my God, we got another ad break starting in 5 minutes. That means that if you don't have a little icon by your name, a little Persona 2 icon, you're going to be watching those ads. You're going to be sitting there for a minute and 30 seconds, and you're going to miss what I'm saying. You're going to miss what Vaush is saying. You're going to miss it all because you're going to instead be watching an ad. I don't even know for what it is, for what it is that you'll be watching an ad, but it will be an ad, and you'll be stuck watching it, right? Unless you can use an Amazon Prime. Like if you've got Amazon Prime, you can hook that up to Twitch. You can get a free Prime sub out of that. You can get out of the ad break that way, unless you can muster like $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile in order to buy yourself a sub to get out of the ad break, or unless you are lucky enough, and this takes some luck, but I will say that I have seen it happen. It's happened a couple times today where people were just chatting and somebody saw them without an icon by their name and was like, you know what, that person shouldn't have to see the ad. So you could get gifted a sub. It's been known to happen, and those are the 3 ways to get out of the ad break that is coming at you in exactly 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Convenient for the people in power, who are, again, not Jews. They're just people using Jewish issues disingenuously to...
Oh, mobile users can only use their Twitch Prime sub through the browser.
To front their own agenda.
Didn't know
the
that.
same way Nazis do, frankly.
Even if I didn't agree exactly with the plan, and even if I thought, well, I would do it in a different way, who cares? At least she's leading. At least she's bringing together a coalition. She's fighting back against the establishment. Did it happen? It's a verifiable fact that it didn't happen. And so it breaks my heart to tell you that, but that's the situation we're in. I hope that some of this gets through and they begin to realize that they've let the grassroots down. You can't say...
I also regret to inform you, you can't, quote, destroy the establishment from within when there are like 10 Justice Democrats and hundreds of Democrat congressmen.
Oh, I let you down, I didn't get you anything you wanted, but give me money. But give me money anyway. That is not a compelling argument. But my guess is they won't listen to anybody. They have Washingtonitis. All of them do. All the reporters do. All the groups do. The legislators do. What is that?
Washingtonitis, okay.
They think that Joe Biden actually got a lot done. They're so happy and proud of themselves. They're like, what do you mean?
I mean, look, Joe Biden was moderately better than people's expectations, but that, again, the expectations weren't that much to begin with.
I mean, we got a little bit of climate change in there. Yeah? And people are still complaining. Look, guys, in Washington...
He's coming across kind of hysterical here. I feel like there's a good point underlying this.
No, Vaush, that's Jink. That's literally how he always comes across. He's coming across hysterical? Look, I mean, he's not my favorite dude, okay? There's a lot of problems with him. There's a lot of problems with TYT. Like I said when I began this whole thing, right? My issue with this take by Vaush isn't that, he's wrong that TYT is moving to the right. I think he's right that I think it's undeniable that TYT is moving to the right. I think it's ridiculous that this is the example. Like, where do you see this? Where in this video are you seeing TYT move to the right? Right? Look, you could probably just randomly pick a video by TYT and there'd be a good chance that you see Anna come in there and be like, well, that's because they tried to do the bail reform. Well, that's because they tried to, they reduced funding for the cops. Well, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to find a lot of right-wing TYT takes these days if you look at a random TYT clip. This ain't it, bro. This just is not it, right? TYT, for once, is making some degree of sense. I mean, look, if you can criticize them for anything, it might be that they're I don't know. No, I really don't have a problem with much of anything that they're saying here, right? And I can find a million clips of them where I do, right? Which makes me just wonder, like, what actually happened here?
Yes, but he's like freaking out. You cannot make all of your policy goals happen when you're like a dozen Congress people and you have a whole Senate and then there's all of the rest of Congress, like,
look, that's true. You can't like, pass legislation with like a tiny little minority of the legislative body. That's absolutely true. But it doesn't mean that there's nothing that you can do. And it doesn't mean that subsuming yourself into the consensus there is a positive thing.
Yeah, he's too wound up right now. All right, like, oh
sorry,
man,
look, I really don't like to make fun of chatters. I just like anybody that's like, yo, socialism though. It's like, no, I gotta laugh at you, right? Because like literally the only other option is like you okay, you got to tell me one of two things. First thing is I am a capitalist, ma'am, in which case I'm like, okay, well, I can understand why you hate socialism. You know, you're right to hate socialism. You should fear socialism. You should you know, yeah, like makes sense, right? And the second thing is like I just love getting effed over on both sides, right? I love getting used and abused. I love getting treated like garbage, right? I feel like capitalists should use me. I feel like capitalists should extract value from me at every possible, you know, opportunity, right? When you say that shit, it just like it really
got a dozen
wonder.
progressive Congress people and they didn't get everything we wanted done. Oh, that's why you're not getting funded. That's not how it works. Like, Jesus Christ. Imagine if Republican donors, like corporate donors, stopped funding because they have like a couple MAGA guys in Congress and they didn't single-handedly like subvert the election in 2020. You know, it's ridiculous. Like, that's not how this works. Yeah, it's just rage against the system shit. This is like phony populism. Populism without an understanding of how populism functions. Where are these chips on their shoulders they have coming from? Well, this like fake populist outrage is necessary because they're shifting away from the left, so they're trying to pull over people whose main political bent is being, quote, anti-establishment, rather than people being like principally left-leaning. Though Anna Kasparian's going to have to rein in her talking points a little bit, because you can't do a good I'm a economic populist bit while also arguing that we need federal task squads to investigate shoplifting.
That might work in the bubble because everybody's nuts in Washington and everybody on cable news is just as nuts. And they're like talking about how Biden's FDR. But for the rest of the country, they're like, where the hell is higher wages? I mean, Joe Biden didn't even offer the public option, let alone Medicare for all. And you never held him to account. Did a single Justice Democrat ever say Joe Biden is a liar?
That's what we started out with, right? That's wait. Where did that even go? Oh yeah, that's right. That's what we started out with today, right? Remember this? Oh my god, my awesome little graph, right? It looks like a physics graph, doesn't it? But yeah, Vaush is a pro-establishment leftist, apparently. Yeah, so I drew out this wonderful MS Paint. You know, you just in awe of my excellent art here, right? You got the left, you got the right, you got Vaush, you got TYT, you got the Dems, and you got the intellectual dark web, right? And what you're seeing Vaush doing is taking his supposed leftist, his libertarian socialists over here, and kind of moving them, folding them, allowing them to subsume themselves into the Democratic Party, right here, kind of in the middle, right? And you've got TYT taking their home of the progressives and moving that home over to somewhere more adjacent to the intellectual dark web, right? That's the common thread between Vaush and TYT, is they're claiming to be, you know, on the side of the left, and yet their movement is fundamentally to the right. And I mean, like, I guess what I'm trying to draw here, right, is that if you've got, like, you know, this is like a scale, right, and you move your weight from the left to the right, then you're gonna have your scale tip to the right, and everything's just gonna kind of slide down. So you tell me you're on the side of the left, and yet you're doing things which benefit the right. How does that make sense? How does that even begin to make sense?
He said he'd do the public option. Not only did he not do it, he didn't even propose it. Joe Biden said—
Is that math? No, it's like a bad force diagram from physics.
Said he'd do $15 minimum wage, and he threw it under the bus at the first opportunity.
I think that's what it's called, right? A force diagram? I don't remember how to draw a force diagram. But...
Did any of you call him out on that? No, they went with the trust Biden strategy. That got—
I don't think they went with the trust Biden strategy, and I'm pretty sure I've seen tons of progressives call out Joe Biden for not fronting a public option. Also, didn't the $15 an hour minimum wage thing die in the Senate? And then after the whole thing with the Senate parliamentarian, a bunch of people criticized about— I'm pretty confident that I remember having seen lots of people criticize Biden on like every element of this. Maybe not enough. I mean, how many times do you have to say it? I guess. Like, what's the 50 times? 100?
Got their ass handed to them. That's a fact.
Well, a former Bernie Sanders campaign operative, Karthik. Are you familiar with Karthik?
Here we go.
Okay, so Karthik Ganapathy says
I'm
that.
telling you.
Well, you know,
Like, Waluigi is making way too much noise.
it's really hard to challenge incumbent Democrats, like in this particular time, especially with Biden's few progressive accomplishments, which makes it challenging, makes challenging the establishment.
No, I think the main thing is the threat of fascism. It's not the perception of Joe Biden having done well. I think it's the fact that Americans are scared.
Less urgent
because Biden got progressive accomplishments on planet Xandu or wherever the hell this guy's on.
This is the co-founder of Left Flank.
Are you?
Okay. When there's a big gap between.
Okay, I mean, like, if you want to call Jink cringe there, that you go ahead. You have my permission, Vaush.
Where the president is on legislative priorities, and where.
If you want to help me out on Twitter, right? Because I could use your help. If you want to help me out on X. There's the link right there. There's the Twitter thread for the day. I forgot to boost this, right? But it helps me massively if you can give me a like, if you can give me a retweet. It'll help the stream reach more people, and apparently it needs to. Why do I not have? I keep on wanting to make that noise from that show where the guy goes like, or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Also, another thing that really helps me out is if you like it on YouTube, right? If you hit that like button, that's one of the only ways that YouTube has of directly letting YouTube know that you are that you're enjoying the content. There's very few other ways to send that message directly to YouTube. There we go. There we go. Here we go. And there is the Twitter thread for you as well. Twitter threads for everyone. God, I can't make things work. Come on, come on. No, that's not what I want. YouTube, why you gotta make this hard for me? Let's try one more. And pin. There we go. There we go. Smash that like and smash that on Twitter and on YouTube.
The left is, it becomes really important for the left to take on a more confrontational posture. But comparing, for example, the role of single-payer advocacy groups during the Affordable Care Act fights versus the role of groups like Sunrise Movement in the Inflation Reduction Act process, it's night and day. I generally think the White House and the Biden campaign see progressives as part of their coalition, and that counts for something.
No, it doesn't. Legislation counts for something. You think
so? What they're saying is that we're getting consideration from Biden by not making our yeah, it is X, I guess. I don't know.
You're part of the coalition, and having tea with Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden counts for nothing. Show me the bills. Show me the fight.
There is a look, there is a balance to be struck, and like on some level, you know, that maybe there's a point where it's too far. Right, if you're just constantly shitting on Biden, you know, you might get less, and you do have to take into consideration how much power you actually hold, right? But if you subsume yourself into the Democratic Party and you think that he's going to appreciate that and do you a favor, like, you're just a sucker.
This isn't why we started Justice Democrats, so you guys could all be famous and get along, be super comfortable in Washington and get along with your goddamn colleagues. None of us are interested in your colleagues. There's only
it's literally just a Jimmy Dore segment. I know Cenk likes to yell. I'm not saying that's new or anything, but like, again, I feel like there's a legitimate point underlying this that's being bold.
This isn't Jimmy Dore, Vaush. If you want to show me TYT being reactionary, you can find that, right? If you want to show me TYT sounding like Jimmy Dore, you could probably find that too. This just isn't it, right? Jimmy Dore's whole thing is he's like so pissed off by, you know, he got so pissed off by the situation with Bernie that he started to say, I don't know, these Boogaloo boys, they say that They say that they're outsiders. I like that. You know what I mean? He's making common cause with the right wing. Jimmy Dore, somebody mentioned MAGA communism earlier, right? Jimmy Dore is the closest thing of anybody that we've mentioned to that.
Pulled over by fake rage that it like you're overstating the point significantly. The problem is that like getting work done as a progressive in Congress is hard. And I'm not going to pretend that anyone is doing it perfectly, but to go, you know, this like hyper reactionary, zero IQ, small brain, like, you know, we didn't elect you so you could go have tea parties with Pelosi, like shit. It's like, you're not taking it seriously. Jesus, Benjamin. You're not really taking it seriously. You're just using it to posture your own brand. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure that Jenkins...
Now, did you hear him say hyper reactionary there? I think what he meant is like reactive. Right? When you're talking about politics, you should avoid using the term reactionary as a way of saying you are overreacting to something, right? Because that reactionary in political terms, in ideological terms, has a meaning, and it means far right, right? And Jimmy Dore is an example of that, right? Jimmy Dore has absolutely been drifting towards, towards the right ever since 2016. And TYT is doing that too. You're just like, you're not showing me that clip because that clip does exist. And honestly, Vaush, if it was all TYT moving to the right, I'd be less concerned, right? If TYT just came out tomorrow and they were like, you know what? We were wrong about progressivism. Progressivism is bad. The left is intolerant. We value free speech, and we are heterodox thinkers. And you know, like if they were just full on gonna flip like that, they would be less dangerous, because that is a TYT that's no longer posturing itself as on the left. The danger of TYT is they say we're the home of the progressives, and what are the progressives gonna do? They're gonna screw trans people. They're gonna throw trans people under the bus. What are the progressives gonna do? They're gonna throw unhoused people under the bus. What are the progressives gonna do? They're gonna get tough on crime, right? That's entryism, okay? I don't know how else to say it, and that's a problem that Vaush has too. As far as who has brought this like anti-SJW aesthetic into the left, it's this guy.
And Anna Kasparian are right-leaning compared to AOC and Ilhan Omar, at least from what I've seen. Yes, Jimmy.
So understand this in the right context. This is not me defending Jink, right? Because I got a lot of problems, and you can go back to like, you know, I feel like the two most recent videos that I've put out on YouTube are about Jink and the Young Turks listing to the right, right? And I am very aware of that, and I am very concerned about that, but I am also concerned about Vaush here crying wolf, right? This is an example of that. And this isn't a recognition of what makes like TYT dangerous, right? And ironically enough, it's the same thing that makes Vaush dangerous. If Vaush was just some dude and he was like, yo, you know what, SJWs are cringe, and like intersectional leftism is cringe, right? If he said stuff like that, he wouldn't be, you know, if he was like, I don't like the left, that sounds like a bunch of soy, you know, right? If he was that guy, then he'd just be another quartering. He'd just be another Tim Pool. And, you know, is he a problem? Yeah. You know, what I, you know, talk about, like, you know, what he gets wrong, yeah, but it wouldn't be as concerning as somebody that does have legitimately the right takes about a lot of things, and then just has really like a chip on his shoulder when it comes to feminists, a chip on his shoulder when it comes to black people, frankly, like a chip on his shoulder when it comes to a lot of things, and is selling a leftism that is neither intersectional nor leftist, right?
Or did come from TYT, in addition to like a lot of bad people. Now he's directly lying. Kyle can spit out 20 to 30 policies he's happy with the Biden administration.
Dore and Jink are the meme of people running towards each other in a slow-mo on the beach in a loving embrace. Yeah.
Under a minute. No, yeah. The Biden admin has done more good than I expected him to. Not as
well. No, Crystal Jink is, you know, scolding, just not in this video.
As good as I wanted him to, of course.
Yeah,
but
I was thinking about this, chat. I gotta bounce this off you. I want to know what you think about this, okay? Vaush says woke scolds a lot, to the point where it doesn't really mean anything anymore. But when I think about it, what a woke scold should be is somebody that's like, yo, you're too woke, right? Can we reclaim that word and just use it on Vaush? Is this a woke scold? Because I feel like I'm always getting scolded by this guy for being too woke, right? That's a woke scold, isn't it? Shouldn't that be what a woke scold is? Can we just take this? Can we just take this word and make it ours? Because I feel like it fits him better than it fits, any of us.
Obviously, that threshold was never going to be met.
One thing we're interested in, pass the bills. Pass the bills.
Pass the bills.
And until you do that,
Magically, even though there's only like a dozen of you and Congress has over 400 people there, pass the bills. Why aren't you passing the bills? Why didn't you magically make the Senate shift even though there were no Justice Dems in the Senate? Why didn't you force Biden, the parliamentarians, to shift the bill?
Look, Jink's not saying it that well, but here what he's saying is that your goal should be legislative rather than political, right? That a lot of what's wrong with Washington is that people care more about being reelected. But I like being a woke scold. Paul Squall wants to continue to be a woke scold. Thank you for the 100 bits, Paul Squall. Anyone who says anything is woke shouldn't be taken seriously. I agree. About feminism, yeah. Vaush is the new woke scold. That's right.
Do it all. Magic. Do magically. Magic.
And Gaia, that's okay. If you want to side with Vaush, that is okay. I'm never going to tell anybody in here who to watch and who not to watch.
no interest. Like, who's going to do fundraising for you guys? Rah, let's get more no bills passed? Not in.
It's like actually like listening to a kid. Rah, let's
In the words of the great man, that is like your opinion.
get more no bills? It's like a clickbait YouTuber trying to talk to
look, Jink is easy to make fun of, right? Jink is cringe a lot, so.
Oh man.
Interesting. So they need a lot of help. And
I mean, but like, I guess, like, look, to give him, okay, I don't need to give Jink credit, right? At this point, I don't know. If you'd asked me yesterday, am I more concerned about TYT or am I more concerned about Vaush? I would say easily TYT, right? Because the shit that you hear coming out of TYT's mouth about trans people is not something that you would ever hear from Vaush, right? You're not gonna hear those takes from Vaush. So, but now I'm kind of feeling like Vaush is bad on different things, right? Like really bad on different things than TYT is. And I'm not really sure which is worse, right? But they both do have the same problem. Just to go back to like my wonderful graph once again, right? You got Vaush shifting his selling like a big D Democratic mentality to his libertarian socialist crowd, right? And you got TYT selling an IDW perspective to their home of the progressives crowd, right? It's the same issue. It's the same problem. It's the same movement along this continuum, a movement to the right, which in essence slants the whole, scale towards the right, slants the whole Overton window towards the right. So, yeah, you didn't know I was an artist until today.
it doesn't even seem like they recognize the problem. They don't even realize they have a massive problem. It isn't because of cycles. It isn't because you didn't do your email.
Sisyphean task. I'm right there with you, right? For the most part, he's kind of got a point here, right? And for Vaush to show us this, to show us Jink criticizing the Justice Democrats from the left as an example of why TYT can't stop moving right, it just doesn't make sense. To the point where I'm just like, did you have a miscommunication with your thumbnail artist? Was this like supposed to be the title for a different video, right? You're saying something that you're not showing. You're kind of showing like this is one of the videos that's least likely to make that least represents TYT's slide to the right.
List, right?
I love being literally the most principled person on the left, because it's so easy.
Do I still have a cat in my room? I do. Oh my god, this is so adorable. Wait, I don't think you can even see it. No, you can't. She's curled up by she really likes my LED light, and she's curled up by it.
Make a lot of money and get a lot of attention with the fake populist fervor, where nothing is ever enough for you and every possible solution is not going to pan out exactly how you want it. So why even bother?
Did you just say tankyism in my chat? Okay.
Why even engage with it? You know, I could do like the burn your
Tankyism.
bus. I could do like all of it all the time, everything. And instead, like, I'm like the one leftist who will sit down here and I'll say, listen, okay, your number one priority is not challenging the corporate Dems. It's fighting fascism, you loser. Get your head out of your ass, okay? You did not become a leftist so you could politically distinguish yourself from your annoying parents, all right? Get over yourself. You're not a revolutionary. You're a dude typing online shitposting, okay?
Does this sound like Kid Not Ken to anybody? I usually insult I usually say that Kid Not Ken is ripping off Vaush, but maybe now the opposite is happening here.
Make the world a better place in the ways that you feel you can, and quit overvaluing yourself. Quit pretending that this is some grand conflict in which you are the star. Like, quit acting as though you were going to strike out the corporate Dems by...
Well, like, look, the thing that people don't realize is about Stalin, you know, like the saving grace of Stalin is that he didn't invent the hot dog, right? That was actually Vladimir Lenin who invented the hot dog. But Stalin was the first to put mustard on his dog, right? And he actually got mustard on his mustache, which is adorable. And also the Soviet Union were the first to put a hot dog into space, right? People don't realize that the space race, you know, we think of the United States as having won the space race because they were the first ones to put a hot dog on the moon. In fact, if you go up to the moon now, there's still little mustard wrappers and relish wrappers on the moon from the hot dogs that they ate on the moon. But the Soviet Union were in fact the first ones to put a hot dog into space.
Getting a couple of progressives elected to Congress. Like, come on, man. But, like, that sells so well. It sells so well because people love hearing that. It was like when talking with the Vanguard boys, where I would make out, like, every argument that I had for, like, listen, this is why I think you can only get these things done. Like, you have to know what you can get done, because if you don't know what you're capable of getting done, you'll waste your time trying to do things you can't. And then every time I'd finish anything, it was like, well, then how do we challenge the corporate...
It was only it only got cooked when it re-entered the atmosphere.
Like every time,
That's
right? Like, it's like, that's like the only thing I care about. Like, hey, here's a strategy to stop fascism. Here's a strategy to oppose the spread...
Finfar, I'm like hot and flustered today. I'm super hot and flustered because it's like, it's too hot where I am. And Waluigi, although I know you all love Waluigi is making entirely too much noise today. I keep on having to mute because of Waluigi. And my hair looks like garbage.
of fascism in the world's most powerful country, which would probably set in motion a chain of events that would not only lead to our deaths, but the death of
wait. So first of all, the Justice Democrats are powerless. There's only 12 of them in a body of like 405 people, right? First of all, they're completely worthless, completely powerless, completely inconsequential. Secondly, now you're telling us that if they're too mean to Biden, we're going to have fascism. AOC needs to kiss Biden's ass. AOC needs to kiss Nancy Pelosi's ass, right? We need to supplicate ourselves and subsume ourselves into the Democratic establishment Democratic Party. Otherwise, Trump wins. What the hell is wrong? Like, Vaush, this just doesn't make sense. You're not even, you're saying this shit, but you're not even making the argument. You know why? Because you would sound like an asshat making this argument.
The
Madame Pele does not want Vaush.
Entire like global network of political and economic engagement that allows for the modern standard of life, standard of living increases the rest of the world around, climate change drift, like everything.
Well, that's really sweet of you, Iron Orchid.
Like, everything will fall apart, and they're like, okay, yeah, like
you agree 100% with Vaush. Well, then no hot dog for you, comrade.
Whatever. Like, you're probably overstating that, but like the corporate Dems,
no
the
hot
corporate
dog for
Dems are more responsible shepherds
that's
of this
mean.
country.
That's too mean. Okay, you do get a hot dog. You just don't get mustard.
Than 99% of progressive leftists ever could be, and that is a serious.
And if you want the mustard, you're gonna have to lick it off of Stalin's mustache. Yeah.
You know, like indictment of the effectiveness of progressive lefties in the West, you know? That's how bad it is. Like, Jesus. It's like, I swear to God, it's like all leftist discourse got like co-opted by Kremlin talking points where, hey guys, good leftist foreign policy.
It's almost like your leftist talking points got corrupted by like anti-communism. Oh my God, speaking of anti-communism, we've got the top of the hour ad break. No, we've got the middle of the hour ad break. Even worse. Even worse. We've got the middle of the hour ad break, right? That means that if you don't have a little face by your name, you're going to be part of that. And it's not a cool thing. It's not a fun thing. It's not like being, you know, a cosmonaut and being, you know, shot into space to explore different ways of eating hot dog in zero gravity, right? You're not going to get any astronaut ice cream or cosmonaut ice cream or cosmonaut hot dogs or anything else, right? Anything cool like that. Instead, you're just going to get an ad and it's going to last for like a minute and 30 seconds, which like it might not sound like much, but it kind of is. The bottom of the hour is, oh, you like the bottom of the hour ad break. Well, maybe they advertise different stuff. Maybe they advertise Soviet hot dogs at the bottom of the hour ad break. But yeah, you're possibly susceptible to being stuck in that. Now, there's ways that you can get out of that though, and I'm going to go into that for just a second, right? If you've got an Amazon Prime, you can hook it up to Twitch and you could get a free Prime sub, right? That will get you out of the ad break, right? Apparently, you can only do it on desktop, though. If you've got $5, you can pay for a sub outright to just like get that taken care of, no problems, on desktop. It's going to cost you $6, though, if you're on mobile, I'm told, right? I'm told that it costs $6. On mobile to take care of that outright. And you know, that's one way to get rid of the ad breaks, both the bottom of the hour and the top of the hour ad breaks, right? And get yourself some emotes too. The last possibility, right, if neither of these two options work for you, is that you're just visible and you are just active in chat, and maybe somebody sees you there, sees that you have no little icon by your name, and takes pity on your soul and on mine, and decides to get you a gift sub. It can happen. It is possible. I've seen it happen like at least 3 times during the stream, right? So your best bet for that is just to be active in chat, and you might escape the bottom of the hour ad break.
Policy is opposing America all the time, no matter what, regardless of the context, no matter what, just always do that. And good internal policy is being anti-establishment and populist, even if the
This cat really likes my room.
establishment has better ideas than you do, and even if the populism is completely aimless and without
And it's not even my cat.
direction, you're not actually accomplishing anything, and you have no idea what you're talking about, you don't understand how this works. It just reminds me of how, it's like, how many, I see lefties get tens of thousands of retweets on Twitter where they will blame Joe Biden for state law being passed in Republican states. Or they're like, so you want us to vote Democrat in 2024, even though all these anti-trans laws are happening? It's like, well, where are the anti-trans laws happening? In red states, but they don't engage with that because they don't know how it works. How can you say we vote Biden when the Supreme Court's tearing apart our rights anyway? The Supreme Court
I feel like every roommate cat loves me.
is currently red-leaning because of
I'm
the
just
people
like,
appointed
I'm a cat person, I guess.
under Trump's term. So if Hillary had won then, and then Biden had won, it would be a left-leaning Supreme Court, and we wouldn't have any of this. These problems are all downstream of Republicans. Well, how did Biden fix them? He can't fix that wasn't he can't fix state law. That's not what the president does, and he can't undo previous Supreme Court appointments. You just have to not have Republicans win. If Republicans don't win, there's not an issue here. If Republicans lose, then we have more room to challenge.
And if we kiss Biden's ass, right, then the Democrats will magically win in the red states, right? Look, here's the thing. The Democrats have had a terrible strategy, a losing strategy ever since 2016, right? They took a historically bad candidate and they lost to him by picking a more historically bad candidate, right? At every turn, they have interpreted their best shot at success as being more and more moderate, and every single time that has failed because they don't know how to read the room. The room in 2016 as now is not in favor of establishment insider politics, right? Is not in favor of centrism. But the Democratic Party, that's the only remedy they seem to have, right? But Vaush seems to say that, hey, you know, the side of politics that might have something that might work a little bit better against the Republican Party, they should just shut the fuck up, bend the knee, and kiss the booty, and lick both of Biden's ice cream cones, right? And jump in that convertible and be like, gee, Mr. Biden, can I ride with you? Yeah, we're riding with Biden. That's worked out so well for us, right? That's like, because we can't possibly walk and chew gum at the same time. We can't possibly take something like strategic voting, go in and hold our nose, realizing that these are shit candidates that we're voting for, and go ahead and vote for them because the other option is a MAGA candidate, right? We can't possibly do that because I guess we're just not smart enough, or maybe Vaush's audience, his appraisal of his audience, they're not intelligent enough for that. Like, where has this strategy gotten us, Vaush? This is not the way forward, bud.
Corporate dem policies because
biding our
people are
time.
voting entirely based on what they think will be the safe alternative to fascism. We can do this, guys. It's not difficult. I am engaging in like sophomoric political analysis here. This isn't heavy shit. I'm not using my whole brain. I'm using maybe four.
I mean, that's really clear, considering you don't know, you wanted to talk about South African politics without knowing that the ANC is a thing, then yeah, I would say that it does feel like it's about half of your brain that
brain cells at
you're
most. This is
thinking of
obvious, but lefties stumble at this time and time again. We saw earlier that segment where Jim Cramer was like freaking out and comparing people to Marx because of the idea of union striking or whatever. That is the level of political engagement.
A Verizon commercial, oh no.
In terms of like the bar for IQ that I see lefties engage in time and time again, but we don't get as upset by it because when we see them, we think, oh, well, at least there are retards. They're not.
Do you think it makes you look tough to throw people under the bus to impress right-wingers? Because honestly, Vaush, I think that makes you a wimp. It's not bad enough that you're bending the knee to Biden, you're bending the knee to Pelosi, you're bending the knee to the Democrats. You gotta bend the knee to the shitlords too? Really? Really?
They're not my retards. They're not my retards, and I don't claim them. Okay? I don't know what
Oh my god, you don't believe in intersectionality, and you're defending Vaush. Color me surprised, Gaia.
they're doing. Like all these people who have no clue what fascism would do to this country. Real fascism. Joe Biden's a fascist. You have no idea what fascism is. I want you to know what fascism is. Okay? Go to Myanmar or Burma or what. Go learn.
Look, to say Joe Biden's a fascist is kind of ridiculous, I will admit. That's a misbegotten thought, right? The correct sentence that you're looking for is that he enables fascism and that the Democratic Party enables fascism at these kind of weak solutions, right? This idea that like being more centrist makes us stronger, that's enabling it right now. We are okay, as far as genocide against trans people go, there's 10 stages, right? And number 10 is actually denial, erasure, pretending it never happened. Number 9 is the one that is elimination of us, right? We're at step 8. Your strategy's not working. The Democratic Party strategy is not working. Well, I much prefer Democratic administration to a Trump or DeSantis or any kind of Republican administration that we could possibly have. That party needs leadership from the left. And what you're giving it is subservience and complacency and reinforcement of all their worst strategies, right? This isn't working, Vaush. You keep on, and he's appealing to you with fear. He's appealing to you with fear, right? Because this doesn't make sense from a leftist perspective to say, like, subsume yourself, fold yourself into the Democratic Party, and it'll all be great. You know, just get on board, ride with Biden, and trust Biden, and everything will work out for the best, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense for a leftist to say it. So instead, what he's saying is, like, you do this, or else we're going to have fascism. And yeah, there is a huge Christo-fascist movement. There's a dominionist movement that's been making moves, that's been making plans to take over. And they're doing it because demographically, they are on the losing side of history. Their voters are dying off, right? And more progressive generations are being born, right? So their last grasp for power is things like gerrymandering, things like using unconventional methods to take over the Supreme Court, right? All these anti-democratic, or what would you call it? There's like the less pejorative word for this, but anti-majoritarian, that's the word I'm looking for. All these anti-majoritarian aspects of the American government are what they're using to hang on for dear life. And yes, if they can, they will get a hold of the government and, and completely destroy democracy. That is really dangerous. Yeah, that is really dangerous. But do you think that Joe Biden and the Democrats have the solution for that? Do you think that, like, anytime that there's a threat of far right taking over, which is going to be most of the time, let me be real with you, okay? It's going to be most of the time when the far right has a real chance of taking over. Like I said before, Vaush, in either of our lifetimes, right, we have not lived through a time where there was not a danger of reactionary right takeover, right? That's been my entire life. That's been your entire life, right? I doubt there's anybody in this chat who's lived through a time where that wasn't like a real, political reality to be contented with, right? So his answer essentially is like, abandon leftism. We can't afford it. It's too dangerous, right? Pushing the Democratic Party into policy positions that might actually have a better chance of allowing them to overcome the far right, it just can't happen because it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous to be anything other than a Democrat. Like that, look, I when he said the writing with Biden thing, right, I thought it was misbegotten. I thought it was dispelling energy that we need for our liberatory movements into a party that doesn't really care that much about those movements. I thought it was a bad idea, but I didn't realize it was going to go this far. He is literally taking a bunch of libertarian socialists, which, whatever, I fucking doubt it, right? Like his community, and he's telling them to be good little Democrats, right? It's too dangerous. Leftism is too dangerous. Then what the fuck are you doing on BreadTube? You bloviating shithead.
What fascism is, okay? Please go to any country that is actually definitively fascist and express contrary political views to the running government, okay? Go learn, all right? Jesus. This is like an Americanoid thing, or I guess Westoid in general, but like you guys have no.
Look at this at this point. He just said this is Anglo-boxed, right? That's wow.
No idea how lucky you are to live in countries where you get to be belligerent little shits who have no idea what you're talking about and not get shot in the back of the head.
Belligerent little shits who don't know what's good for them and don't know that Daddy Biden has their best interest at heart.
Black bagged, okay? Because that's not a permanent thing. That's not guaranteed. That's not like an innate property of human.
And this is coming back, right? If you listen to the Thought Slime Meltdown stream that he had way back in the day, right? This was essentially his appeal. Like, right? You don't agree with me? You think I'm reactionary? You think I'm bad for the left? Well, I'm gonna be laughing hard when I'm digging your grave, right? Like this is his thing. It's literally just an appeal to fear. And look, there's reason to be afraid, okay? This is a scary world. There are dark forces at work that absolutely want me and many of you in chat to cease to exist, okay? But giving in to that fear only makes those outcomes more likely. I can't afford that kind of surrender, which is what you're recommending, right? This guy who comes on as like, I'm going to give the left strength. The left needs strength. Let me show you how to be strong, right? And his prescription, after he's surrendered to right-wing aesthetics, after he's surrendered to like anti-SJW talking points, right? Is for us to surrender to the capital D Democratic Party. Miss me with that shit.
Governance, you know, you could very well live in a country where you will get black bagged and shot in the back of the head. That happens in parts of the world today. It's happened historically in other parts of the world. It could still happen today here if the wrong people win the right elections. I'm really just
and literally the Justice Democrats standing up to the centrist Democrats. That's gonna do it, right? These impotent, unpowerful, meaningless politicians that you say have no power, somehow there any lack of complete and utter support for the Democratic establishment is gonna cause the forces of darkness to take over.
Trying to keep you guys safe. I'm
just trying to keep you guys safe. You know, come on. Okay, daddy. Okay, daddy.
Just want this country to be a free, open space where socialists have the ability to advertise their superior economic and political philosophy without being...
So the answer, if you want socialism, right? If you want leftism, if you want anarchism, if you want libertarian socialism, whatever kind of post-capitalist future you envision, the first step is to forget about that, all right? And be a good little soldier for the Democratic Party. And then, if we're centrist enough, one day the fascists will go away and we can start being socialist again. Yeah, good.
Being black bagged and shot in the back of the head. That's it. I have to wade through this sickening, acrid mire of retards and grifters and fake populists with people who have nothing to say but screaming, who have nothing to offer the political conversation outside the aesthetic, the neon sign pointed to them, screaming, look at me, ma, I'm not a liberal. Look, I hate the corporate Dems. Great, hate the corporate Dems. Take the hate to the mass grave they'll leave you in, okay? You just don't know. You have no idea. You have no clue. You have no clue how bad things can get.
You don't know how manipulative that feels, Vaush.
So lucky.
Oh yeah, this is Vaush. What are you know, like this is...
You're so lucky. You have no idea, but you will if we lose. It's end of history nonsense.
Look, he's got to have a slur as a treat.
Fukuyama clapping his hands appreciatively as he reads your...
It's end of history nonsense? Whoa. Like the whole, like, look, yeah, Fukuyama's kind of backed off some of the claims in, the book, The End of History, right? The idea of that was that communism has utterly failed, right? Neoliberalism has taken over, and there just is no alternative, right? Essentially, nothing major is going to change anymore because we've reached the ultimate, point of stasis, right? Like everything has come to its conclusion, right? Obviously, Fukuyama doesn't think that anymore.
Average leftist Twitter post where the idea of a safe...
But I don't know where they're getting the pushing the Democratic Party to the left is that's not in Fukuyama's analysis.
Like bourgeois democracy in which they can express their retarded ideals is taken for granted, you know? Like unironically though, like all the lefties are yeah, dude, well, Trump was where Biden's a fascist too. It's like, oh yeah. End of history, man. Yeah, sure. We did it. Yeah, nothing can happen in this country that'll lead to you guys getting mass graved. You'll never be loaded onto a train. That'll never happen, bro. End of history, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, not even Fukuyama.
Wait, so that's what he thinks, right? A prerequisite towards any sort of leftist agitation is the complete elimination of fascism, which can only be achieved by this idealized form of centrism. This is fishhook. This is peak neoliberalism. Coming from a libertarian socialist, nonetheless.
Yeah, Fukuyama's
Interesting.
moved away from this. 9/11 basically threw that in the...
Anyway, chat, how are you doing? How is everybody doing? How are my frames doing? I really gotta know. Because like I'm seeing some decent numbers now. I was seeing some bad numbers before. I'm talking about bitrate here, right? I'm not even talking about my sub goal, which we're gonna try to see if we can maybe push to 100 today. I would love to get back above 100, and there are definitely some people in chat who need some gift subs, because I think like every ad break, it's like carnage. It's like a ton of people are getting put into that ad break, and they're not even hearing me. So it's okay for you. Yeah, it's bad, and then it's good, and I don't even know what's going on, right? Because I've got an Ethernet connection here. I'm not even. I looked into possibly streaming on Wi-Fi, and I determined that the Wi-Fi network is just too unstable. There's no possible way. It's, funny enough, it's not that it doesn't have the speed, because it does. It has the upload and the download speed that I need, but it just doesn't have the stability. It doesn't stay for long enough. It just like kind of goes out and it comes back in and it goes out. So I'd constantly be dropping everybody off the stream if I tried to stream with Wi-Fi. This is Ethernet, and it's a rather long Ethernet cable. I don't think that's really slowing me down. I don't actually know. I don't actually know what's going on here. Of course, I cannot actually sacrifice Vaush to Mothman. Greetings from Italy, Sweden, Germany. I hate the playing it safe and vote strategic. I'm not even mad at the vote strategic thing, but I gotta note that if you're saying vote strategic as a leftist, the big thing that you want to avoid is dissipating, and he's gonna hate to hear this, but revolutionary energy, right? You're not going in there being like, yay, Biden, our savior, right? You're going in there being like, God, politics here fucking sucks, but yeah, like I really don't want Trump to get elected. And you hold your nose and you cast that vote, and you do what you need to do if you're in a battleground state, right? That makes sense, but like this is a step beyond. Like, because the whole point about strategic voting, if you're making that argument, is that you're gonna place that vote for a candidate who will prevent a worse candidate from winning, and then the entire rest of the time you're going to be pushing that candidate to the left, right? And he's absolutely given up on that. I mean, this guy is as worthless and as destiny in a lot of ways. What's the internet connection behind the Wi-Fi? Well, I'm not actually using Wi-Fi right now, so never recommend streaming on Wi-Fi unless, you know what, it is possible. Like, so when I was in the when I was staying with my friends a week or so ago, right, that was all on their Wi-Fi and it worked fine. It was totally good. But I'm seeing that yeah, this connection even on Ethernet doesn't seem to be it doesn't seem to be consistent, but look, at least look, here's what I'm glad about, all right? It's not dropping out. Like, it's not completely like cratering. Like, at no point has the stream like stopped, right? And that's the real thing that I try to avoid. But yeah, I don't like streaming when it like either it downgrades my video or it makes everything framey or whatever, right? I try to avoid that too. I asked because I use Wi-Fi to get on Twitch, but it's a cable internet. Oh, a cable internet connection behind the Wi-Fi. Yeah, I think mine's cable. I think I should look into that. I actually just moved in here, so. Anyway, Gaia, I would point out that Vaush disagrees with you. He does in fact call himself a intersectional leftist. So for whatever that's worth, I don't believe him. Like I feel like he does. I feel like there's a lot about intersectionality he doesn't understand. But yeah, he does. That is in his title. That is in his. That is part of his claim. What else do we got here? I wanted to show you a video. Council of Geeks actually did an appeal to one topic at a time, right? We all know Council of Geeks, Vera Wild, friend of Jesse Genders, and all-around cool person. And one topic of at a time. You might have heard of one topic during the whole Illuminati thing. One topic is got blue hair and glasses and does like a lot of Reddit kind of content. And Council of Geeks just had not a criticism, but a concern of the fact that right-wing content, and by right-wing content I mean like the Daily Wire or Epic Times, like stuff like that, like really reactionary ads will get played on lefty channels a lot. Like One Topic at a Time's channel is obviously like a lefty channel, right? And One Topic's answer to this when it was brought up before was, you know what, if Daily Wire is going to waste money on advertising on me, everybody in my community supports trans rights. Everybody in my community is to the left. That's just a waste of money. I am perfectly fine with them wasting money. And Vera actually had some good points to bring up of maybe why you might want to reconsider that. So I wanted to watch that. Doesn't look like we're going to get to it today, because we've also got. Okay, I should probably at least mention this, even if we don't have time to watch it. But do you all know about the Kai Cenat giveaway yesterday? The Ben Shapiro Network, yeah. Okay, so Kai Cenat is a Twitch streamer. Actually, I think the most subbed streamer at the moment. So you know how I've got like 91 subs here? Kai has got like, I don't know, like some ridiculous amount of subs. I think, is it 300,000 or something like that? But anyway, yeah, Kai's a huge streamer, really exciting stream, and he thought that it might be a fun thing to do a giveaway, to give away some PS5s to people who showed up in NYC, right? And I don't think he realized how many people were actually going to show up for that giveaway, because it was like 2,000 in a really small area, and you constantly see an Epic Times anti-trans documentary ad on videos that you watch. Sometime I gotta make a video showing people how to report those ads, because I'm not gonna speak to any specific ad, but I will say there are ads on YouTube that I think are against terms of service, right? And that I definitely, now, do you see those on my video? That's the real question, because I could probably get stuff like Daily Wire and Epic Times, take it off so they at least don't advertise on me. Oh, Jules, you figured out how to report those? Yeah, it's not super simple. Like, oh my God, if I show it on Vaush, people are gonna think that I'm trying to get Vaush reported. But look, this isn't for Vaush. This is, well, no, wait, that would be for a video though. Okay, so that's not where you go to report an ad. I should, if I show you, I should probably show you on mobile, because mobile is like where you're more likely to see ads for whatever reason. For whatever reason, I think a lot of you might not see ads on desktop, but you will see them on mobile. So, take their money. I don't know. Like that Epic Times shit is really gross and like transphobic. So anyway, yeah, Kai tried to do a giveaway. There were too many people in a small space, right? I feel like some of the characterization of that situation is like racist, to be frank, right? When you see like a bunch of like white dudes celebrating a sporting event and shit goes a little too far, you don't usually hear the kind of terminology that you hear when it's a group of like black Zoomers, like with the Kai Cenat thing. So that kind of just, there was just like a lot of racism on display as far as that situation went. And Hasan, I think Hasan said something. Should we do this really quick? Oh my god, we got another ad break coming up in 5 minutes. That's right. In 5 minutes, you'll be served another ad. If you don't have a sub, meaning like a little Persona 2 head by your name. Okay, let's see. Hasan. I want to see if I can show you this really quickly. That's not it. That's it. Okay, so this is a clip that people are mad at Hasan for.
Where we are here, it does that the officers are heading back. In terms
Do you
of
see what
just
they're doing?
being able to disperse this crowd that they were able to do. We did a story a couple weeks ago about how they were able to go after scooters by kind of circumventing them in that sense. And from my perspective, that's.
I fucking despise local media, dude. There you go. There is no better representation of how dog water local media is and how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox News.
Oh, interesting. So I think I clicked on the right one. This is actually somebody that's giving you a slightly longer clip than the one that's been passed around.
What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline.
People have used terms thugs, gangs, and animal on air and on stream.
Fine.
Yeah.
Local media talking about $3 worth of fucking Doritos. Like, there was a bank run or some shit. Like, you were 31, little bro. How can you say both of those things at the same time? Like, how can you call me a little bro and say I'm objectively older than you? That doesn't make sense. Also, I'm 32. And idiotic Zoomers in here, dude. Little broing a person who could be their father. Probably is their father. I did fuck your mom, so.
I don't know why that made me laugh.
Grounded.
But... And here's what's funny too. Do you see, like, okay, you probably can't see this. So maybe you can make this out now, right? Giveaway for YouTuber and live streamer turns chaotic in Union Square. Now, look, Kai Cenat is a YouTuber, right? Kai Cenat has a YouTube channel. It's about 3 million. That sounds like, pretty good platform there, right? No, Kai Cenat's real platform is on Twitch, and it's much bigger than his YouTube platform. Twitch is kind of getting lucky here in that, like, they're not getting mentioned, and I think it's just because this CBS 2 News in New York, they don't think that their audience knows what Twitch is, so they're gonna be like, it's like a YouTuber, it's like YouTube, right? That's wait, are we talking about bananas here? Are we talking about, like, we're not doing the Lizzo story, if that's what you mean?
What's hip, bro? Have some sympathy. No,
is that where the bananas are coming from?
It is fucked up. But they're making it seem like this chaotic situation.
I don't know. Does chat want me to cover the Lizzo thing? I'm still trying to wrap my mind around the whole situation because I don't want to bring it to you without really understanding it first.
Like, killed people because it didn't do that. They're trying to fucking beef up the stats as best as they can. You could say that they're trying to do that because they are because they have a vested interest in running a narrative that, like, something incredibly violent occurred today, or they're doing it because, one, they want to have a if it bleeds it leads type response, and two, they also want to fucking make it seem like this is a riot that was completely out of control.
Okay, so that is the Doritos clip. Now you got people like Diorio here. Oh God, this is we're about to watch this though. This is Hasan arguing with Ethan Klein. Here's that's Keemstar.
Innocent victim in all this, that he was just doing his job, going about his day, and his business got ransacked there. But from where we are here, you know, it does that the officers are heading back. You know, in terms
Do you
of
see what they're doing?
being able to disperse this crowd that they were able to do, you know, we did a
Wait.
where we are here, you know, it does that the officers are heading back. You know, in terms
Do you
of
see what they're doing?
being able to disperse this crowd that they were. A story a couple weeks ago about how they were able to go after scooters by kind of circumventing them in that sense. And from my perspective, that's.
Okay,
I
so
fucking despise local media, dude. There you go.
it's the same clip, but it's this is like a shorter version of it.
There is no better representation of how dog water local media is.
Now, obviously, Keemstar is like no friend of Hasan's, and you know, Keemstar is usually trying to.
And how much they exacerbate like narratives that you see on Fox News. What role they play in the boomer reactionary pipeline. Local media talking about $3 worth of fucking Doritos. Like, you know, there was a bank run or some shit. Like, you were
Innocent victim in all this, that he was just
Okay, so wait, what
able
extra?
to do.
an old man was hit, bro. Have some sympathy. No, it is fucked up. But they're
Oh,
making
okay,
it
okay. So that's what. Okay, there we go. Like, I don't think we saw that before, but we didn't see this part.
An old man was hit, bro. Have some sympathy. No, it is fucked up. But they're making it seem like this chaotic situation.
So, in other words, Keemstar's making it seem like Hasan's got no problem with the old dude getting the guy that ran the food cart getting hit, right?
Like killed people because it didn't do that. They're trying to fucking beef up the stats as best as they can. You could say that they're trying to do that because they are because they have a vested interest in running a narrative that like something incredibly violent occurred today, or they're doing it because one, they want to have a if it bleeds it leads type response, and two, they also want to fucking make it seem like you know, this is a riot that was completely out of control.
Okay, so yeah, that's the story. You can kind of see what Keemstar's trying to do there. Like, look, Hasan's not somebody that I agree with all the time, right? Obviously, I disagreed with him about like the Hogwarts Legacy thing. There's you know, there's times that I massively disagree with Hasan, right? But making it seem like he doesn't give, you know, he doesn't give a damn about like people getting hurt in that situation is just, that's just not what he said, right? And if you just like leave the clip on for like 30 seconds longer, you would see that, right? But yeah, obviously Keemstar down here has no interest in that, right? So yeah, do I have problems with Hasan? Yes. Are there worse people? Of course, and Keemstar is a great example of that. But yeah, like he was one of the voices of reason in a crowd of you know, people that were just like veering on racism the whole time in their analysis of the Kai Cenat giveaway situation. Okay, so there is another video. Wait, that I want to cover. It's not Weasel Assembly. It's not that one. It's this. What? No. Why am I not finding this video? At the Innuendo Studios that I want to cover. But there was also There it is. There's also this one. I kind of had to. I was lucky enough to have Zara track this clip down for me and be able to put it up on YouTube so that we could watch it in the full size. This is Joe Rogan talking to Patrick Bet David. Do we all know who Patrick Bet David is? Are there worse people than Keemstar? Probably. Oh yeah, no doubt. There's got to be worse people than Keemstar. There's some really bad people out there, right? Even worse than Keemstar. But yeah, this is Joe Rogan. He's going to be talking to Patrick Bet David. Patrick Bet David. This is the he's PBD, aka Valuetainment. You might have seen him in a conversation with Sam Cedar. You might have seen him in a conversation with Tim Pool. He's kind of like a up and coming right wing pundit, and Joe Rogan is going to have a conversation about election fraud.
How much election fraud do you think is real?
Here we go, Joe. You want to go to election fraud?
Yeah.
He's so excited. He's so excited.
Because I don't think it's zero.
No,
It's
no.
not.
I don't think it's zero. And my mind can't hold the idea that it might not be zero, but it might not be substantial enough to have swung an actual election, right? So if it's not zero, then some election was effed with, right? Some election is not right. Just because, like, I can't imagine it being zero. And that's true, right? You know, like, usually things are not zero, okay? But there's a big difference between, like, you know, one or, like 3 Trump ladies trying to vote twice, or, you know, people having convictions, thinking that they can vote because of the change in the law in Florida, and then Ron DeSantis kind of, like, pulling the rug out from under them and actually sending the cops after them, right? You know, there are examples of cases that were considered election fraud. They're just not rising to the number that it would take to actually change the results. So we're talking about like election determining fraud versus just like a baseline level.
Zero. I think we could all agree it's not
No
zero.
way it's not zero.
And we know that
Jink told Patrick, oh yeah, Jink was on PBD, told Patrick that he was changing his name to the home of the mainstream progressives. Yo, that was the other, yeah, we didn't watch that, but Jink offered, what was he trying to say? We gotta have, he wanted to get, like, time off for after you, what is it called? Time off for after you have a baby? What is this called?
these voting machines can be fucked with.
Yeah.
And we know
Yeah.
that there's some irregularities, all that Kerry Lake stuff in Arizona
Yeah.
that they're trying to dismiss. It doesn't look like that's invalid.
That's one of the most glaring. Yeah, maternity leave. Thank you. Yeah. So Jink mentioned maternity leave, talked about how the U.S. was odd in that we didn't grant this at all, and thought that this was an issue that we can get right-wingers and left-wingers together on. And what did PBD follow up with? Well, what about like trans? Like I think he brought up some trans issues. Right, so he was his answer to like, this is like an easy thing, like, we can all get behind this. Was like, yeah, well, so is fucking over trans people. Can you, right? And like, look, PBD, Jink might actually take you up on that.
Looks like there's real fraud.
Kerry Lake's entire case has been dismissed by the Arizona Supreme Court. Yeah, they did like an audit in Arizona, and it turned out, I think that was the audit for the presidential election, and it actually turned out that Trump got like the Biden victory was actually bigger than they thought it was, not smaller.
Fraud there. It looks like there's some real shenanigans there. At the very least, there was voting machines that weren't working properly, and it seems very suspicious that a lot of them were in Republican areas. There's a lot of shenanigans.
Spotify, are you paying attention?
And I think there's coordinated efforts to make sure that certain people get elected. I don't know how far they
Jamie, paging Jamie. Jamie, can you come and save your dude?
go, but I know it's not zero.
There it is. There it is from the. Wait. Really? Okay, I don't know what's going on with this.
I don't know how far they
It just
go,
ends at
but I
52
know it's not
seconds.
0.
You know, this might be a Twitter because I think Zara ripped this from Twitter, so I think that's why it pauses right there. Anyway, that's Joe Rogan. Yeah, high as F, just basically misleading his audience with no proof, right? Jink agreed with them on trans kids not getting irreversible surgeries until late. Great, great. God. Well, we didn't watch that clip, so like there's only so much Joe Rogan that I can watch. Okay, this is like and look, since I'm watching something of Hasan, I think I'll be okay going to the bathroom during this clip. That was 3 days ago. 1 month ago, 10 days ago. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one.
Extremely confidently.
Yeah, it gives you what you want to hear, and it doesn't
Wait,
ever
am I
tell
wrong?
you.
You guys are a robot. You guys are robots. Oh, ites. You guys are robots. Ites.
I'm just worried. like,
Anti-robot.
I wouldn't use it in debates, is what I mean. Like, I wouldn't use.
Was it this one? Yeah.
You ever seen me on a tractor, big old John Deere? Tell you. So why is it that more
There we
info
go, there
came
we
out
go.
on this?
Thank you, XQC, for finally being a guy that like people yell at when they think of like,
Okay,
oh,
I'm gonna
Twitch
pee.
streamers
I will be
fucking
right
suck.
back.
Well, to be totally honest with you, dude, I don't like XQC. I think he sucks. I don't care anymore.
I mean, he's definitely
And
he's
he's a
definitely an
total
interesting figure.
He's an infringer. He's a sellout. And I think he sucks. You know? He sold his fans out big time for some goddamn gambling money.
Yeah, I got it.
So what is the conversation happening right now?
The conversation, I believe, started around Lemino's new JFK assassination video that specifically covers the book depository aspect. And I'm actually very excited to see all the other angles as well, like specifically the grassy knoll. He's just covering the JFK assassination, which is probably one of the most covered assassinations of all time. It's an incredible conspiracy. And he did this like 1 hour and 25 or 1 hour and 30 minute, like brilliant, super comprehensive, incredibly well edited video. And of course, everybody reacted to it. It was trending. He's got millions of views on the video now. And then someone got very mad that XQC had reacted to it as well. And it like only had like 10 additional minutes of runtime off of the original video. And they just like posted a screenshot and were like, what the fuck is this guy doing? You know?
So did he upload it to his YouTube channel?
I believe he did, yes.
That's fucking crazy.
And you know, a lot of Twitch streamers do stuff like this. I mean, I reacted to it as well. A lot of the same people that were yelling at him were also trying to yell at me and be like, he's the same. Hasan does this as well. And it didn't
Why
really
is yours
take off.
different than his?
Well, there's a couple different reasons. I mean, look, I'm not going to be like, oh, he's not reacting hard enough or it's not transformative enough. I don't know. I haven't watched his reaction or anything like that.
Well, we can't. Did he take it down?
No, I don't know what happened. I don't even think Lemino personally has said anything about it or has like struck it or anything like that. But
he hasn't taken it down. Hold on, let me look.
I haven't paid attention to the XQC side of things, but
So yeah, XQC and Hasan have a really strange relationship, right? In that their XQC's chat hates Hasan, right? Like I don't know. They seem kind of right wing. XQC himself, will listen to Hasan. He can't really out argue Hasan. So whenever they talk, it's like he'll come with a different perspective, but Hasan will like explain it to him, and he'll be like, yeah, I can't really disagree with that. But then as soon as he talks to his chat again and he's like not on with Hasan, he's like, yeah, fuck that guy. Like, right. So it's a strange thing where XQC is pretty cool. Cool. It's pretty like lukewarm on Hasan, and Hasan is extremely nice to XQC. Hasan always seems to, want to walk XQC through the logic, and feels kind of, bad for him, not understanding these things, and just in general, seems to give XQC the benefit of the doubt, and always kind of be a little too nice to him. X does not like Hasan and is friends with Destiny. Yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, like, but Hasan is never like mean to XQC. That's the weird thing about their relationship. So right, that's his policy towards XQC. I'm never gonna come after XQC. XQC is gonna say some things about me, but I'm just gonna kind of let him like roll off my back. And XQC is white, Quebecois, and rich. He's really two-faced about it. But Ethan just doesn't like the guy. Just does not like the guy, and is not shy about saying it. And like Hasan doesn't want to go to war with XQC is kind of the feeling that I get.
Very same people that have been like.
Why would you give him that much sympathies? I don't know. I don't watch Hasan enough to know. Anybody in here that's a Hasan viewer maybe can shed some light on this? What's going on between Hasan and XQC? I don't entirely understand it myself.
This their lives mission to just.
But what I do understand is that in 6 minutes there will be another ad, so you got another chance to maybe get out of that ad if you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime. You can do that. That'll get you out of the ad. If you can get out of it by paying $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to get out of it, or if you're lucky enough, possibly and active enough in chat, right? Which I don't know if I don't know if anybody's active. No, some people are active in chat, right? You might just get a gift sub. That's what I'm saying. If you're active in chat, you might just get noticed by somebody who doesn't want to see you go through that. And you might get a gift sub, and I might get up to 100 total sub points today, and we might be able to finish all the content that I've got prepared for you.
Criticize React content in general, especially Twitch streamers, and how they're like technically the same as like rapists doing sexual assault if they're doing reacts to YouTube videos.
And this kind of goes back to the whole React Gate, right? React Gate was like a year ago. This was a situation where Hasan watched a video by JXC and JXC got mad when Hasan basically used her video as a good time to take a bathroom break, right? And made a big deal about it. I think Vaush got on board with that. JXC's a friend of like Maulers and Sitches, so I don't know how right-wing JXC herself is, but a lot of her friends seem to be pretty far right, and there was no love for Hasan in that group of people.
They were up in arms about it. The problem is like there is. Well, not the things that I just mentioned.
Hasan is a reactor in the same sense as XQC. Not exactly, right? So the things that XQC... So this time in ReactGate, it's mainly about XQC. And that is because there's a few videos that have been uploaded by XQC that just seemed like there wasn't a lot of effort to even do much of a reaction. There's one that somebody mentioned that the runtime of the original video is only 10 minutes shorter than XQC. So it's like an hour-long video, and maybe XQC's only reacting for like 10 minutes, right? So that seems like not a lot of effort. There's another one where XQC left the room for a long period of time and then came back and joked about not really reacting and not really caring about the video. So there's just been a few, a few moments that just made XQC look really bad. Like he wanted to use other people's content and didn't really care that much about any sort of transformation or commentary on it. Just was like, whatever, I do what I want, right? And that's what's gotten XQC in the hot seat.
There is certainly truth.
Hasan doesn't want the juicers in his chat all day. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
To some components, like of the criticisms overall.
Wait, you mean like the drama juicers
that have been swirling around about React content? I myself have.
Wait, what statement is he taking out of context?
Absolutely been someone who has broken some of those boundaries, but I usually try to.
Which boundaries did you break?
One of the things is, I think you'll agree with this as well, is just like, don't leave the video running when you get up.
Okay, so as far as Jay's politics, she is left leaning but not far left.
100%.
To go pee.
Yeah, you can't.
That's
do
like
that.
pretty basic stuff.
You stopped doing that?
I only do it with. I usually only do it with my videos that I know are from my friends, like Noah Sampson, Second Thought, things like that. And it's
you do not have my permission to walk away from my
For the
videos.
record, I'm not actually walking away for an extended period of time. Like, what are you supposed to do if there's an emergency and you have
just
to get
say
up?
wait, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you can. Well, that, and also you can pause it. But the problem is,
pause the video.
So what do you think? Like option 1, type 1 in chat if you think that Ethan maybe doesn't really understand the nature of React content, and type 2 in chat if you feel like Ethan's making sense and that maybe you should just pause it and let chat just like sit there with a frozen screen. And
when you pause the video, it's just like makes the content awful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like.
That's no. I'm just telling you. No, I know.
I
you're right.
You say, guys, put on a song or something. You know what I mean?
You're
Fucking
absolutely
chill.
right. You're 100% right. You should just throw up a BRB screen.
Yeah.
Or I should
People
just
don't
throw
mind
up
waiting. I mean, I go to the bathroom all the time. And it's like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Over the course of an 8-hour stream, though, of course, that happens way more frequently than you would, because 8 to 10
nature
hours.
of the beast, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got a 1. We got an Ethan has never understood anything in his entire life. Quite possible.
It's about filling it. It's about filling that space a little bit better.
You could plan something ahead of time. You could film something to play when you're there that's entertaining. You know
what I thought about doing, what I started doing a little bit is like I'll play a complimentary video that is like.
Some people play their own ads. That's a good idea. And I'm asking partially because, like, I don't know, maybe I'll change up the way that I do things, right?
Off of Instagram or TikTok or something. That's what I started.
Install
that's
toilet,
what I started.
Install toilet mic and monitor. I love this. This is Ethan's chat.
Sneaking in if I need to like get up for a second. So
you know
it's
what
not the
Brucey
original
does
video.
that I thought was a pretty good idea? He plays like highlights from his stream or something when he has to walk away.
That's a IRL stream. You can do that on your IRL streams. Like you have readily available
Happy birthday
clips that you can just like play the highlights whenever it goes into low bandwidth mode.
You can do it.
Grimlow plays highlights
on desktop as well. I don't know if that's a newer thing, but
yeah.
So I will say this. I mean,
so that's one aspect of it that I agree with, that I'm an offender of as well. Back in the day, especially, I used to have a setup where I would cook simultaneously. I didn't have a camera in the kitchen, but I would cook. But I also had
the one time that I cooked on stream, a bunch of people left the stream. Right? People were not interested in watching me cook, and I think that might have been because I take forever to cook, right? I take I'm always like super like, wait, am I measuring this right? Okay, do I I don't know. I just take too long to cook. It's frustrating to me too.
Monitor in the kitchen, so I would watch the video and I would run back to the desktop to pause it if I wanted to say something about it. But it was bad optically.
I see.
Well, the thing about stream highlights, right? And this is more of a thing for Twitch than YouTube, because you can clip things in YouTube of mine, but I don't know if I necessarily see them. If you clip things, though, on my Twitch, I will see those, okay? You cook very slowly as well, so you appreciate the slow cooking. Yeah, I guess not a lot of people were appreciating the slow cooking, and they left while I was cooking. Even though I had more debate to get back to afterwards, right? But whatever. That was just one day. What is your favorite dish to make? Oh my God. Look, okay, wait. Sushi. I love making sushi and I haven't done it in forever, right? Because let's see, you gotta buy sushi rice, you gotta buy nori, some rice vinegar, or even there's even stuff you can get where it's like rice vinegar plus like a little bit of sugar. If you really, that's like the traditional way to make sushi. I can't remember what it's called, and maybe it's even got a little sesame oil or something in it, right? Oh my God, ad starts in 5 minutes. I was wondering when that was gonna happen. A lot of work. Yeah, there's a lot of work in making sushi. And then you gotta have your fillings, and the fillings, right, the sky's the limit, right? I really like an avocado roll with cucumber, right? That's pretty simple as far as fillings go. I also like mushrooms, like shiitake mushrooms. If you cut shiitake mushrooms like long ways, you can put them in a sushi roll. I like daikon. Any daikon fans? Anyone in here like to get your daikon? Oh my God, I said that completely wrong. Did I say that wrong? Did I say that in an inappropriate way? I'm sorry. I meant like you'd like to get your daikon at the farmer's market, right? Look, I mean, there's just like... Look, I'm not even that gay, okay? I promise. I'm not... but there's just like some really hot vendors at the farmer's market is all I'm saying, okay? I said it right. I might have said it. It might have been what is it, like a Freudian slip or something. Maybe I'm gayer than I think I am. I don't know. But regardless, yeah, I like to get my daikon at the farmer's market. Daikon is really good. It's like a radish, but it's long, right? So it's like I mean, it can be like really long, right? If you've ever seen the Radish Spirit and Spirited Away, I think the Radish Spirit was supposed to be like a daikon radish, right? So it's like long and white, and sometimes it looks like it has legs, right? Because there's like two little, it splits in two at the bottom. And what you can do with it, right, is you wanna kind of cut it into like long slivers, and take those long slivers and soak them in like rice vinegar and tamari or soy sauce, right? And it pickles really well, right? So you can put some pickled daikon in there. Let's see, what else? Oh my God. Okay, this is not like a lunch thing, right? As much as it's a dessert thing, but there's this stuff called umeboshi plum. Why did my message about sushi conflict with moderation? That is a mystery to me. I have no idea, but I am amazed at what innocuous stuff gets moderated. And it never tells me, so I can never be like, oh shit, why is it? I can never figure out why it's doing it, because it doesn't give me a notice being like, this got moderated. I don't know. Mods, you might be able to see it in mod chat. You might be able to figure out why somebody's thing got moderated. I use umeboshi in sushi all the time. It is the best sushi ingredient. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite things. Let's see, what else? God, there's like so much good stuff. Oh my God, the ad starts in 1 minute and 55 seconds, so I should probably tell you that you got 1 minute and 50 seconds to get yourself out of the ad break. If you don't have a Persona 2 face by your name, right, you are subject to the ad break. You might get stuck in the ad break, right? If you have a Amazon Prime, you can link that up to your Twitch. You can get a free sub from Twitch by integrating those two things, right? So that's one way to take care of it. Another way to take care of it is with $5. Someone famous once, more famous than me, said that, well, you know, Gaia, socialism is when you pay for a gift sub, or for somebody. Never. Hitler admired Stalin. Yeah. You know how much Hitler admired Stalin? He dedicated Operation Barbarossa to him. Damn. You're just setting me up, Gaia, and I'm Duncan. Thank you for that easy layup. Anyway, It was auto mod. So okay, it was auto. So it doesn't show it on. It doesn't show it on mod view. Anyway, so yeah, the other way, if you don't have $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to get to pay for your own sub, you might possibly be gifted a sub, and your best bet with that is to just be active in chat, right? If you're visible, people can see that you don't have a gift sub, people will know that you're going to get sucked into the ad break. They might take some pity on you, and they might come to your rescue right at the moment. If you get sucked into the ad break and somebody's like, oh, I gave you a gift sub, right, make sure to refresh your browser, right, because that will refresh Twitch, right? Because like sometimes if you get a gift sub while you're already in an ad break, you'll continue to watch the ad unless you refresh it. So, if that happens, that's a way you don't have to watch that ad break. The only thing I can think of is it doesn't like the word simple. Oh, you know what? It's thinking you're talking about SIMP. That's probably what it's. Wow, that's some heavy moderation.
Yeah, it was bad optically. People got very upset. So I recognized that was wrong. I stopped doing that.
Ethan, what is that soundboard sound?
That's good.
But now,
Did you hear that? Did you hear what Ethan's got on his soundboard?
No, you'll still catch me getting up.
I think he surreptitiously recorded Hasan in the bathroom.
I have to pee or I have to take Kaya out for a second or whatever. But I don't cook. I get my food delivered.
Here's what I'll say. I mean,
Ethan, there's the ad break.
I've been watching your YouTube channel for a while, and the videos that you or your editor, whoever, uploads to YouTube are very highly edited.
Oh, yeah.
And totally, I think...
Do you all hear that sound, though?
Totally fair.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
That's the other aspect of this that I was going to say. We're talking about like live reacting on Twitch versus packaging content for YouTube. The way I see it is everybody does react content. Like you do
well, wait, Buffy, you might be able to say it because you're a mod.
react content as well in certain respects where like
Wait,
we are
Chromatic Mage,
all art is direct.
you've got a VIP, right? Like if it's that's weird. I didn't even think it auto modded VIPs. Yeah, you got a VIP. Why would it be okay? Maybe I don't know how Twitch moderation auto mod works. I don't know. It's a mystery. It's a great mystery of life. You can't say it. So other people can't say SIMP. Wow. Well, I don't think it's not going to cause any bans or anything like that. So
Derivative, we're all looking at other people and like maybe doing commentary. Every aspect of the commentary sphere is react content. The way I shoot my live streams is I have YouTube in mind. So every single video that I react to that is a YouTube video.
Wait. Quills the Queer, is that like a Golden Wind? Is that like a JoJo Part 5 reference?
I know.
Oh no, that's Polpo. I'm thinking of Polpo.
I could turn into a YouTube video personally, but given the aspect and the limitations of live streaming, it's not going to be as punchy. So there's going to be dead air sometimes, or sometimes I'm going to get up and have to take care of an emergency. You know what I mean? But if it's appearing on YouTube, if it's on any of my owned and operated channels, I have 4. Everything else that you see is not mine.
You're the
it's
one,
fan-owned.
right?
It's never going to be outside of the bounds of fair use.
I mean, here's the difference between your channel and XQC's, which I'm looking at now. This
Wait.
man uploaded 5.
Wait, what? Okay, wait, I gotta rewind that. Did Ethan just put down his Stump Down Coffee?
If it's on any of my owned and operated channels, I have 4. Everything else that you see is not mine.
You're the
it's
one,
fan-owned.
right?
It's never going to be outside of the
Wait.
bounds of fair use.
I mean,
Oh no, that's his coffee mug. Okay.
here's the difference between your channel.
Yo, do you know what I thought I saw? I thought Ethan put down his drink and that Hasan picked it up, and it was gonna make me tell you a story about recently I went to like a little get together among friends, right? Like with some people I was staying with and their friends, and they wanted me to meet these people because they were trans and I'm trans, and I got trans people need to all meet each other. So they invited me to this little shindig as well, and you know, the funny thing was, right, that you know, they were pouring some wine, and I obliged. I don't drink that much, right? But if it's with like friends, and especially if it's people that I don't know, like, yeah, I could use a little wine, right? So so my friend pours me this nice big cup of wine, and I'm like, that's very generous. Like, you must know exactly where I'm at. Like, I'm meeting new people, I haven't talked to them before. I need to loosen up a little bit, right? But we sat down, we watched some YouTube together, and like I drank, you know, a decent amount of wine, and then put my drink down, right? This person that I was meeting, right, when we got up, picked up my drink. Like, she had finished her drink because she apparently likes wine even more than I do, right? So she puts down her drink and she picks up mine, which is like half full, right? So she like drank my wine. I'm just like, thanks God, okay, right? And then the funny thing too is, like, when there was like a little bit more wine in the bottle, and my friend is like, does anybody else want more wine? And before I could say anything, she's like, yes please, yes please. She drank all the wine. I got like half a cup. She drank my wine. And I like, of course, picked up hers, which was probably mostly backwashed by that time. I don't know, Chad. It was not a fun time, but.
And XQCs, which I'm looking at now. This man uploaded 5 videos in one day. There's no fucking way that anybody's putting any effort.
I don't know if that's a good thing via the algorithm, right? What is the deal? I think you have like, what, 3 or 4 notifications that you can send. So in other words, when I put up a video, like, there's a notification that goes out, especially if you subscribe to me on YouTube and you hit that bell, right? You'll get the notification. You'll know when those videos are coming out, right? But I don't put anywhere near that much up, right? I think you've only got a limited number every day, and I think it's like less than 5. So XQC putting out 5 is maybe like kind of cramping his views, maybe? I don't know.
Into this, like, here, I watched this video. Andrew Tate's.
You could have multiple editors. I mean, I have multiple.
Hasan and Ethan are much farther apart than they appear. Yo, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Wait. Okay. So they're not even sitting close together. What? Really? They look like they're sitting right next to each other. Yeah, because they're also further apart on this issue than they usually are. Like, Ethan's being a little bit salty here, I feel like. Is it just me? Does anybody else feel like Ethan is either like legitimately mad at Hasan as a React streamer, even though, as Ethan's saying, Hasan doesn't do this uploading thing that XQC is doing. XQC is uploading, when XQC is uploading a React, it's like the entire video, right? You know, and if there's a P break, the P break's left in there, right? So Ethan really doesn't like this, really doesn't like XQC, and it low-key feels like a little bit angry at Hasan for being part of this whole thing, right? Ethan's a little bit salty. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, right? I'm a little uncomfortable. Not as uncomfortable as I was with the wine, right? Like, if Ethan, like, you know, sat down and grabbed my cup of wine, I think I'd be more uncomfortable, but.
Let me see. This video, Andrew Tate's.
Who does that? Who takes other people's wine glasses?
Controversy have finally caught up with him. I watched.
Like, what if I had, you know, COVID, or, you know what I mean?
This video, so let me see.
From a police raid on their mansion resulting in...
And of course, XQC wouldn't care about uploading this because he doesn't have any moral.
Well, okay, but you're watching like.
Yeah, he's a philosophical zombie.
Andrew Tate's controversy have finally
That's right,
caught up
Ethan.
to him. It's not necessarily like this isn't even.
Did they have a debate? This is not like a formal debate, right? But they are definitely disagreeing on a lot. Ethan seems legitimately peeved at Hasan for being part of this, you know, React streamer culture. He obviously doesn't hold Hasan in the level of contempt as he does XQC, but you know, there's like a little, like Buffy was saying, there seems to be a little saltiness between Ethan and Hasan.
I think
doesn't Ethan do reacts too? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've definitely seen Ethan like react to Blair White. I'm sure there's other people.
Hold on, go ahead. What are you saying?
Do I still have a cat in here? No, I don't.
This isn't even that bad. Like
How do you know? I just started it.
The cat is in the other room talking.
Because no matter what it is, it's probably like is it just a bunch of news reactions?
No, it's a video.
Oh, it's just one singular video.
Yeah,
that
it's
he's
one
reacting
video.
to?
I know because I watched it. This is the end for Andrew Tate. I watched it from Internet Anarchist. Yeah.
That's not. Oh shit.
Oh, that's the guy.
It's like he's bothered by Hasan being obtuse about it.
That Internet Anarchist, ironically, is the guy that fucking Aiden Ross false copy strike because he thought he was my mod.
Okay,
That's the
that is
guy. I was like,
interesting.
what the fuck?
So, like, I mean, just right off the bat, what the fuck is this editing? There's 10 seconds of him sitting there like a moron. Look at this idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm entertained at how much Ethan hates XQC.
it's not high effort.
No. This
The
is
editing
like
is not
that.
high effort.
I mean, hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm trying to do- No, it's not.
Let me get a taste of this. Why wouldn't they cut that?
Kristen Tate being held in a
Let me get a taste of this. Look, I feel like Ethan would totally drink my wine.
Romanian jail cell for over 3
Look at him.
months.
He doesn't even know what the fuck he's watching.
I think the
One in chat if you would drink my wine.
main problem here
What a
is
moron, dude.
The main problem here should be that if this is on your main channel, you should definitely edit it more for sure.
Hold on, Hasan. I really
If you knew that I'm not going to say anything to the host, would you drink my wine?
want to see.
Would you switch glasses with me?
I want to get a feel for this.
Super no.
Like this is like my fan. This is like
Some of
fan
them
owned
are
and operated
serious
channels that just like straight post VODs, like straight rip
I
VODs.
feel like most people would just be worried about germs. I'm surprised that this person wasn't.
You know what I
for
mean?
the past 6 months. But with the recent developments in their case, it
Seems
seems
like Ethan hasn't shed all of his anti-SJW centrist dude bro vibes. Hasan is still giving off dude bro vibes. He makes more of an effort to shed that off, though.
like this is just the beginning. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube.
Okay, one thing that really confuses me about the Internet Anarchist is that, like, why does he call himself that? Like, I have never seen anything on Internet Anarchist that feels like any sort of ideology, leftist or otherwise, right? I just feel like Internet Anarchist is a weird name for this guy, but whatever.
I mean, this is already theft.
He does have the Anarchy A on his logo.
He didn't even intro it. He didn't talk about it. He's literally just sitting there quietly for the first 30 seconds. You should sue him.
Just
Fuck
an anarchist in the apolitical sense.
you, XQC, you thief bitch.
I'm
not surprised he's stealing people's videos. He steals people's money too. On fucking
I thought he was internet archivist.
Dude, on this, by the way, is look, you're talking to someone who I do not care about IP in the same way that you do. We have differing opinions on.
Can somebody explain the juicers? Is a juicer just somebody that comes in and tries to start drama? Is that what a juicer is?
On it.
You think that you should be able to take people's
Because, like,
videos?
I know a little bit of XQC lingo. I know about the rookie hole. I've fallen into the rookie hole a few times myself. Try to not do it going forward. But yeah, I know about the rookie hole. Not to be confused with the bonus hole. The rookie hole is completely different.
Videos and re-upload them wholesale?
Well, not necessarily. I think
Not
you should still-
necessarily?
I think you should still.
Just a young Twitch. So like a Zoomer Twitch viewer, kind of.
Still abide by
Oh, XQC fans. That's what juicers are. Okay.
certain standards, but overall, I don't really care. I don't really care if someone rips my IP.
No, but you're talking about IP law, or are you talking about what your preference is?
My personal preferences and what I think, my personal preferences and what I believe and how I believe IP should be run is significantly more
How should IPs
hands-off.
be run? How should IPs be run?
I think that there should be a
XQC said he was suing Hasan and Ethan seriously for this conversation? Hasan didn't even do anything. Hasan was being extremely nice. I did see him react to Ethan, and like I guess he made fun of God, should we watch this? XQC Ethan. Let's see if we can find this. He made fun of Ethan's tics, which, if you don't know, like Ethan, has certain way, like certain movements that he does like involuntarily, right? XQC is, and it's like a medical condition, right? XQC was like making fun of his medical XQC is very hot and cold with Hasan. Yeah, let's take a look at. I want to see. This is
I think the main problem here. What the sound?
So, like, I mean, just right off the bat, what the fuck is this editing? There's 10 seconds of him sitting there like a moron. Look at this idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not high effort.
No. This
The
is
editing
like
is not
that.
high effort.
I mean, hold
Yeah,
on.
No, it's not.
Let me get a taste of this.
It's Tourette's. It's Tourette's. So that's what he's making fun of with Ethan. Okay, I don't know if this is going on. Wait,
Why wouldn't they cut that?
Kristen Tate being held in a Romanian jail cell for over 3
Look at him.
Yeah,
he
I
doesn't even
think-
know what the fuck he's watching.
I think the main problem here
What a
is
moron, dude.
The main problem here should be that if this is on your main channel, you should definitely edit it more.
Wait, this is just based Ethan Klein rips Hasan a new. Oh god, this is Augie. Why am I watching the Augie version of the clip? Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Here, this is what I'm talking about. Right here.
If you ever see a video like that on YouTube, it is most likely from a fan channel that took a straight VOD rip and posted it on YouTube and is monetizing it themselves. It's not touching me in any capacity. And
Can I be honest with you?
What?
There will be a time, in my opinion, where
man.
there'll be some legal hammer that will come down on streamers, and
There it
there'll
is.
be a time.
You know,
when you guys-
chat. There will be a time where people don't even use cars anymore, dude. There used to be a time, chat, people were gonna start flying. You know, chat. There's a time, chat. There's a time, chat, where people are gonna be teleporting, dude. Oh.
If you ever see a video like that on
I don't understand it either. Like, you know, XQC's got, you know, some strange, like, I've never seen anybody bite their toenails on stream before until I watched XQC do it. I'd like to say publicly that XQC is a content thief, and if you think this is defamation, please sue me, my bitch. Wait, sue me, bitch. Destroying morons in court is my favorite hobby, and if you want me to explain why you are a content thief, I'll be happy to chat with you anytime. What a content beast. Wow. Okay, so there are like legal threats flying around. I think that if we look at the Augie thread, this is implying, oh no, god damn it, X. Why do you do this to me, X? Actually, Twitter always did this too. Happy potato. There's the Augie thread. Okay. Based Ethan Klein rips Hasan a new asshole. Now this is weird because Augie and people like Augie hate Ethan's guts. They have hated Ethan for the longest time, but something about Ethan shitting on Hasan is getting Augie excited. So yeah. Rips Hasan a new a-hole in the new HD podcast where he debated about XQC and reaction content. An unconfident Hasan squirms as Ethan effortlessly gets him to admit that stealing is cool. Ethan also calls XQC a thief bitch and calls for a law. So it sounds like, was it Ethan that called for a lawsuit first? Yeah, XQC does have. So if you don't remember, if you've only heard about XQC a little bit, probably what you've heard is that XQC got $100 million deal from Kick to do, you know, most of his content over there. Like he still does, I think he still does Twitch, but he's, you know, he's getting $100 million from Kick. Now we don't know if some of that 100 million might be, what's it called, like stock or something, or, you know, like we don't know how exactly the deal works, if it's 100 million in cash or 100 million in mixed assets, or I don't even know. XQC is not used to getting hate ever. Really interesting. I mean, because like he seems, I mean, like, look, I'm not trying to insult the guy, but I mean, I could see people hating XQC. A lot of people on the right that don't like Ethan are Fallen fans. True, yeah, that's what they call them, Fallen fans. So I guess it makes sense that they hate Hasan more. Yeah. So there, I think you're right. Peiko Smile. I think you got this exactly right. These people like Augie here are hoping for a return to form on Ethan Klein's part, right? And seeing Ethan shit on Hasan, I think that tickles their that tempts their taste buds or something. Wait, which one is this? Oh my god, I can't find my way back. Wait, I was literally on this. There it is.
A similar structure to how patents are supposed to exist,
Like, I don't really have any, strong feelings about XQC. The only overarching thing is I feel like, Flash to see. I didn't even see. Thank you for the follow, Flash to see. Like, I don't really feel strongly about XQC. I do think that he comes off as not knowing what he's talking about a lot, but I don't really like. I should never watch him.
For all content creation, that after a certain amount of time has passed, for like television productions or for even movies in general, that IP should be completely lifted.
Nabil, what's
and
up?
you can make derivative works off of that with ease.
Well, that's like a 50-year scope. That doesn't really
not even a
affect what
50-year
we
scope.
do.
I think it should be shorter than that.
Okay.
That's number one.
XQC loves drama when he's not the main villain. That is such a Twitch streamer thing to do.
Number two, I think that as far as like rigorous control over IP, I
actually don't love drama because it gets in the way of me covering the things that I need to cover. And often when there is drama, it's not involving me, but it is involving my friends. And I kind of don't like that. Like, I've got, friends that are getting ridiculous shit talked about them right now for shit they did when they were 7.
personally don't have it. I don't.
And the reason I'm not going into detail about who I'm talking about is because I don't want to blow this thing up for them. This is like, I don't know. I just wish this shit would go away because it's like the silliest thing to get criticized for. Some of you out there know what I'm talking about. You don't feel obliged to say it in chat, but yeah, this is not cool.
I don't believe in it. I don't think it's a good thing.
What do you mean you don't believe in it? I don't understand what that means.
I
only love some kinds of drama. I do not enjoy Twitch drama. I wait till I get into some spicy drama. I give you full consent to cover my drama. Okay.
So you think that people should...
Well, generally when I'm covering drama, it's like, it's not for the drama. It's more for the fact that I feel like a friend of mine is getting screwed over. Like, case in point, right? Do you remember when Keffels lied about Zara? Do you remember when Keffels lied about Polly? Like, I mean, that was drama that I covered because I wanted to set the record straight as much as I can. I want to put my little bit of voice, my little bit of reach into to set the record straight for people. But yeah, it just feels like half of the time, especially when it's somebody like Keffels, like, I'm like, am I helping blow this up? Because I never want to be in this position where I'm making it worse for somebody.
Be able to steal your videos and upload it.
Yeah, which is why I have...
Why? How is that fair to anybody? Do you really believe that?
Yeah, well, Ethan, if you literally search Hasan Abi, there are 1,000 channels pretty much that literally take everything I do on my stream and re-upload it and make money.
No, I know that you don't care. But you're talking about like the law.
In a perfect world,
I don't
think,
care that much either about what people do with my content.
Yeah,
but
in a perfect world, I think that content of this sort would be heavily subsidized by government subsidies in the arts, in the field of art.
You would be subsidized?
Everyone, every type of content creation would be heavily subsidized so that it would not be, art would not be.
I don't think this is going to come off well to Ethan's audience, right?
Be created
I don't feel like you're speaking to like a real world right now.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying my own idealistic understanding of the world versus what is happening in the room.
You were around for the Poly stuff. Oh, the Poly Keffels stuff. You weren't hadn't discovered Twitch when Keffels went at Zara. Yeah, she just like straight up lied about Zara, and I don't even understand what it's about. Right, Zara never did anything to her. I feel like Zara like might have made Keffels some memes back in the day before Keffels went on her left arc.
Real world are two separate issues, or two separate scenarios.
So you believe?
Yeah, the problem is we don't live in that world. So IP law is necessary under capitalism.
That IPs, people should just be able to steal your content.
I don't consider it. Well, first of all, I don't even consider it theft because people do that already, and I have given allowances for people to do that.
No,
However,
I'm not saying people are stealing your content.
Yeah,
I'm talking about IP laws in general.
I think that the protections should only exist for people like YouTube channels and whatnot, people that are smaller independent operations and that the restrictions should be heavily limited for larger corporations.
So how do you decide who's a smaller and who's a larger?
That's actually a really good question. I don't have an answer for that.
White supremacy targets POC the hardest. True.
I've thought about it a lot, but I do not have an answer for it. I don't know. I think like maybe revenue structure wise, like after a certain.
So what you just hit?
Yeah, she did everything right. She did everything right, and they attacked her.
You hit
A money number, and then you have
cap,
more
and then
protection?
it limits down.
What if
like a progressive taxation structure where it like basically limits the amount that you can maintain your own intellectual property patents.
What if that's how you make a living? So they take your IP away, and then all of a sudden your business goes bankrupt because everyone can steal your content.
What do you mean? Why would your business go bankrupt?
Your business, potentially, you're making money by creating.
I mean, look, like in general, like, right, I've been accused of trading in drama. I've been accused of like, you know, covering it excessively. Most of the time it's been to try to set the record straight. I don't like drama, right? In other words, interpersonal conflict that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm covering or what I'm talking about, right? The one exception I can, think of is when there actually is an ideological question underlying the drama that I wouldn't normally. Oh my God, we got another ad break starting in 5 minutes when there's an ideological question underlying the drama, and the drama gives me a good chance to highlight that and to talk about something that wouldn't be that interesting to most people, except for that it's relevant to the drama. Does that make sense? Like, drama is a good tool for focusing people's attention. Like, drama is the Velveeta cheese that I pour on the broccoli to get you to eat the broccoli, right? That's my perspective on drama, right? It's not necessarily good or bad, but I don't like being in the position where I have to cover meaningless drama, right?
Proprietary or unique content.
Okay.
So once you were
Sometimes stuff that gets called drama, it's not really drama. It's somebody getting attacked. It's somebody getting lied about. It's somebody being done dirty. And
this is doing great. I'm making $10 million a year. And then you lose your IP. How does that make sense?
Because it's still unique content creation, which means
people
that
just start re-uploading it, and then your bottom line is going to get crushed.
Yeah, you'll certainly, well, on your old library content, you would still have like some.
You see that this is so much more complicated.
Your bottom line could potentially get crushed. Just like your bottom line is going to get crushed if you get caught in the top of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. That's right. That means 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads will be served to you unless you have a little icon by your name. There's some ways that you can go about that you might be not be aware of. One of these ways is by using an Amazon Prime, getting yourself a free sub and just using that, and it gets you out of the ad break pretty simply. Another simple way to take care of it is if you've got $5 that you can spend, $5 for desktop, I think it's $6 for mobile, that'll get you out of that break too. Another slightly more complicated and slightly less certain way to get out of the ad break is to get a gift sub. And it can happen, it does happen, don't necessarily count on it, right? But if you're active in chat, it's more likely to happen, that way than if you're not. So there we go. There's the ad break spiel. Yes, it makes perfect sense. Drama can be transformative tool in a way. Yeah.
Yeah,
it is
100%. Yeah, I do.
Why make things more complicated? I don't understand that.
Well, I mean, I think this is still
Shakespeare. You mean Shakespeare, or do you mean Shakespeare? Has been known to use drama to teach important things.
So the way that it currently exists is still pretty complicated.
It's not that complicated. It's like, the only complication.
It definitely is complicated. People abuse DMCA. You know this already. Like people, there are like
That's not complicated.
Even in the way that I have simplified my structure, where I'm like, do whatever you want, make money if you want off of the content. Even then, there are bad actors. For example, there is a network of like botted channels from Vietnam that until 3 months ago were like uploading videos about fishing, that then turn around and start uploading videos of my streams.
That's just
Wait, are we talking about Hasanabi Capital there?
Okay, but that's not my point.
But then
is
they
that
DMCA other fan channels or even my channel sometimes. They try to DMCA me with my content, and they're abusing.
That's hilarious.
Using the DMCA structure.
It's not complicated. It's just that you just need to.
I'm surprised that Vaush's sysadmin hasn't tried that on me.
Sue someone to find actual results.
I'm trying to give her any ideas if she's watching.
Oh, it's pretty straightforward, I feel like.
You have to have, bad actors are always going to exist, which is why you need to have some regulations, some laws around it, which is what I'm saying. I agree with you on that. There's always going to be people that violate it. Ultimately, if you want to understand why I have this opinion, look, I grew up in Turkey. We did not have access to movies when I was growing up that in a timely manner. We did not have access to video games when I was growing up in a timely manner. And the only way I was able to enjoy all of these video games when I was growing up in Turkey.
Von Diva Rebel, you just got a gift sub. Yeah, see, it can happen. It can happen. Thank you, Nabil.
Was cracked.
We're saving yet another person from the top of the hour ad break.
Video games there's a massive black market that was readily available where you could go and purchase a game in a brick and mortar retail store.
And potentially saving me if we can get 8 more of those by the end of the stream from being a sub 100 a less than 100 sub streamer
Store,
which
that
doesn't feel
exclusively
good.
sold like pirated material, basically pirated movies and pirated video games. And the only way I had access to anything, like the only way I had access to anything that was going on in the rest of the world was through purchasing through a black market substitute, cracked video games and pirated movies. So
sounds like they figured it out for themselves over there in Turkey.
Yeah, because it was not there was
That means that we're 1/3 of the way there.
no way that you could access it. And
I still don't see the solution of making everything IP-less.
So my point was, but that's a violation of IP. That's like heavily
Of course it is.
illegal.
And good for. And I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that. I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? Do what you got to do.
So you're
But you do
fine.
need laws to protect your fucking
So you're
property.
okay. So we're
Yeah, I mean it's an important issue, and I do think that Ethan brings up some good points. I also think that Ethan, I mean, you get the feeling that Ethan doesn't entirely understand the world that Hasan lives in, but at the same time, it's kind of an insular world. So like an outside perspective can be useful.
we're not that far off from one another on this issue.
I'm not
then
saying that if you break IP in Turkey, you should fucking have your hands cut off or something. I don't care.
No,
Okay,
first of all,
now
there's no hand cut.
just as I'm complimenting Ethan, right? Just as I'm complimenting Ethan, damn. They don't. No, Ethan.
in Turkey.
I know. I'm just
But
saying.
my point was that okay, so you and I are in agreement on this then, because it's more of a wink and a nod where it's like, hey, listen, you know, sometimes you're gonna steal some movies.
If XQC re-uploads one of my videos and just sits there watching,
And YouTube, don't think I'm letting you off for free, right? You may not be, the ad break may not be pertinent to you, but what you can do to help me out is to hit that like button. It's the one feedback method that YouTube gives you of letting them know that you enjoy what you're watching. So if you want what you're watching, in other words, me, to do better, you can hit that like button, and it has a material effect on my life.
should have the right to sue him.
Yeah.
So you think that?
Yeah. If you
Ethan has a very some very notions of Turkey. Yeah.
regardless of my own personal belief, I think that there needs to still be some limitations to what you can and can't do, because there's going to be bad faith abusers of that structure.
Is XQC a bad faith abuser?
I think XQC is working with
he hates XQC
in the bounds of a lack
Kind of
of regulation
enjoying it,
around this
though.
sort of thing.
But it's never.
I think it's because I always feel like Hasan is too nice to XQC, so Ethan being like this is somehow
It's not going to be regulated. That's the.
Somehow
I
doing
mean,
it
it
for
is,
me.
but you need to be sued. There's no
Like
mechanism.
his perspective
for
on it. His
enforcing
perspective on it is like, as long as nobody comes after me, why the fuck would I stop? Which I kind
Which
of
is-
understand, because that's how I approach like IP from like MasterChef, for example. You know what I mean? Like big television productions of shows
Right.
that
And they could
are
sue
no
you,
longer
and they
being
would,
circulated.
and they would be right to sue you. I think they would be in the right.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't.
But
I mean, I think it's. But
Wait, here's my question: did Hasan upload any of the MasterChef stuff to YouTube, or was that like Twitch only? Right? What would happen if you react? I feel like if you reacted to MasterChef on YouTube, you would have a bad time. You would have a very bad time.
ultimately, I think that's like that kind of structure is kind of ridiculous. For example,
Oh, yeah, good point, smartest man. Hasan is also extra defensive of XQC because he does pretty much the same thing. Not in the same way, but yeah, he,
here's why.
he definitely sees himself in Ethan's criticisms of XQC, if that makes sense.
Like, as Twitch streamers, when we're watching stuff or when
Why is Ethan so adamant about being intense? That's what I'm asking, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, it feels to me like either Ethan is mad at Hasan for being part of these asshole React streamers that he's, mad at, or mad at Hasan for not being more adamant about XQC being a piece of shit, right? It feels like Ethan is irritated with Hasan. I can't, speak for him. I don't know that for sure. I don't know what's in Ethan's heart of hearts, but it does feel like I haven't ever seen leftovers get this adversarial before. So
reacting to things like we quite literally get paid by either Hollywood studios to react to certain things or react to trailers or even sometimes react to entire videos, right? Like entire episodes. The problem is that given international IP restrictions, when you do that, there is a tremendous amount of limitation on what you can watch. You have to geo-lock your content, for example, if you are watching anime.
Look, this stuff I didn't know, right? He's talking about being paid by Crunchyroll, for instance, to watch an entire episode of an anime, but then having to geo-lock that content so that it's not gonna get him in any trouble, because it's kind of like the game that they play with like location and stuff being available in this location but not that location and all that.
Like you might do like a Crunchyroll spot where Crunchyroll will be like, we're gonna give you money to watch an entire episode of anime. When you do that, you have to geo-lock where
Crunchyroll. You need somebody to watch the new One Piece episode where Luffy goes Gear 5. Where Luffy becomes Joy Boy. Do you need somebody to do that? I'm here. Call Crunchyroll. Call me.
Your content can be watched. You have to abide by certain sets of restrictions. And I feel like
I want to
with
watch that on
respect to
stream.
larger budget productions like that, the reason why I'm mentioning the ad component here is because like obviously multi-million-dollar corporations and billion-dollar corporations see value in someone like a Twitch streamer reacting to their content, right? Because there is value to it. It is you're marketing this material to a broader audience. They don't see it as a market substitute. They see it as a good thing. But also on top,
I feel like the One Piece fans in chat might be a little bit mad about the fact that I didn't say it correctly. I'm sorry. It's called Gear 5th, right? It's Gear 5th.
of that, even when you're doing
assuming they see it as a good thing.
Well, why would they give money if it wasn't a good thing?
Oh
why
no,
would they pay?
sometimes they'll do it to promote a show, but in the case of like Master Chef, I don't believe.
Wait, whose head looks messed up? Are we talking about Hasan's or Ethan's?
Nobody's ever reached out to me and been like, "You're good to go." Giving you, like,
no.
legal clearance.
Well,
but like if Crunchyroll's like, "Yeah, we want to pay you to watch this new show."
yeah, I'm just using that as an
makes
example.
sense.
I'm using like one of the examples to show you that like, yes, I think there is a conversation that can be had about the value of like watching something live.
Of course there's value.
Yeah.
But a company decides like, "Hey, I want you to do."
The reason that people are like extra mad about XQC is that like just one thing that's different between what Hasan does and what I do, right? Which if you watch you all know this, right? If it's like a 1 hour Vaush video, you're gonna be sitting here for like 3 hours. Let's be real, it's gonna be like 2.5, 3 hours, right? So I add a lot to whatever I watch. I react pretty hard, right? Hasan is known as Pausanabi because he's always pausing it to make commentary. Sometimes he brings in other videos, graphs, like articles, other information to kind of bring some context to what he's watching, right? Whereas XQC has recently been outed for, a few videos that he put up on YouTube that have very little of actual XQC commentary on it. So I think that's what... I think that's why people are going so hard at XQC. Hasan said it earlier that like it's like for once he's not the one that's in the hot seat. Usually when people are complaining about what pieces of shit React streamers are, it's like him that they're talking about. So he's in some ways relieved that it's XQC in the barrel and not him. Ethan does bring up a good point about why Hasan is defending XQC when Hasan claims not to be as bad as XQC. Yeah.
The entire gaming industry,
especially something you wouldn't
Hasan?
normally be watching. Like you wouldn't normally sit down and watch.
You're talking about Hasan. So everybody comments on this, right? And they'll say that Hasan has a small head. But really what I think it is it's like the ratio between Hasan's shoulder and his head that makes his head look extra small. I think that's what we're...
A fucking episode of, tits out, guns out anime or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, it's not just anime.
That's my favorite
the entire,
anime.
like I said,
Girl
the
with
entire
giant
video
titties
game, the
episode,
entire
whatever.
gaming industry relies on Let's Play as a way to market their product, which is why...
I'm not saying... Then there are symbiotic relationships with that. I'm not saying that.
Which is why, for example, video games could be subject to the same kind of DMCA restrictions that that any kind of content that you consume online could be subject to. I would take it even one step further.
Nintendo.
things that you show, like this.
Oh, X isn't commenting. Yeah, XQC did react to this video though, and we watched a little bit of that. We watched the part where XQC makes fun of Ethan's Tourette's. So
The fact that there's a brand on here that we are not sponsored by, but we have this brand right here. This could technically, depending on I think how far down the rabbit hole you want to go, like a lot of this stuff is licensed, right? Licensed imagery. We actually technically don't have the license to show this.
I don't know the
licensed,
legality.
trademarked, yeah.
That is interesting. Well, I can just interject from my experience working on like movies and TV that everything that appears in a TV show has to be cleared.
Yeah,
everything.
That's why they don't show you brands in like a certain.
Well, they're just right.
Not necessarily because they don't want to give
so
an ad.
what? I mean, so what? Anyway, I want to watch
His facial hair also makes his head look smaller.
XQC. Fucking, I really want to get a sense for when he starts talking.
And today we'll be taking a look.
We're already watched how long we watching this fucking thing? See, this moron is such an idiot. He's got the he didn't even edit it. I'm looking at his. I can't tell which is his time bar and which is the one of the video because it's so fucking unedited. Like it's so he cares so little.
This is a straight VOD rip.
It's been going for 30 seconds.
The recent news and developments in the Tate brothers saga, following their move from jail to house arrest on the 31st of March 2023.
Fucking moron.
Guys, I want to know.
Shut up.
No, man.
Okay, listen.
I want to know, man.
He's not even talking about the video. He's responding to a comment in chat.
Yeah.
Hold on.
News and developments in the Tate brothers saga, following their move from jail to house arrest on the 31st of March 2023.
Guys, I want to know. I want to know. Guys, I want to know, man.
Bro.
Here's my concern, right? Do you hear that music? Do you hear that music on the Internet Anarchist video? Like, I'm glad that he's pausing it and I'm pausing it and XQC's pausing it. I'm glad that everybody's pausing it, but that sounds like copyrighted music to me. I don't know.
Chad is saying, "Don't watch this video. Why are you watching this video?" And he's saying, "I want to know, man. I'm an XQC analyzer translator." So let me explain something here.
So
that is going to happen on a live stream. That's always going to happen on a live stream.
Okay, listen. Right now,
your criticism is about uploading this straight VOD rip to your YouTube channel, right?
There's two prongs. There's two prongs here. One is uploading it to YouTube, which is insane.
So, I mean, Ethan does sound a little bit out of touch when he's complaining about literally like XQC reading chat. Like, oh my God, he's reading chat. That's not a reaction to the video. That seems a little bit out of touch. Of course, that's going to happen during a live stream. Also, the reason that XQC's chat wants him not to watch this is that, and this is my best guess, right? If anybody knows more about XQC than I do, and his chat and his community, right, feel free to correct me. But I think it's that a lot of them kind of like Andrew Tate. And when you're watching that Internet Anarchist video, that video is not sympathetic. Like, that is not a video that's like, Andrew Tate really didn't do anything wrong and the Matrix is going after him, right? That's the official line. If you're a tater tot, you're like, oh yeah, Tate is a great humanitarian. He did nothing wrong. He just wants to help humanity. And the Matrix is coming after him. And they're saying that he did all this trafficking. And of course he didn't, right? So I think that's why X's chat is not super keen on him reacting to this particular video. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear about the crimes of Andrew Tate because they think that Andrew Tate did nothing wrong.
And he should be sued for this, and I hope people do. I mean,
I don't
shame
think
on
the
you.
content creators themselves.
Ethan hates XQC because of the gambling trauma. That's right. He was pro Gamba back in the day. You know what's weird though? From what I know, from what I've heard, I don't think people assumed that part of the reason X was going over to Kick was so that he could do Gamba on stream. From my understanding, though, he hasn't done that yet. So maybe not.
Always care about it, which is why.
Not always, but when they do, they should have. It's their right. I mean,
right?
I don't think it's respectful to upload a video.
That's never
like that,
happened
period.
before.
At least put a fucking little effort in to make it watchable. Like, what is this shit, dude?
Oh, you're
Moron.
right. You're right. Yeah, he's done some ridiculous stuff on Kick. He's watched episodes of Breaking Bad. He started to watch The Dark Knight. I almost said that in French. Le Chevalier Noir. But no, he started to watch The Dark Knight. It's the Batman movie with Heath Ledger as the Joker. He started to watch that on Kick, and I think some mods came in and stopped him.
Just mean
Stupid.
He's
clearly some content creators do because they're making a stink about it.
Yeah, which is the point is this, okay? There's two different classifications to have conversations on. One is what you're reacting to on your Twitch stream. And there's standards of practices on that as well, or like what's the most ethical way to react. You can have a conversation about live stream reacting. And then the other side of the story is what you upload to your owned and operated channels. to channels that you own, that you have creative control over. And yes, I maintain the position that like things that I upload to my channel, to my YouTube channel, have to abide by certain standards, because if it was just straight VOD rip, it would be very boring, and it would be in some respects, maybe not technically a market substitute, but like not a good representation of like what kind of content I put out on my own.
Well, okay, so there's two prongs. The YouTube one we've covered. The Twitch one has not really been tested, to be honest with you. And there's a lot, I feel like there's a lot of, listen, the walking away and leaving things playing, it shouldn't be done by anyone on Twitch ever.
Yeah, I do it all the time. Like, there's no,
I mean, I just think you're creating a huge legal liability by doing that. Because one day somebody's going to come start suing people. And if that's up, and if you've done that, you have a huge liability. Yeah. There's no way you can justify that in court or to a judge.
Yeah, playing it, I guess like technically the only thing that you could do is like from a legal standpoint, I'm not even saying this is like apt or adequate as a counter, but maybe like chat. No, I don't know. Like having different.
All that proves is that there's people there fucking consuming the video that you're not.
Yeah, you're right. Overall,
but if you don't care about IP, that's one
overall,
thing.
The reason why like a lot of YouTubers don't complain about that in general, but they might, and you're absolutely right about that. Overall,
I mean, Raven, I agree, except I feel like if I started streaming Dark Knight before I could even click play, a Warner Brothers rep would indeed come over to my place of residence, but instead of just tackling me, they would reenact the Heath Ledger scene where he makes the pen disappear, right? With me as the Joker's goon. That would be what the Warner Brothers rep would do.
The reason why a lot of people don't complain about that is because they don't see it as a one-to-one. They see it more as like promotional. Most YouTubers, most
content
creators
see it as to decide that.
What do you mean? It's
not up to the streamer to decide if it's promotional or not.
No, you're right about that, which is why it's more of like as long as nobody complains about it, you're doing it type
Which
situation.
I get it. You guys been watching Master.
Mentally, you're kind of right though. It is. I mean, it is a very. It does like to the extent that look, it's mostly like a non-political platform, but to the extent where it is political, yeah, you're right. It leans right. It leans anti-SJW, and yeah, it's so maybe his left-leaning liberal fans didn't like that he joined Kick. I don't know if did X have fans like that?
Chef, they don't seem to care. That's awesome.
Yeah.
But
remember when I was doing that, it was older seasons. It was never like a new season. I would literally have the contestants on. I literally had the No, I know. I'm just saying that like it was still relatively transformative in the sense that like even if I were to put out a final product from that, which I never did.
That's good that you did.
Wait a minute.
My goal was always to make it as entertaining as possible.
Here's what I'm noticing, right? I'm noticing that the fans of Augie RFC, upon watching this, they're like W Ethan, because Ethan's shitting on Hasan, right? Does that mean that if Polly and I had a conversation where we were all like, oh, I don't know, Polly, I think you're completely wrong about that. I don't know, Irene, I think you're full of shit, right? Would we get love? Would we both get love from Twitch? Poll, would they love us both? Would they be like, W Irene for dunking on Polly, W Polly for dunking on Irene? I'm gonna have to get a hold of Polly and have a we might have to set up a fake debate.
And also on top of that, have like literally the chefs and whatnot that were involved in the content creation process in the secondary marketplace.
Polly, we got to get our fallen fans back.
There might even be like more relaxed analysis for live chat or for live streams because it's not archived somewhere. But it's just not been tested, But I would definitely encourage you not to do the walk away play thing. And if you are watching something to provide, to be conscious of how much analysis is going into it, which I think
we got to do that. We got to do that.
But some people aren't.
Even just don't tell anybody.
Even if you look at like fan channel upload react,
we'll be on a chud thumbnail together.
The one thing that haters are always confused about is like there's this meme about me, the chair meme, right? It's a part of Twitch culture because like when you're live for 8 to 10 hours, two things that are always going to happen is like one, you're going to be eating on camera, so that's like a big meme. The other one about live streaming in general is that of course you're going to get up at a certain point, right? That is where that chair meme comes from, which then turned into like, oh, Hasan
like Polly could tell me how bad vaping is and stuff, and I could be like all salty about it.
Like we'll click play and then leave his chair on and walk away.
You do that though. You just said you do.
No, but there's a difference. I don't let the video just fucking run throughout the entire process and just like walk away and fuck off.
You did say you just.
I get up to either take a piss sometimes if I really have to pee without pausing the video, which I should. I should do like a BRB screen or something. And I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out a better way to do that. But
do you want the fallen NCC fans back though? Like, I mean, I can think of some fallen NCC fans that I really don't want back. That I don't. I'm like, why were you a fan? Like I'm thinking of a particular notorious transmed right now who used to be an NCC fan, and I'm just like, why? What?
By possibly playing something that like either the person will never have issue with, or rather, playing.
I'm just, like I'm thinking of somebody who's really, really likes Northrop Grumman and really likes NCC, and I find it strange.
Like a TikTok or something, just like jiggle some keys in the eyes of the audience so that it's like the content is not stale.
So right, and that's fine. Like I said, but at any rate, XQC is the biggest fucking douche offender piece of shit ever. I literally hate him.
Okay,
he's so vile. He is. He's just the worst, man. He doesn't care about anything.
I think there's definitely a lot worse people online than XQC.
I didn't say he's the worst person online.
He's just like
no.
He is just.
I think we've already established, Ethan, that Keemstar is the worst person online.
Doing whatever the lack of limitations and boundaries
I don't know
are.
Why
just
I'm
like
finding
that's why he's making
entertaining.
$30 million to play fucking.
Chat, are you entertained? Because I'm very entertained right now. I don't know. I don't know whether it's the idea of a podcast where all the enemies of Twitch Pull come to shit on each other and thereby retain our fallen fans and try to like pick and choose which ones that we want and which ones are like toxic transmed Lauren Southern fans that maybe we don't want, which ones might send inappropriate and possibly illegal material to us in DMs, right? That's not a fallen fan that I want back, right? But look, these are good decisions to have to make. Which fallen fan do you want back? Okay, well, let's see if we can figure out the least toxic one out there.
100 million.
If you're a fallen fan, by the way, send a unban request. I want to hear from you, fallen fans, right? Do you think that you're the fallen fan for me to reintegrate into the community now? You're watching, you're not able to comment. Do you want to be able to comment? Make me an offer, fallen fans, okay? Make me an offer, all right? Tell me how you're going to provide entertainment for my chat, okay? And I will consider it, right? Whether you're a fallen fan that stopped watching me after I had that dispute with Dylan Burns, whether you're an imp that thought I was too mean to Demon Mama when I said that she was always something about her like wiping Dylan's butt or cleaning his diaper or something like that, right? And no, that was not a dig at Dylan's age. That was more of a comment on the way that Demon Mama was always cleaning up Dylan's messes for him back in the day. Whether you're somebody that was a Destiny fan that somehow wandered into my chat and then got mad that I talked to Chaos's Mel that one time, right? Whatever it is, right? I want to hear from you, fallen fans.
Or whatever,
because I know you're still out there.
$100 million to play Stake. I mean, that's like.
Well, he's not. I don't know if he's playing Stake.
He is.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
I don't think he's gambled, or maybe I don't know. I don't watch Kick.
Why do people watch this? Like genuinely. Let me watch this now.
So
why men can't get matches?
That's another question.
It's so weird. Putting Hasan in this position where you're talking about somebody who he basically works with, and you're like, why do people even watch this content? Like, how does anybody? This is just terrible. Like, why would anybody subject themselves to this?
Ethan, people say that about you, and they say that about me all the time.
No, but he's not saying anything.
That's right. The fallen fans say it.
But it doesn't matter. Some people like it. He is.
Chat, what do you think about that? One in chat if you want me to bring back some of the fallen fans.
Very representative of like
front picture,
the average gamer.
A group picture to make it seem like he has friends.
2 in chat if you want me to stop vaping, and you're like, I think that you're having some very bad ideas under the influence of a certain something, and fallen fans in chat. That's a great way to cause all kinds of drama. What are you thinking?
A picture in Paris to make it seem like he's cultured.
What is wrong?
I just want.
Wait, pause for a second. You know what's funny? All of these videos are kind of fire.
Ethan is coming across very, very judgy.
To react to. Like I'm watching this and I'm like, damn, I should react to this video.
Good. Just say some shit and you're good. Don't just sit there like a moron.
Why men can't get matches on dating apps?
Fallen fans of NCC, we're talking about at this point, right? Because we're sort of talking about this because like this is a phenomenon with Ethan in particular. Like, right, the H3, they always talk about their fallen fans. Ethan used to be a different kind of content creator, you know, more along the anti-SJW kind of, you know, quasi right wing commentary, like the commentary dudes, like, right? Ethan was more like them. Ethan was more like Augie RFC. Ethan was more like Keemstar, right? Not, I won't compare Ethan to Leafy, right? But he was a different dude back in the day, right? And he had different fans. And when Ethan kind of started to veer in a different direction, some of those fans not only were like, I don't like H3 anymore, but they were just like dogging him, right? And that's the phenomenon of the fallen fan. A lot of the people that hate Ethan's guts, a lot of the people in the commentary community, they're like, oh, fucking Ethan Klein, right? Those are fallen fans. Those are people that used to be fans of H3, and then H3 changed, you know, just like iDubbbz fallen fans, right? iDubbbz, you know, back in the day was a very different content creator. Now, most recently, I think iDubbbz did a video with Alimey, right? Very, very, very big change in, you know, the kind of things that iDubbbz is saying between then and now. And there are definitely a lot of fallen fans of iDubbbz. A lot of people that used to really, really like iDubbbz. And then when iDubbbz stopped being edgy, they were like, yeah, some of them, like when iDubbbz started dating, I think his current wife, right? They really turned on him.
I feel like that would be like an 8-hour video for me. I would watch this fucking 10-minute video and lose my mind probably.
Picture climbing mountains to make it seem like he's adventurous. After some hard work, the profile is ready. The woman doesn't feel safe sharing a lot of personal
40 seconds.
Okay, now I legitimately feel like I might watch this. This is a bad video though, right? Do you see what this video is setting up? They're showing a man and a woman going on a dating app, right? And they're talking about how much harder it is for the man, and how the woman is so lucky since she's gonna put out like one picture, small profile, swipe on a few people, and she's gonna have 99 plus DMs, right? Isn't she lucky? That's the argument that this content creator is. Wait, okay. I don't even know what this is, but yeah, this is XQC reacting to it, and then I should probably explain who's reacting to what. Yeah, XQC reacting to the, I don't know, incel video? I don't know what this is, right? And then Ethan and Hasan reacting to XQC.
So she chooses...
Not a single comment or introductory statement or anything. No words from him, frankly.
And she's ready to go. They start swiping and hope for the best.
45 seconds.
At the end of the day,
50 seconds.
Checks her phone, her like counter is full. Practically every profile she likes is an instant match.
So Ethan's counting the amount of time before XQC says anything. Oh, by the way, I'm counting the amount of time before the next incoming ad break, which is happening in exactly 2 minutes and 57 seconds. That means that if you don't get a little icon next to your face, next to your name, right? A little face next to your name, a little Persona 2 face next to your name, you're going to be subject to that ad break as well, right? You can get out of this with an Amazon Prime, integrating that into your Twitch and getting a free sub that way, not paying anything for it. You can pay $5 for it. They do cost $5 on desktop. I'm told $6 on mobile to get yourself a sub and get out of the ad break that way. Or less certain, but still possible, is being gifted a sub, getting a gift sub, being the recipient of a gift sub. It can happen. It has happened a few times in this stream, right? And it's most likely to happen to you if you're active in chat. So there we go.
Soon she's overwhelmed
1
by the
minute.
amount of matches and messages in her inbox. For the man, it's a different
Is he
story.
even watching the video? Is he just like looking at a fucking, like one of these cat things?
I mean, I think
You never had to use a dating app.
He's watching the video. He's probably looking at chat.
Congrats.
There's a lot of
Mom.
stimuli when you're live streaming, so it's like hard to exactly figure out what's going on.
You don't need to defend him, Hassan.
I'm not defending
He's
him.
a
I'm
monster.
defending myself, Ethan. That's what it is. Because
Yo!
like I've gotten the exact same types of criticism, and you can absolutely make the exact same types of criticism about me if I'm being perfectly honest. The reality is that
But you don't upload it to YouTube.
Yes, that's the
I mean,
the
that's a
major,
big difference.
That's the major difference. If you ever see a video like that on YouTube, it is most likely from a fan channel that took a straight VOD rip and posted it on YouTube and is monetizing it themselves. It's not It's not touching me in any capacity. And
can I be honest with you?
What?
There will be a time, in my opinion, where there'll be some legal hammer that will come down on streamers, and there will be a time when you guys will look back and be like, "Damn, I missed it. That was crazy that we just sat there watching content." Like that day will come when you guys will not be allowed to do this anymore because it's just so risky.
I feel like Ethan is like a soothsayer. Is that the name for it? Chat, check me on this, right? Is this a soothsayer thing that Ethan's doing? Like, he's probably right. He's like, yo, listen, frogs are gonna rain down out of the sky, okay? Locusts, seriously, like all kinds of shit. Like, are you even ready for this? And Hasan's like, doesn't seem likely. Does a frogs out of the sky? No. And Ethan's like, no, seriously, I've seen it. You know, he does the, like, I don't know, his mind's eye. He's seen a vision of the future, and he knows that the day will come, the day of apocalypse, the dies irae will come for the React streamer. And he's just warning. He's like the dude in the Bible that's like, yo, you got to get out of Sodom and Gomorrah. Is that Lot? No, like somebody comes to Lot, right? That's like an angel comes to Lot, right? Wow, we're in the Bible already. How did that happen? And not only in the Bible, we're in the part of the Bible that homophobes cite as like a as their proof that God doesn't like the gays, right? Soothsayer sounds about right. Okay, yeah. Ethan is mad that Hasan isn't more. That's what I got from this too. Yeah, more mad at XQC over this. But Hasan did go off on X yesterday over. Wait. What was that about, Chico? I hate it when cis guys attracted to gals complain about dating because they always complain how mean gals are and are to short guys, poor guys, ugly guys, guys without the proper bone structure. Hello, yeah, they'll skinny guys, yeah, like there's a lot of yeah that's reinforcing like a really, I don't know, it feels like a community that the internet like created, right? And it's so harmful, right? It's so harmful when like cis straight guys like get into these communities that are just like, yeah, no, you're completely ugly. You've got no chance with women. All right, you know, they're either gold diggers or they're very superficial. They're hypergamous. They're riding the cock carousel. You got no chance. You got only see the Chad over there, like those two Chads are taking 8 out of 10 girls, right? And you and I, we got nothing. That's what they tell each other, and it's just not true. But it is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? It does end up like making itself true when they get into these communities, and the rabbit hole that they go on from there is what makes it like, you know, when Vaush points out like, look at this graph of guys having sex that like, you know, it's really dropping off, like, right? We got to do something about the men. We got to do something about the guys, right? And you never really specifies what, so you're left to, you know, wonder like what Vaush's prescription actually is. But it just feels like they're going in the wrong direction. And I swear to God, what's keeping these guys from getting laid? I would say becoming a MAGA chud. It's a pretty good way to stop yourself from getting laid, right? Because if you looked at that Vaush, that thing that Vaush's mod and a lot of people over in his community were posting to be like, haha, Vaush is right. Look, this is a study that says 12th graders are more right-wing. They're like twice as likely to be right-wing or something like that, right? In that data, we were kind of reminded of the previous Vaush post about like the incidents of loneliness, the incidents of virginity, right? All this kind of stuff. And it feels to me like, I mean, look, what, I'm trying to remember this person's name. Somebody made a really good comment on this. God, I have to type his name in again. Oh my gosh, there's all kinds of stuff here. Oh no, there's me. Haha. Make sure to give this a like if you haven't already. It's pinned. I believe that it's pinned. It's definitely pinned on at least one of these platforms. No, oh no, God. God help me. There's so much bad stuff when you type in Vaush. There's so much bad stuff. Oh my God, get this bad stuff out of here. No, get the bad stuff. No, God. Everything is bad when you type. There it is. Okay. This is the tweet that I was looking for. All right. Sorry to kind of give you a derail, but I feel like we've watched the video for a very long time, and it kind of seems like maybe people could use a little... Yeah. Okay, so, like, look, I responded to this too, but I feel like this is Lacanian, aka Bored Delusion. I don't know anything about them. They're apparently very wine-pilled. They've got wine next to their name, so, you know, take that for what it's worth, right? They say, I've said this before, there is no healthy, right? This is a response to Vaush Mod saying, remember when people called out Vaush because he was coddling men by saying that the left should reach out to young men and prevent them from being radicalized? And then shows just literally like a headline, a screenshot of a headline from The Hill, from a right-wing journalistic enterprise, right? Like, haha, Vaush was right. See this right-wing, like, headline agrees with me. And if you actually read the article, you'll find that the article says that this is oversimplified, right? And brings up a bunch of kind of counterpoints to this. So, you know, it's kind of obvious that, I mean, I don't think that Vaush's mod read it doesn't seem like they read the actual article. I could be wrong, but yeah, Lacanian's response to this was, I've said this before, there is no healthy or leftist alternative to what these young men are looking for. If Andrew Tate didn't exist, they'd have to invent him. That's why Vaush's suggestion is misguided, right? So would I take this as is that like people that have been radicalized in this way, like, I just don't know if there's any reaching out to them. Like, they get conditioned to be like this. It's just like Anna, only reading headlines. More lovely takes from the White Flower Network. In my experience, cis guys attracted to gals are way more superficial, more likely to reject gals attracted to guys over the smallest thing, and vice versa. Oh yeah. And God, look, if you're trans, it's even worse, right? You get this sense where you know, guys are, you know, interested in dating you, but oftentimes not in a way that like integrates you with the rest of their life. In other words, you're not gonna like meet their friends and stuff. You're definitely not gonna meet their family, because they're really worried about being judged. Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to guys feel judged primarily by other guys, but maybe by society in general too, for what girl they're with, right? And the idea that like says something about them. And if the girl that they're with is trans, right, the, you know, translation is almost like that, you know, well, you're, you know, gay or something. right? And it's like, no, like, being like it reinforces like a really negative dynamic that really hurts trans women a lot, and for a lot of us makes it really hard to find somebody to be with, right? And it really feels like it doesn't need to be like this. It really feels like a lot of the problems with men originate in the patriarchy. And that's the information that's not getting to them, right? Is that the thing that they're getting encouraged to go deeper and deeper in and get more and more invested in, right, is the thing that's actually making life miserable for them. And, like, it's not an easy thing to say to somebody, yeah, you got, like, conditioned to think these things, so, like, uncondition yourself, right? It's not something that you can just, like, tell somebody to do. And that's why I feel like any solution that we're going to find for this phenomenon is going to come, like, downstream from I guess, like, reintegrating people from this cult of patriarchy. And like I said, I don't think that's something that a content creator can do. And it's definitely not something that you're going to do by sort of appealing to the false sense of victimization that's so pervasive in these kind of communities. Anyway, we've talked about incels for long enough. What? I'm gonna make odd noises. But yeah, I mean, this is the Hill article, right? And this is the graph that they're all crowing about. See, we've got 1975 on the left, and 2000, and really 2022 is the last year that they have. So understand, and this is going to become a lot relevant when I scroll down to, because this is 12th grade boys, right? When I scroll down to 12th grade girls, it's going to become more relevant that this is 2022. This is when the Dobbs decision on Roe v. Wade was happened, right? So in other words, these numbers don't contain any sort of reaction to that major event, which I think should probably affect the numbers. Anyway, so yeah, so what we see here is 1975, you got like 25% of 12th grade boys consider themselves liberal. It's a little bit less so in 78. Then in 80, this is like Reagan. Now we've got more conservative 12th grade boys than liberal, and it just kind of tracks along here. There's only a few times where the numbers are close, and when there are more like liberal than conservative, you can see here it's not a statistically significant difference. It's like 1% right there, 1% right there, right? So, it looks like the closest they're really coming is a statistical dead heat, right? And then you see here in 2016, this just crashes between 2016 and 2018, goes even lower than in 2020, 13% of 12th grade boys identifying as liberal, while conservative has its height in 2020. So I mean, this is kind of funny. Some of these subjects of this poll are going to be like potentially like eligible to vote in these elections, right? Depending on if you're 18 in 12th grade. But now we look at the girls poll, and it's always been higher liberal than conservative. This is 12th grade girls here. And remember, this is one poll. And the reason that this poll is getting so much attention is because it's an outlier. It's saying something that you're not really seeing. Oh, what's up, Ink Sexy Lexi? Good to see you. If Dems actually helped people, this wouldn't be a problem, but they're paid not to. So anyway, we're seeing, let's see, that's 2020. You've really seen ever since 2016, you're seeing a downward trend in conservative and a majorly upward trend in liberal. So when we combine these two numbers, right? Because like if you look at these numbers, it's 23 and 13, right? So you add those together and you get 36. That means that, what, 64% of the respondents neither said conservative nor liberal. For some of them, that meant that they consider themselves centrist, and for some of them, they were just like, I don't know. So the majority, like, right, you really don't have many of these 12th grade boys, stating like a political alignment. You do have more 12th grade girls willing to, call themselves liberal. And like I said, 2022, right? This is when that decision happened. So what did it do in 2023? And so when we add these together, you're actually having a pretty strong trend to the left in young people. But what the Vaush people are hanging their hats on is this disparity. And they're calling this a trend. And I mean, I guess in this graph, I can see, you could say it's like a trend since 2016, although not a very uniform one, right? This, like, for some reason in 2016, more people decided to identify one way or another. So like liberal goes up. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess more people were involved in it was a contentious election. But yeah, overall the numbers, are skewing more liberal, and definitely compared to the if you compare Zoomers to millennials, you've got like a more left sort of lean, and especially to Gen X. Gen X has become incredibly conservative. But yeah, this was a Reddit poll, and it started all this like discourse. And here's what we're missing, though, right? Because I showed you these two polls, and I said that I feel like these polls are outliers. Why do I feel that way? Let me show you another poll, right? Now, this isn't 12th graders. This is... Wait, is this the right one? Oh, that's not the right one either. There it is. This is the one. Okay. So, like, if you look at another poll, this is 18 to 29-year-olds, right? And this is since 2000, right? So, like, 20 years ago. This is young, 18 to 29-year-old men, right? The majority are moderate. 31 to 24% conservative as of 2022, right? You've seen like, a statistical, this is almost like more than a statistical dead heat. 2016, you see, yeah, this is interesting, right? You see this, kind of peak here, but generally, there's not a trend here, right? So what the Vaush people want to claim is that there's a trend, it's worrisome, and we need to change the way that we talk about feminism. in order to reverse this trend, right? And like I say, I mean, I guess you see sort of a trend there. You know, I could draw a trend line here. But when you look at another poll, and yeah, granted, this is like a slightly, yeah, I mean, this is a larger breadth than just like, you know, because 12th graders would be like 17 to 18 years old, right? So this is 18 to 29. But you're just not seeing like a trend here. So Hunter Biden, wow, okay. The leftward drift of young women alone has sufficed to move the needle. So in other words, that's an acknowledgement that, you know, Generation Z favors liberalism over conservative by a 48 to 33 majority, right? That overall, yeah, it's like, you know, good news for the left side of politics. According to NBC News polling from 2022, the political leanings of young men have changed little over the past 2 decades, according to this survey, right? So that was the one that I just read you. So when they, you know, make this headline, right? And remember, this is The Hill. This is the organization that gives us the Rising. In fact, there's a little Rising clip along with this, right? As with many Reddit posts and viral tweets, the truth was more complicated, right? So right there, they're acknowledging that this headline might be a little overblown if you bother to read it. But again, you know, a media organization like The Hill, I don't find it surprising that they're going to take this story, which is complex and nuanced, and, you know, offers okay, so this is a blog on. Wait, this is Matt. This is not Matthew Iglesias writing this. This week we're joined by our new slow boring intern. Wait, for some reason I thought this was Maya writing this. It says Matthew Iglesias, right? I mean, this is, you know, kind of a statistical analysis horse race type of site, from what I understand. This can't be by Matthew Iglesias. This does not sound like something Matthew Iglesias would write. Anyway, this paragraph was what I wanted to zero in on. What I am surprised by is the prevalence of the misperception that there's some block of young male rightists red-pilled by social media. Sound familiar? One reason for this is that it does look like the gender gap may be... Oh my god. I made this so hard to read. Eh? Anyway, one reason for this is that it does look like the gender gap may be the largest in the youth cohort. In other words, it's not that young men are more conservative than older men, but that they are further right relative to young women than older men relative to their peers. But another is the fascination with the newish cohort of male influencers and digital media personalities that I think tend to lack relevant context in terms of overall social trends, right? So, I mean, like, this is kind of what's implied by Vaush and his crew, is that the newish cohort of male influencers, as they describe it, and digital media personalities is the wrong narrative to interpret this data in, right? The biggest thing to notice about this data is the, you know, gap between, you know, the sexes rather than some kind of alarming trend that, if not stopped, will like doom us to a creeping fascism, like Vaush is trying to suggest, and only by incorporating what sounds like men's rights activism rhetoric into the left can we avoid this, right? This is, if Dems, oh god, the girl poll is interesting because it shows that the biggest change is girls going from apolitical to liberal. Yeah, that's what you're seeing too. You're seeing a lot more, you know, actual identification with a political ideology. And this is before Dobbs, right? We would expect this to be higher in 2023, but you know, we don't exactly have the data for that at the moment.
Because there will be legal.
I agree.
Anyway, back to leftovers.
So I that's truly what I think. But again, my criticism of him right now is that he uploaded this to YouTube. Because I understand the nature of live streaming. You sit there, stuff is going on, like you said. But for him to be like,
I'm actually standing, Ethan.
Yo, okay, so this was actually fire.
What do you think about that, chat? Constantly pandering to men and boys is why the Asian communities have a huge issue with being targeted by the manosphere, anti-feminists, and misinformation. What actually needs to happen is guides need to stop feeling that being nice to gals will ruin them and the world. God. It's like asking a false dichotomy. Like the
I'm not going to edit it at all. I'm going to cut this unedited.
Yeah,
basically,
I don't think he
their
thinks about
video
that at all because there's never been any kind of. I don't think he's ever gotten criticized for this even.
What? Yeah, he has. He's got shit for this all the time, doesn't he?
Up until this very moment, there's.
And think about like the meager evidence that like Vaush's mod used to make such a claim, right? Does it not remind you a little bit of Actual Justice Warrior in his debate against Sam Cedar? You know, as far as just like pure narrative, right? It's like name a statistic, create a narrative for it, and forget about the fact that society is enormous and always has lots of stuff going on in it, and the idea that you're just gonna, you know, take a trend, identify a trend, even if it's not really a trend, like in this case, and attribute it to be like, I know this is because the left isn't speaking to the desires and the fears and of the young men. The left doesn't reach out to the young men enough, and it just makes me so sad to think of all those poor young men out there with no one to suck their wiener.
Never been an XQC is bad for doing this. I'm telling you this because I've been getting shit on for years, in spite of the fact that I have like these boundaries on how I make this kind of content and what I choose to upload onto my actual like owned and operated page that's like heavily edited. Regardless of that, I've been getting shit on online for years and years, and not a single peep was ever made about it.
Kindness is seen as weakness to those guys, and really that's the thing, is they're getting sent in the opposite direction of what would help them, right? I feel like, you know, our best bet is to try to make sure that guys don't go down this pipeline to begin with. And honestly, the best way to go about that, and I know Vaush is gonna hate hearing this, Vaush, we gotta smash the patriarchy. You want to deal with less incels, you want to deal with the less red pill weirdo, you know, whatever they mutate into after that. Let's smash the patriarchy so they're not growing up in, I think, what feels to a lot of them like a cult.
QC
Is that
in that
right?
process.
I thought I'd
and he
seen
never
that.
fucking sidestepped to be like, hold up, guys, let's stop now. I mean, I do this
Oh
too.
yeah,
It's kind of
smartest guy. What is up in Europe? Yeah, I know about the trends that you're talking about. Yeah, the trends in Europe are legitimately concerning.
ridiculous. He's never fucking come out and like defended me in any capacity, despite the fact that he himself was a regular abuser of the same structures. If we're being real, the same goes for, again, Charlie, Moist Critical, any kind of Asmongold, any kind of live.
Oh yeah, like so if Zoomer's parents are Xers, then it's kind of like the Xers' whole deal was like, I don't care, I'm a slacker, and so the opposite of that is like, I'm actually very politically involved.
Streamer that is live reacting to content can always have this kind of footage cut out of them because they're live for 10 hours a day. It's the same.
We must never appease the fascists, unless by appease the fascists you mean like construct a fake argument between Polly and myself in order to gratify Twitch politics and to reclaim both of our fallen fans that way.
I understand. That is a big difference. That's why I think the important thing to mention here is that uploading that kind of VOD content.
Not that anyone in Twitch poll is fascist, right? I would never suggest such a thing. I would never suggest such a thing.
YouTube without any editing.
That would be wildly irresponsible.
Any editing whatsoever is not good.
I'd have to report myself straight to Doobie.
And
I'd be like, you gotta watch out for this Irene Geller. She's been acting subversive lately. It's a little bit subversive.
It's not a good product in general. But listen, the one thing I have to mention here is that it's no different than when podcasts first came out and people would get clipped out of context all the fucking time on podcasts, because that was the first time that we were experiencing like an uninterrupted 3-hour medium of content from people that were not media trained to speak for 3 hours. So you could very easily catch someone off guard and make them appear a certain way.
I don't think you need to make excuses. I mean, look, just own it. You do that shit.
What do you mean?
You do that
I don't think you need to make excuses. Oh my god.
shit. You watch, I mean, you and all these guys, just be like, yeah, I do that shit. You don't have to like make
100%.
analogies and excuses and stuff. Just be like, I do that. I do that shit.
It's not an analogy at all. The point is, you have to, if we're talking about it like live reacting, if we go back to like the live reacting on Twitch side of things, I like that there are.
I don't know about I'll leave the generational analysis to other people. Like, I don't know how much I buy into that. Like, just remember that a generation is a social construct. I mean, there's reasons that they like started at one point and cut it off somewhere else and like try to drop these like larger trends. But in some ways, they end up just being like a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
No legal limitations to it. I think it's a good thing. I know that, and I know you know that.
Yeah, XQC is Quebecois.
The YouTube live DMCA structure is definitely ripe for abuse. That's number one.
Well, it's the same DMCA structure that governs Twitch, isn't it? It's a set of laws.
Oh my god!
That provide platforms.
Yes,
it means
did I even mention that this this ad that just happened was happening? Yeah, it happened, and people got sucked into it. There's still a minute left of that ad. They're sitting in that ad just.
Process and the way
it sucks to be them
that YouTube has set it up has made it so that you can like very quickly shut down most live productions. You can very quickly shut them down, or you can immediately monetize them. I mean, you've had this issue. There's a reason why like you can't even watch like a TikTok video because you're worried that if there's 10 seconds of like music that slips in, then all of a sudden your 3-hour content.
Yeah, generations often just marketing terms.
Produced with a team of brilliant.
Or like it's like analytics that I'll get, right? Of like, it always tells me like what generation, like what percentage of Zoomers and millennials, etc. I have in my audience.
Producers and put together all of a sudden is gone because of like a slip up. And I don't think that structure is good for making. I don't
think it's like something to even really stress or about. But I do think like it's good to acknowledge like, yeah, we are doing this thing that's probably not right. And I'm thinking about ways to better address it. Because it's like you said, it's the industry standard. It's the norm of how people operate on Twitch. And I do think it's worth acknowledging that, in some cases it's not right, which you have done, right?
Yeah.
And so, that's what it is. And
I like that there is like a less automated process.
After Zoomers, it's Generation Alpha.
So I will admit, one, because it's obviously personally beneficial for me, but two, I think it's better for making unique derivative works in general. It really limits your creativity. It limits what you can and can't do. People can immediately go, well, creativity, just fucking play a YouTube video, walk away.
You're right.
Like, no,
you still have to consider the rights of the people that made the content. But like, and I think the reason that it is more lax on Twitch is because legally there's more room to play with because of the whole saving it and archiving it and putting it up on YouTube gives a little bit different playground to play in. That's why I'm being super extra critical of XQC, because look at this shit. And I'm at 1 minute. This motherfucker hasn't said a single word.
So far, he has only received a couple of likes and has 0
Oh, here we goes.
He becomes frustrated.
No, false alarm. Minute 10.
Whoa, okay,
And
this
starts
is a
questioning himself.
little bit intel bait, a
He
little bit.
puts so much effort
What the fuck is he even talking about? Who is he talking to?
into setting up a nice profile.
I could tell you don't really watch Twitch at all.
I mean, it's not hard to tell. Europe has become more right-wing for young people, but also leftists have become more principled and have left the revisionist official party. So the left is becoming more radical. That is good. They no longer looking for a quick harm reduction when liberals are so right-wing anyway. Yeah.
I'm on
this
YouTube
is-
right now, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I could tell you don't really. YouTube live streaming is very different due to the automated DMCA structure.
Oh crap! Yeah, you're right. The what's next? Generation Sigma.
You would not be able to do this on
I'm
YouTube.
judging this as a YouTube video, which is what it is.
I understand that. I know
I'm
it's
not-
hard for me.
you know what I
It's
mean?
hard for me to separate the two in my mind because I'm like,
I know you're feeling
that's like-
defensive because you feel
because
like
I'm
you
looking
do
at that
the
and I'm
same
like, well,
thing.
that's if I was watching this on Twitch, I would be perfectly understanding that
it's
it's
a
like
YouTube video.
Yes,
That's what I'm criticizing. there.
fair.
Wait.
Yeah.
Which generation would be Generation Sigma, right? Would it be the Xers? It would have to either be the Xers or the Millennials, okay? One in chat if you think the Millennials are Generation Sigma. 2 in chat if you think that Generation X is Generation Sigma.
Exactly as fuck, yeah.
To answer that question,
Good comment.
you need to understand the numbers
120?
behind dating apps. I made a simulation of a dating app with 1,000 dummies to try to understand why men get so few matches.
Minute 30. No commentary.
Dating apps can
Yo, because they gotta
Oh, we got a big screen. Here it is.
compete, guys. I feel like this is just like, Jack, can you just break this down? Just evolutionary, like this is just like normal,
One after Generation Alpha?
like animal type shit, dude. It's like you gotta compete, bruh.
Can we transcribe
You gotta
that?
compete, bruh.
I feel like this is animal shit.
He's
bro.
he's trying to talk about evolutionary psychology
Yeah.
and saying that like the reason for this
No,
disparity
Hex.
on dating apps for men comes from.
You're giving him a lot of
comes from
fucking credit.
I mean, I understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to say.
Well, you can.
Do all these tricks and add all these.
Wait, somebody said this to me before. Okay, Dragon Princess, is Generation Y different than Millennials, or is it the same? And if it's different, tell me what exactly Generation Y is. Like what, like ages or whatever. Like, right? What's the? Because I've heard somebody say this. Yeah, I thought Molly. I thought that I think that like I always think Gen Y got changed to Millennials, but maybe there's a difference. Because I feel like somebody's told me this before.
These feathers that are all these.
See, there's
colors of
editing.
men, and
We got the bird. We got the
when
Rolex.
the women, it's just a brown bird. Because the men have to appeal the best and do all
This is
these
an edited
tricks
video,
and embrace
Ethan.
because they have to compete.
I've just
Well,
there's
this,
the
no,
whole
this,
argument.
this part's fine, even though I think he sounds like a moron. It's
Okay,
fine, right?
I'm just.
But it took him 2 minutes to fucking say a goddamn
Yeah, well,
single word
he's
about it.
Well, first you got to establish a narrative. What are we watching? You know what I mean?
Well, he didn't do that.
Well, he looked.
So Gen Y is 1983 to 1995, and then after that it's Millennials? Or no, that is Millennials. That's what I thought. Gen X ends in 79. Millennials start in 80. I refuse to believe that Ethan has any real convictions. I'm guessing he's jealous. Well, I mean, XQC is definitely making some money over there on Kick.
The video do it, I think.
Well, he needs to do it.
I mean, you know.
Gen Y were 72 to 85.
If he's not going to talk for 2 minutes,
I mean, he's.
listen. I'm just telling it like this is what it is, dude.
This is
dating
an
apps
edited
can
video.
paint a distorted picture of what the real dating world is like.
Whatever. But yeah, more XQC's a moron. I really dislike him. I don't
You think of older millennials when they want to praise millennials, and younger millennials when they want to ridicule them.
Did we make any? Do we touch any new ground on the ethics of live streaming? I feel like we need
Wait.
to summarize it, like
Okay,
a TLDR of it.
Here's what I think. I don't think what you're doing makes you a bad person or wrong or something that you should feel guilty or even get dogpiled.
I don't even feel guilty about what I'm doing.
Okay. But what I do think
Clearly,
is that it's good for streamers to start acknowledging there are boundaries and there are certain things
Gen Y only applies to the Greeks.
you can and cannot do, or there are things that make it better and there are things that make it worse. And I think it's good for React streamers to start acknowledging those.
The elder millennials would be real millennials, and Gen Y is the younger ones. Oh, okay. Okay. I've refused myself to call myself an elder millennial, though I imagine Gen Y wouldn't refer to themselves as Gen Y. Yeah, it is also strange.
Things and trying to work to make it better.
Yeah, I mean,
as one example,
I
not
have,
walking away well.
I've gotten criticized. I've gotten criticized a lot for this for many years, and regardless of the
Generation Y,
personal vendetta or the genuine interest
Generation.
that like my interlocutors in those situations had about like whether it be generating clout for themselves or whatever. Even though
should I speak French more on stream? 1 in chat if I should speak French more on stream. 2 in chat if like it's just enough French, and 3 in chat if I should speak less French on stream.
very swiftly apologized for it and tried to make amends for it. And they just refused to recognize that and just continued hammering on for years and years about how big of a piece of shit I am, which made me drop any pretense of trying to respond to these people altogether. There are truthful aspects to their criticism, which
People
I've taken to
want
heart and have
French.
changed the way that I live stream.
Wait,
even
should I read
on
something
top
in
of that.
French?
Great.
I guess like the other side of this is that if pressure keeps mounting in this regard towards
I feel like
live streaming and like
wait,
the
what
live
if I
stream
read
uploads
do
onto
you want me
YouTube,
to read a
I'm gonna have to start cracking the DM.
What if I read like a poem in French? Okay, let me try reading this to you, okay? Are you ready? It's just a quick poem, okay? In French. All right. Wait. Gotta be able to like look at it. No. Here we go. Okay, yeah, I can read it. Il pleut dans mon cœur, comme il pleut sur la vie. Quelle est cette langueur qui pénètre mon cœur? Au bruit de la pluie, par terre et sur le toit. Oh, un cœur s'ennuie, oh, le chant de la pluie. Il pleure sans raison dans ce corps qui s'écore. Quoi? Nous trahissons. C'est doux et sans raison. C'est bien la pire peine de ne savoir pourquoi. Sans ce mort et sans sang. In? Said that wrong. Mon corps attend de peine. So I should probably read the English translation. It sounds terrible in English, but I'll read it anyway. It rains in my heart as it rains on the town. What languor so dark that it soaks to my heart? Oh, sweet sound of the rain on the earth and the roofs for the dull heart again. Oh, the song of the rain. It rains for no reason in this heart that lacks heart. What? No treason? It's a grief without reason. By far the worst pain, without hatred or love, yet no way to explain why my heart feels such pain. So anyway, yeah, that's a poem. Yay, poetry. Go, yeah, you know, check it out. It's pretty cool. Wow, that's a strong endorsement. She's like, yep, you know, poetry. It's pretty good. It can be.
MCA whip on my own Hasan Eclipse Industrial Complex like fan channels.
La poesía.
Because one, it's not good content in general if you're just like leaving that dead air, and if you're not editing it in order to make it transformative.
Just to be clear, you're talking about fan channels that upload your clip wholesale.
Yeah.
Not you.
Yeah, VOD rips.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not me. Because you will not find, I don't think you'll find a video from my own personal channel where like I'm not. In,
You won't. I can
good
vouch for
faith,
that.
like
No.
watching a video with the hope of making it as transformative as possible. I do that for every YouTube video that I watch for sure. There will always be exceptions to the rule. Like I can't say across the board, you know, but ultimately, given how much I do add with respect to the context, if you're a fan channel out there and you're like uploading straight VOD rips, stop trying to go first to market. Another thing that they do that's frustrating is like they'll literally steal the original art, the original thumbnail, and just slap my face on it as I'm doing like soy face. I hate that shit. You didn't change the fucking thumbnail. You didn't change the title. You're basically trying to
They're just Mr. Beast in it.
Squeeze into the algorithm and ride the coattails of a YouTuber who fucking worked a
I mean, yeah. I feel like that's kind of true, right? And there's different ways that people do this, but what Hasan is talking about, like, oh my God, you know what? I feel like I could show you what this is. No, because then I'd have to, oh my God. Okay, so like this is one of my thumbnails. Oh my God, you can't see it. You poor things, you can't see it. Like, right, that's a thumbnail that you may recognize from my YouTube, right? This was a live stream, right? Now let's say that this wasn't my thumbnail though. Let's say this was like Polly's thumbnail. Let's say this is Polly's video, right? And I react to Polly. And I'm feeling kind of pressed for time, right? I gotta get this video of me reacting to Polly, reacting to TYT. I gotta get this out as soon as possible, right? So I just like add this, you know? Like I'm just like, what? If this is Polly's thumbnail, that's a little shitty of me to do, right? This wouldn't be nice to like just come in here and be like, yeah, actually it's me reacting to this, right? Or like, look, I could come up with another oh wait, we gotta find that one. That's a good one. Like, right? I'm just like, no, wait, maybe I'm here. Maybe I'm right here, right? No, I'm huge. I'm like, seriously, what's going on here? Like, right? This is... Wait, I gotta find the one where I have my hands on my head. Where is that one? Oh my God, I'm going back in time. No, why is Destiny there? There we go. There we go. Here, just like make me like take over the whole thing. There we go. That's the thumbnail now. Or like, that's the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail. Yeah, there we go. Even better. Okay, yeah, see what I mean? That's what he's talking about. When somebody, like, right, they just download your thumbnail and then they add their face on it. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate. Anyway, it took way too long. It took way too long to show you.
A lot and
wait, is Bad Empanada here? Pro streamer. Yeah, like I'm showing you the secrets of the trade. What do you mean? I love the thumbnail. Oh, you saw Bad Empanada amongst the yeah, like the pings I have.
Spend a lot of time and effort and money to make a video. I don't like that at all.
Can I tell you, those guys have upset me a few times where I'm doing one of my interviews and then they'll upload you reacting to it before our show's even done.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, they're fast with it.
And it's like,
I don't like
it's
that.
like, I agree. I mean, have you told them to not do that?
Yeah, you
There
tell
are
the Hasan
instances
Industrial
like where
Complex.
I'll reach out to a content creator ahead of time to be like, are you comfortable with this? If they're not, I'll tell ahead of time, like, don't react to this, don't upload this.
Or like the being first to market thing.
But there are still absolutely channels that basically
Like that tells me he still doesn't understand. So do we all know what we mean by when we say the Hasanabi Industrial Complex, right? There's Hasanabi, the channel. That's Hasan. He says he's got 3 other channels that are him, right? Every other channel that posts Hasanabi clips is like just some person that is in fact, I think we might even have some in chat. Anybody in chat part of the Hasanabi Industrial Complex, right? This is like Hasan has given his content free to anybody who wants to make clip channels of him and to upload clips of his, and any money they make they can keep, right? That's his rule. Cavernacle was talking about this last night. Yeah, I think Cavernacle is like not in favor like of this. I feel like Cavernacle took a firm stand on that.
we take advantage of the lack of protection on YouTube. Not just for me, they do it for Charlie as well. They do it for any Twitch streamer. Like every single Twitch streamer has like this kind of issue where they will literally go.
It's people they.
Oh, that's one of them. That's literally the channel I'm talking about.
Okay, do you see that? That says Hasan. Wait, you can't see it because it's too little. It says Hasanabi Capital 2.
It's the fucking channel. Hasanabi Capital 2. Wait, click on this channel.
You've contributed to the complex?
It's just
here.
An
This
image.
is a great example.
It's just an image.
Oh fuck!
But I know what it is because look, it's the whole fucking thing, and it's 1:30. It's the whole interview, and I wasn't even done. It was uploaded before our episode even processed.
Yeah, dude,
and I'm like, dude, what the
so the thing about this channel in particular is that they have been known to copyright claim other Hasan clip channels, right? So they act like the video is their own, and it's not. It's like Hasan's video, and they go and they do takedowns on people. They're like, "Oh, excuse me, that's my content. You can't like right." And it's like, no, it's not your content. It's Hasan's content, right? Hasan says that they've even done it to him a couple times, and that just tells you how out of control the you know, copyright system is on YouTube.
To me as well.
And I know it's not you, so
I'll
I'm not mad
respond
at
to
you.
I'll respond to like a Ben Shapiro video about me, right? I'll respond to a Ben Shapiro video about me, and they'll upload it while I'm still fucking streaming.
So this blanket, like you guys can upload anything, I don't care, is not
DMCA'd
really
Hasan.
working out. And these some rules.
But just like you're gonna get DMCA'd if you don't have a sub in 7 minutes when the ad break comes on. I'm gonna let you know a little bit earlier this time because I forgot the last time, and I feel bad about that you can get out of the ad break with a Twitch Prime. If you integrate your Amazon Prime into your Twitch, you get a free sub. If you give it to me, you get out of that ad break, no questions asked. You can pay $5 for a sub to get out of that ad break, to get the emotes as well. Or, you know, if none of those two, if neither of those two ways work for you, you could possibly get gifted a gift sub. It does happen. Don't count on it, but you could get lucky. And if you get lucky and somebody, you know, sees you without a sub and gives you a sub, you're more likely for that to happen if you're active in chat, I think.
But that is a problem with YouTube, though, because click on Google Hasanabi Capital 2 right now. I'm looking.
He was against channels uploading full videos and allowed people to see the content without going to the original creator's channel.
At it right now.
I think that's kind of what he's saying, is that like when he puts videos up, like they're chopped, they're edited. There's the boring part's not there. If he took a pee, it's cut out, right? It's you know, it's giving you reaction from Hasan and enough video to know the context, but not necessarily, you know, that much more. So it is, you know, different, and you know, that like you can see how it's sort of transformative, because Hasan's argument, and we're not going to see this here, I don't think he makes this argument today against Ethan. He has made this argument on his stream where he talks about that like commentary is a thing, right? So you know what commentary is? If somebody takes a video and they're like, Hasan like has been saying some weird stuff lately, like this, right? And then you comment on it, right? If you do a video, nobody has a problem with that, right? Nobody has any problem at all with that. But if you're doing it on the fly, like you do with a stream, right? That's when, people start to get iffy. And, I feel like we've drawn a number of distinctions here between like transformative content and non-transformative content and, like high effort and low effort. Why you shouldn't steal a thumbnail from somebody. Because like literally, imagine that thumbnail that I showed you, right? The potential poly people thumbnail, right? Imagine that was a video. She'd gotten like 1 million views on it. Like somehow her video just blew up. 1 million views, right? And I use that thumbnail. Do you see what I'm kind of doing? Like I might potentially be, what do they call it with a gas tank when somebody comes along and they take the gas out of your gas tank and they put it in their gas tank? What is that called again? There's a name for this, right? Siphoning. Yeah, I might be siphoning some of Polly's views in that case, which would be not nice, and what might result in Polly being actually angry at me instead of just pretending to be angry in order to regain our fallen fans by making Twitchpoll happy when we criticize each other who Twitchpoll doesn't like. Therefore, we make the criticism, albeit fake, and Twitchpoll decides that they like us again. And all the fallen fans are like, yeah, I like you. You're great. You said bad thing about Polly. And they're like, Polly, you said the bad thing about Irene. We love you now. Like, right? We become incredibly popular from that. That's
okay.
That's going to happen.
This is a great example, right? Okay, click on the page. Go to videos.
Do you see how it wouldn't work if Polly was actually mad because I had like stolen the thumbnail from her like 1 million view video that she just put out?
Let's click on the videos. It says fan channel, right? You're like, well, click on oldest.
Oldest.
Boom. You see this shit?
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
No, I can't do anything. I've told YouTube 1,000 times, like, these are the fucking channels.
Can you tell, chat? Is that Vietnamese?
You know what these motherfuckers do? No, you know what they do? You know what they do? They DMCA other fucking fan channels of mine with my clips.
So you should DMCA this guy. You shouldn't let him get away with all this shit.
Like, look at this.
Yeah.
And there's not much you can do about it.
You can.
There's like so many. No, I told YouTube.
Him. YouTube doesn't care. They don't do anything. You have to do it yourself. They can't file a legal claim.
Oh my god, we were doing so good for such a while. Chat, I gotta warn you about the low... Oh my god, I gotta warn you about the incoming ad break in 4 minutes, but I also gotta warn you about the low bitrate. Yeah, we're suffering from some low bitrate. It might be coming back now. Sorry if my stream slowed down or froze for you or whatever might have happened. I'm sure it wasn't pleasant. I apologize. Meow.
That YouTube cannot file a DMCA on your behalf. They can't do it.
Okay.
But if you DMCA him 3 times, his channel will get fucking suspended or banned. You know what I mean? Look, all of a sudden he realized Gravy Train.
Yeah, and Beetlejuice will come.
Hasanabi is about to get me paid.
Yeah, and this is not one channel.
Oh, this was one of his first clips. Was this full rip.
There is so many.
300,000
This channel
views.
is a network. They have they operate like a bot network. We've taken down.
But the reason that they're so successful is because there's no accountability.
I know, but we take down their channels.
Doesn't it feel like Ethan is mansplaining this to Hasan a little bit? I think it's more about large React content people taking views from smaller channels. Thousands of people are going to watch XQC or Hasan's coverage, but not watch the original creator.
They literally will go
make a new one
and make a new one.
This one's been operating for a minute.
Bring out the whole ocean.
I think that's
wild.
Because
dude, there's so many of these fucking guys out there. They do it to other podcasts.
If you don't care, I'll do DMCAs when they upload my content like
do it.
Because I was like,
I said this for all YouTubers as well. Listen, dude, fan channel, bot channel doesn't fucking matter. If you don't like a type of content, you have it on your dashboard. You click on your dashboard. You see, Hasanabi fan channel, right?
Ad break.
And you see like 10% of your video was utilized here. It shows up on your dashboard, right? You know exactly
ad break.
Who's watching your videos and when, and who's uploaded your videos. If you see that, number one, if it's a fan channel, they will always have. It will always have an email that you can send a request to. They will immediately take it down. Fan channels will always take it down. If you want, you can also DMCA them. If they don't
think they need to be punished,
you should DMCA them. What?
Because here, I'm going to just say this right now. People that are uploading my content wholesale.
Does Hasan have time to track down all the people doing this? From what he said, it's like a bot network. And I think what he's trying to say is that like he's taken some of the channels down, and they just like other ones popped back up in their place. So I guess it's one very persistent person doing this. I've heard rumors about this person too. I've heard people say that they were Destiny fans. I haven't seen any supporting evidence though. So, you know, it's a good story, isn't it? But I don't know if it's true. You know, obviously they used to put up some kind of video game content in like Vietnamese, I think. So
Because someone reacted to it, and they're doing it to get ahead of our video in the algorithm. I will DMCA you, and I do not give you consent either. Which I'm going to DMCA these videos right now.
Do it. DMCA him.
This motherfucker. Where's the other one? There was two of them, right?
okay, like
You sent me two. Okay, we'll do it after the show. But yeah, fuck.
There's a bunch of channels like.
for some reason, this is like reminding me of a very particular moment when I was talking to a certain DJ, about a sussy baka who is an editor for Lauren Southern's video channel, for Lauren Southern's YouTube channel, right? Some of you might know the two individuals I'm talking about, right? And yeah, sure enough, Lauren Southern's editor comes in talking in all caps, you know, just causing grief and problems and making people uncomfortable. And you know, this was a strategy that I employed, right? This was a person who was banned from my chat for a long time. This is a person who had been extremely hostile to me. In fact, you know, from some reports, even tried to take my Twitch channel down, right? I don't really trust the source that gave me that information at this point. But, you know, granted, like, you're talking about somebody who just hates my guts, right? And there was also, you know, a lot of harassment going on, right? This person had basically confirmed that they were behind some of the harassment, right? And when they talked about it in another streamer's chat. But my strategy at the time was just to like let's let them in, and they can say their piece, and they can speak in all caps, and I can get some good content out of it, because this is a character. This is a character I'm talking about here, right? This is a one-of-a-kind person, right? Not in a good way either, but nonetheless, like, I guess entertaining on some level. And so I had just defaulted to kind of allowing her to come in the channel and speak her mind, kind of in hopes that maybe there'd be less harassment, you know, given what I knew. And I don't think this is a good strategy at all now. I wouldn't do this shit, right? But at the time, I was allowing her in there. And so, of course, this DJ, when he saw this horrible person giving me shit in my chat, just being, you know, weird and gross and disruptive, right? I think he tried to get her, like, banned or something. And I don't know the story behind this, but somehow it blew up in his face. And he ended up being the one to lose subs. I mean, that just, to me, that's just like, yeah, I mean, that seems like that's what happens when you go up against Twitch poll. I've experienced that myself.
Yeah, and it's not. I'm not saying it's your fault at all.
No, I know, dude. This is something that happens to Moist Critical as well. For the record, it's not just me, and like YouTube is aware of this problem. They just don't really.
They don't.
Do much
But anyway, I could like I at the time I was like, don't engage this person. Don't deal with this person. Don't like, you know, make this person like, you know, think about you, care about you. You know, like, right? Don't do it. Don't do it. And my DJ friend, unfortunately, wanted to play the hero. Did not work out well. I don't anticipate that like I just worry about Ethan going after the Sasanabe capital character, because it feels like they're the same way, where they're like always on the internet, and you try to block them and they pop up somewhere else, and it's just like kind of not worth it, right? I don't know. I hope Ethan's all right.
It's not in their tool house. They have the legal authority to start removing people's videos for DMCA. It needs to be.
They do it for
because they don't own the videos. You do.
I know, but they do it for they demonetize channels like this for what is it called?
Uploading content.
No, they demonetize channels all the time. So you're not entirely correct on this. They demonetize channels for
demonetizing is not DMCA, dude.
I know. No, but when these channels get demonetized, then they're done. There's no use for them to exist any longer. That's my point. Like,
I don't think YouTube knows what the fuck this channel is.
Fuck, what is it called?
I know
like
it's you re-upload. Yeah, you're re-uploading.
It's called like duplicative content or something.
I told people they could upload our clips and YouTube won't monetize any of them. It's weird that like they seem, for some reason, anyone that uploads your shit, it gets monetized. But like people who were trying to do it for ours, YouTube was like, you can't do that.
Because I don't have an issue with my.
Look, why can't we just have, like, Ethan? If you wanna get this kind of smoke, you might as well just like have it out with Lauren Southern. You know what I mean?
Clips being monetized.
I told them that too. It was weird. They wouldn't let me do it.
Yeah.
Well, is it different maybe because the original content lives on Twitch?
Oh, that is on.
I don't know though. Wait, I feel like I've heard a lot less from Lauren Southern recently.
That's definitely
If it was originally posted on YouTube, then I think they get you.
That's it for sure.
It's not your fault.
It's not your fault.
Sounds like Hasan current actually does.
Is Lauren Southern like not do? Has she stepped away from content again?
Even limits to IP ripping, contrary to how this whole conversation started. Yeah, exactly. Except I mentioned that in the beginning because I always said there's going to be bad faith people.
Yo, their chat saying, "Can you guys just kiss and make up?"
And that there needs to be some level of regulation to deal with bad faith.
Chat can feel the bad vibes.
People, which is what I said in the beginning of this conversation. Once again, newsflash, I had a nuanced perspective on a subject matter that I have personal experience with, and yet people have black and white understandings of the subject, so they immediately rush to conclusions on what they think I'm saying. Anyway.
Fuck this guy, though, for sure.
She got divorced?
You know what I mean?
This guy at the eBay pretty much.
Hassani Capital, not the.
No.
Wow, heating up.
So that's outside the courthouse where Donald Trump was indicted.
Full alert. All right, so what do we have to watch here? Let's see. Well, we actually spent an insane amount of time on that conversation, but I thought it was a good conversation.
I think it was a productive.
It felt like a struggle session, Ethan. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was a good conversation. It's one that needs to be had. You are the DMCA king. You know what I mean?
And listen, I don't want people or you to think I'm like I'm not heaping guilt on you. I'm really telling you, as far as your YouTube channel goes, I personally vouch that it's totally good there. And I think, what you do on Twitch,
it's a good place.
Which is like the norm.
Awesome.
So I think industry norm is important. And like I said, just, if there's things that you know are wrong, then just try moving away from it. That's
just understand if you're in here. I try to do this in good faith. I do legitimately believe that watching stuff on Twitch, not putting it up on YouTube, I'm talking like specifically watching stuff on Twitch, does have the capacity to boost the content creators. There's plenty of content creators that have at least said so to me, both privately and publicly.
Getting permission is a whole different thing. If you're friends with somebody, or if you're friends and they don't care, that's different because if you have someone's permission, a licensor's permission, you could do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Or if you don't have permission,
Ethan, I promise, okay, if I end up putting this up, I'm gonna cut a lot out of it because I don't want Ethan Klein coming after me, right? I'd rather deal with Lauren Southern and her personnel myself than Ethan Klein and his. Ethan Klein would
better
just
make it as transformative as possible. Like Ben Shapiro, I watch his shit all the time.
Destroy me.
There's 0% chance he's coming after me. Why? Well, one, because there's an established understanding in the
all of this reaction content is incredibly exploitative. It's absolutely destroying the YouTube algorithm. Especially Hasan has encouraged his Hasanabi industrial clip complex to do this for years. Yo, here's the thing though. Who exploits the exploiters? Hey, yeah, that's right. That's my part. That's the part I play in the ecosystem.
Commentary and politics sphere, that sort of thing is
I'm scavenging the scavengers. What now?
And two, what's he gonna do? Be like, this is not transformative? I don't let him speak for longer than 30 fucking
seconds. You're disagreeing with him by nature. It's transformative.
Yeah, exactly. So
so as long as I'm disagreeing with people, we're good.
Oh, watch your video because
so Ethan wants me to do more fucking content on Vaush, and oh god, no. You can ask Ethan for permission. I'm sure he'd be really cordial with me, right?
Want to hear?
I'd
Ben
be like, hey, Ethan, I'm one of those piece of shit Twitch streamers, you know, and yeah.
Shapiro, not you.
Yeah.
What do you think, Ethan? Can I watch your content?
Anyway, let's talk about Rudy because I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk about.
Oh my God, we're talking about Rudy Giuliani. Do you know about this story?
Ghoulie. I've been staying virgin on the Ghoulie. There's so much stuff we got to skip over, but that's what it is. Some days we just fire off. You know?
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing.
He's like, we're just gonna react to some content after talking about how bad reacting to content is.
Disgusting. So, okay.
Maybe
so
another way you're a bunch of pussies.
So, what was the context of all this new Giuliani?
Oh God!
Transcript coming out?
We're diving into that.
Because I don't want to run out of time. It's already 11:30.
You're so right. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We're skipping the streamies and.
Well, you know what I mean.
Was there stuff that Hasan wanted to get to, and now he's like, right? What's going on between these two?
This isn't the important stuff.
Okay.
So why is it that more info came out on this transcript?
Okay, so Rudy Giuliani, there's an update on the lawsuit. As you guys know, Giuliani's former aide, Noelle Dunphy, was suing Giuliani for sexual harassment while she worked for him in 2019 and 2020. There was a complaint. It's 70 pages long. It's full of claims. I'm just reading through some of the highlights here. The former aide alleges that Giuliani, 1, made her work naked, made her perform oral sex, drank all day and night, made racist remarks, made sexist remarks, made anti-Semitic remarks, which I can't wait for Ethan to hear, didn't pay his bills, and sold Trump pardons for $2 million. And now, at the time when it first came out...
Ethan's going to be mad that I watched this part of his content, too.
Like, oh my God, this is such
Ethan. Sorry, Ethan. I'll make it up to you.
A fat legal document that, like, there has to be transcripts, or there has to be, like, full-blown, like physical evidence to point to this. You can't just like allege all of this stuff without backing it up, because these are some pretty serious claims, right?
Yeah.
Paulie did a dramatic reading of the Giuliani filing. It was a horror movie. I mean, like, that sounds pretty scary. Yeah, Rudy Giuliani, like, telling you that your girls belong to him, right? For an hour and a half. That's not cool. That's not fun. Funny enough, that's exactly what Hasan and Ethan did.
Well, it turns out there are
70 pages.
Turns out there are.
Holy fuck.
Audio. There is audio footage. There's audio.
So when they say, when they're quoting, here's what Giuliani said, it's not according to her. It's literally been recorded.
Yep.
Yes. It's a tape.
Yeah,
yes. And I want
when do
more
we get
than
those?
I want more. Thank you. I want more than anything to just like hear
Can we FOIA that
Giuliani
shit?
in his sweaty fucking.
I don't know how FOIA works.
It's a civil lawsuit, so I don't know if that applies.
I might break in somewhere just to get.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, this is my job.
Watergate that.
This is my job.
Turns out Noelle recorded many of the alleged incidents, and some of them were read a while back on this stream as well as everywhere else. Just click on the Imgur album.
Okay, so
I think it's time.
The lawsuit is 70 pages. It claims the former aide alleges Giuliani made her work naked, made her perform oral sex. It's not funny. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. It's just absurd. Drank all day and night, made racist remarks, made sexist remarks, made anti-Semitic remarks. Didn't pay his bills. Sold Trump pardons for $2 million. Let's open it up.
We knew all that. Okay, open up the document. Ethan, open up the document.
Yeah, here it is.
All right. Your Honor.
I haven't read any of these.
Your Honor, I would like to, Your Honor, Ethan Klein, Your Holiness, I would like to direct your attention to image number.
Oh my God. Okay, so like I'm gonna fast forward to this because this is pretty anti-Semitic. Like Mr. Giuliani is addressing Jewish people here. That's like what he starts out with. And then he says they want to go through that freaking Passover all the time. Man, oh man, get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. Okay, the Red Sea parted. Big deal. Not the first time that happened. Like, what the? Like, wait. Here's what I don't get. Like, I feel like this is like something a character in a movie would say. Yeah, when was the first time, right? No, this is like a meme or something. It's like a shit post. Like, what? Like, this is like a...
Number 1 from page 2, where Mr. Giuliani is allegedly making anti-Semitic remarks. I'm going to read it in Mr. Giuliani's voice for you.
Okay, no, you're not. No, you're not.
and in a weird way, exclusive to Jewish men, I guess.
Why don't Jewish men have sex after marriage?
I was baffled by that part too.
I don't know.
No, that's not a thing.
Even in like the Orthodoxy, I think sex between man and wife is pretty.
Okay, that's pretty anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Him trying to fuck someone he thought was underage on a camera on a feature film.
What? This just gets weirder and weirder. Oh my god, I had no days without anti-Semitism in my entire life. This is just... Okay, so this is the part where he says, "Come here, big tatas." And he doesn't say tatas. He says another word that starts with T and is only one syllable, okay? "You belong to me. Give them to me. I want to claim my tatas. I want to claim my tatas. I want to claim my tatas. These are my tatas." And Mrs. Dunphy says, "Oh yeah." And Mr. Giuliani says, "These tatas belong to me. Nobody else can get near them, okay?" This sounds like a joke. I don't care if they're flirting or they give you business cards. They give you business cards? What? Oh, yo, I wasn't gonna cheat, but like, oh man, this guy gave me a business card. What was I supposed to do? Okay. These are mine, you got it? Miss Dunphy, yes. Giuliani, understand? I'm very effing possessive. I've gone easy on you. Oh my god. Mrs. Dunphy, I don't know. Mr. Giuliani, I've been easy on you. Miss Dunphy, you're pretty tough on me. I've been easy on you. Give them to me. Miss Dunphy, maybe. Oh my god. Yo, Ethan's face is saying it all. Wait, and then Ethan starts ordering his... Okay, that's not what we're trying to watch. That's not what we're trying to watch. We're trying to watch 2 really quick Innuendo Studios videos. Let's go. Let's see if we can get these in.
Snakes from chicken eggs. Say for the sake of argument,
Innuendo Studios, one of my favorite channels out there. Go follow this channel right here, Innuendo Studios, Ian Danskin, great videos.
You're 12 or 13, it's the mid-90s, and you're sitting across the table from your conservative aunt at a family reunion. This aunt will, a decade from now, become a tea partier. And you sweet, innocent child, brought up the subject of evolution, being too young to know it's politicized. And your aunt...
The Tatas give out business cards. I mean, that is where I keep my business cards.
Has not taken well to it. She goes on one of her classic tirades, dismissing the very concept of evolution as patently ridiculous.
Yo.
Dropping a quote that will stick with you for ages. You can't get snakes from chicken eggs. And you do your best to explain with your limited knowledge base that, yeah, you can only get a snake from...
Wait, how young are you?
A snake egg, but that snake is going to be a little different from its parents, and the next snake will be a little different from its parents, and you multiply that by a few million generations, and you might have something very different from that original snake. Maybe something with legs, or that can breathe underwater, or see better in the dark. And your aunt stares you dead in the eye and repeats as if you hadn't said anything, "You can't get snakes from chicken eggs." So this is an ego-saving maneuver in which a complex truth is rejected in favor of simplicity. Your aunt has a statement which is true, though non-sequitur to the argument at hand. And after your explanation of how genetics work on long timelines, she repeats her original statement to herself, and it still feels true. It's the belief that the truth is easily recognized, and that it's always simple, because the world is simple, and if you can't explain it to me like I'm 5, then you're probably wrong or making things up.
Now, do you see what this kind of belief system, and this is a belief system, right? This is a belief that the truth is simple, right? That the majority of people can understand, the majority of how the world works. which is funny because there is so much that we don't know at all. Nobody knows. No scientist, no theoretician, no academic, nowhere. Right? So to kind of think that like, oh yeah, no, we like have a pretty good understanding of how everything works now. That's like just a, like that's.
This heuristic is very hard to.
And the other thing that it must be simple, right? Now you can tell like one place this really applies in terms of recent discourse is in terms of gender.
Argue with. Like, you've heard the same ant claim that the hole in the ozone layer is caused by sunspots. Now, we've talked about the mimetic power of statements that are short, quippy, and wrong, and this is a fine example.
That gay frogs are caused by chemtrails.
Feel the correct response is a statement that is short, quippy, and correct. But here's the conundrum. The truth is, the hole in the ozone layer is caused by chlorofluorocarbons. Not only is that a more complex sentence...
Oh yeah, it's the exact principle behind asking what is a woman, yeah.
It's a more complex idea. If the ozone hole is caused by sunspots, then it's probably been happening for billions of years. It's not caused by humans.
I mean, think about a platform like Twitter, right? We talked before about certain people that, destroy context strategically. They decontextualize things in order to put one over on people. Think about a platform like Twitter and the way that you're not, if you have a blue check mark, you can write a novel, apparently. I don't know what the limit even is, right? But like people are generally going to read the first 240 characters, right? That's a pretty good general rule. Twitter is not really for discourse on a longer form. And so when you're discoursing on Twitter, you're doing so in a way that there's really a limit to the complexity that you can even discuss on Twitter. I mean, like, there's probably, exceptions to that rule. I'm sure you could find like artistic expressions that people have shared on Twitter where they really say a lot with like, an image or a video or whatever. Yeah, but in general, if you're debating somebody on Twitter and their explanation is simple and your explanation is not, good luck, right?
We don't have to do anything about it. It's reassuring and tells folks all they need to know without further questions. But the truth of how aerosols deplete ozone is more complex, not least because even without knowing the science of it, it implies there's a problem we should do something about.
Microblogging and nuance do not pair very well.
Ultraviolet light makes CFCs release chlorine into the stratosphere where it bonds with ozone, converting it into oxygen and chlorine monoxide, neither of which do what ozone does to protect us from the sun. There may be people who can explain that more simply than I just did, but there is a floor to how simple the truth can be and still be the truth. Falsehoods don't have that. There is no limit to how simple an idea can be when it doesn't have to conform to reality. You play the game of who's got the simplest argument, liars win every time. You can't get much simpler than sunspots. But if you can convince people that the world is complex, then simplistic explanations across the board become suspect. It might be too late to do that with your aunt, but maybe there's still hope for your cousins. If you're wondering what they do when confronted with something they cannot deny is complicated, well, you did that. You or someone like you took their simple world and overcomplicated it. All the conspiracy theories and finger-pointing and screenshots they'd squiggled MS Paint over, all of that is the story of how you overcomplicated the world. It fills in the gap between the simplicity of the world they believe in and the unambiguous complexity of the one in which we live. And yes, that story is at least as complex as the truth you're trying to tell them. And no, it doesn't make any sense. But that's a detail. Because the moral of that story is incredibly simple. It is this way because some people made it this way, And all the right has to do is take the power back from those people and things will be...
Yeah, it reminds me of a way that the concept of Occam's razor gets used and abused. In that, people invoke Occam's razor to argue, I gave a simpler explanation than you did. I'm right, when that's not really what Occam's razor is getting at, right? If there are two explanations that, I guess, explain, but really we're talking about like comport with our observations of a thing and how it functions in an equally complete way, the one that's simpler is more likely to be true. I guess, right? I think, and people will interpret it as the simpler thing is correct. If you've ever got an explanation that's simpler, you're the one that's right. And obviously that's not true.
Simple again. This is their version of a wizard did it.
I also think that Occam's razor, I don't think it was ever intended to be a law. I think it's like a observation. Chlorine monoxide sounds really bad. Well, yeah. Oh my god, chat. I don't know why I feel like doing this. Oh my god, we've got an ad break coming up in 4 minutes, but I don't know if you'll even get there because we've got a raid into Amy C3. Amy's having, I guess, a pizza night tonight. Sounds pretty chill. I hope that people out there appreciate the chillness. Thank you for being here with me tonight, and I will see you, I think, tomorrow. Though I have no time to get anything done. But anyway, I wanna make sure to stream tomorrow. Anyway, much love to everybody, and have a good evening. Give my regards to Amy C3. Bye.